Non-disclosure agreements. You talk, your client loses money. I got that. Oren drained his glass and slammed it down on the bar, but not in anger. He simply wanted to make Ad Winston jump, and he did. It only took me 6 minutes to figure out the scam. Swan was just a rookie cop in those days. I'm the real deal. Oren poured himself another shot from the bottle and sipped his glass slowly, enjoying the wary look in the lawyer's eyes. You were at the hospital the night Swan was ambushed. You were waiting in his room when he got out of surgery. There was an unspeakable question in Ad Winston's eyes. It was Oren's turn to smile. No, your client didn't tell me. He never said a word. But I knew his partner took a bribe to call in sick the night of the ambush. I'm sure the civilian dispatcher got paid off too. But that woman was smart enough to disappear before detectives came knocking on her door. Jay Murray stayed. That proves he had no idea why he'd been bribed. And that should have led the investigation away from a cop conspiracy. They would have been looking at civilians. The LAPD was liable. There's no disputing that. The dispatcher was employed by... But the lawsuit would have dragged on for years. Oren picked up the bottle and poured himself another shot. So you blackmailed the LAPD into a fast settlement. A big one. You fabricated evidence of a police conspiracy against a gay man with AIDS. And you had to work fast. When a cop goes down on duty, nobody goes home. Detectives work around the clock. It was probably still dark when you accused Swan's precinct of ambushing your poor diseased client. The next morning, during an interrogation, that was the first time Swan's partner heard the rumor. Now that's only odd if you know that cops gossip like little old ladies with guns. So that rumor, your rumor, was started after the ambush and before the sun came up on Jay Murray. And that's how I know you were in Swan's hospital room when he got out of surgery. Interesting theory, Oren. Pure conjecture, of course, but it's a fact. The only thing I don't know is whether or not Swan was lucid when you signed him up as a client. I used to think he was in on this con game. Now I'm not so sure. None of this would hold up in court. That doesn't matter, said Oren. I can still do a world of damage. Every reporter in the state wants to talk to me, thanks to your little performance today. You've got no proof. Don't need it. Rumors make the best headlines. Winston's smile was back. You can't revive any interest in Swan's case. It's ancient history. The reporters will want to know why I fired you. The great Addison Winston. Now that's news. I can tell them it's because you smeared a precinct of innocent cops and scammed them for money. Oh, I've always had lots of money, Oren, more than I can spend. What I do for fun. The lawyer reached for the bottle and poured himself a triple shot of whiskey, the only sign of defeat. What do you want? Information. Millard Straub. Now there's another man with a motive to kill a woman. Addison Winston volunteered this tidbit, this breach of client-attorney confidence, as he parked his Porsche in front of the judge's house. The bulb over the front door must have burned out. Hannah usually turned it on in the twilight hour. The lawyer was still talking non-stop and very fast, a sign of frayed nerves. Old Millard was fixated on the idea that Evelyn was cheating on him, but he never asked me to cut her out of his will. Maybe he didn't want the paper trail of a poisoned relationship, a motive to kill his wife. He makes a fine suspect, but you seem skeptical, Oren. Quite understandable. It's hard to picture that old codger dragging his oxygen tank into the woods. However, this theory works rather well with the latest gossip about Evelyn. It seems she was a bit indiscreet yesterday when you came calling. It's all around town, the rumor of your old affair. What if the woman who died with Josh was the target of a hired assassin? Could be a case of mistaken identity. Suppose Millard Straub hired someone to kill his wife because she was sleeping with you. Assuming Josh was an innocent witness, then you'd be responsible for your brother's death. Oren stepped out of the car, and the lawyer was laughing as he drove away. Behind him he heard the squeaking hinges of the screen door. Don't let him poison you. Hannah stepped out on the porch. It's real convenient, blaming murder on a dead man. I can make the same case for Addison. His wife drinks a lot. I think she cries a lot." The housekeeper, eavesdropper, stood at the railing and raised her eyes to the Winston Lodge. "Makes you wonder what goes on up there." Oren climbed the porch steps and reached up to twist the dark bulb in its socket, and there was light. He sat down in the wooden armchair next to Hannah's old rocker. "Tell me about Evelyn Straub's husband. I don't remember him very well." "Millard? I'm not surprised." The housekeeper leaned back against the porch railing. "He hardly ever traveled farther than the veranda of his hotel. He was mean, but too old and too sick to lift a hand against Evelyn. He found other ways to be cruel." "Why did she stay with him? Did he have something on her?" "You mean something besides an affair with an underage boy? If he'd known about that, never mind what Addison thinks. Millard would have divorced Evelyn and kicked her to the curb without a penny. He'd sooner do that than part with money to hire a killer. Cheap old bastard." "You knew about the prenuptial agreement?" "Evelyn and me, we talk from time to time. In any case, you're not to blame for your brother's death, and you know that, Oren." The housekeeper sat down in her rocking chair. Josh had always called it Hannah's lowrider because of the seat built close to the ground. It was the only piece of furniture that allowed both her feet to sit flat on the floorboards instead of dangling in the air. "Well, here comes my burglar alarm." She pointed toward a yellow dog of dubious pedigree, floppy ears, and the big round eyes of a spaniel with a collie's long coat. The animal approached the porch and then hesitated, one paw resting on the bottom step. He had a sad, wounded look about him as he stared at the housekeeper. Oren noticed an empty bowl on the floorboards near the door. The dog was no longer eating his dinner of scraps down by the garden shed. "I guess you forgot to feed him." "I fed him hours ago." She nodded to the dog, as if in answer to a question, and the yellow stray bounded up the stairs. With better manners than Horatio ever had, the animal politely sat down in front of her rocking chair and cocked his head to one side, waiting. "This time he came for love." She gently stroked the dog's fur. "Does the judge like that mud as much as you do?" "This afternoon he was out here tossing sticks for the dog to fetch. It won't be long now." Oren smiled. He approved of her plan to end old Horatio's days as a stuffed decoration of the parlor. He reached out to cover her hand with his. "You were going to tell me about the seances in the woods." "Was I?" "You and the judge go out to Evelyn's old cabin and—" "No," said Hannah. "We used to go to the seances, but not anymore. Not for years and years. But sometimes we watch the videotapes." Rising from the rocker, she kept hold of his hand and pulled him toward the porch steps. "We should go now while there's still some light." The tiny woman peered over the steering wheel, sometimes rising off the seat to get a better view of the hairpin turns on this mountain road. It was scary and dangerous and great fun. Oren sensed that a legal driver's license might take some of the joy out of Hannah's rides. They were the first to arrive at the old cabin. Though parking spaces out front were plentiful, she drove down and around to the back and stopped by the door to the crawl space. Hannah cut the ignition and searched the ring of keys until she found the one she wanted. "Let's go." "How do you happen to have a key?" "This one belongs to the judge." She fitted it into the lock and opened the door to the sound of an exhaust fan. "Do people know they're being videotaped?" "Of course. Evelyn sells copies to hotel guests, the ones who come for the seances." "And what about the local people?" Hannah hesitated too long. "Oh, I'm sure they know." She reached into the darkness and flipped a wall switch to flood the small room with light. From a nest of cables, lines trailed upward and disappeared into the low ceiling. He recognized the wicker armchairs as worn cast-offs from the veranda of the Straub Hotel. Outdated recording equipment sat on a table alongside a pair of old television sets that would only accept videocassettes. "It's a little old-fashioned. Evelyn wants to change over to DVDs and computer monitors, but you know your father. He doesn't take well to change." Hannah slipped a cassette into a slot at the base of one of the TV sets. "Never mind the tourists," said Oren. "Are you sure the locals know they're being filmed?" "Once a cop, always a cop." She plucked a sheet of paper from a stack on the table. "This is the consent form. Everybody signs one. You can't say they don't get a sporting chance. It starts out by holding Evelyn harmless for heart attacks and hauntings, strokes and madness, hair turning white from fright, lots of nonsense like that. And then, toward the bottom of the page, the consent for the taping is buried somewhere in all that legalese. But that comes long after people get tired of reading the damn thing. Usually they just sign it." She fed another cassette into the second television. "There's 2 cameras. One shows the whole room, but this one's my favorite view." Oren stared at the screen with the overhead camera angle. It looked down at the card table and the tops of the players' heads, all leaning toward the Ouija board. "That's a homemade witch board," said Hannah. "Nothing like the one you and Josh used to play with. As I recall, that one glowed in the dark. And you burned it." On the videotape, the players' fingers were touching the small wooden heart as it moved in wide circles around the board, faster and faster. Then it stopped. Alice Friday led the chant as they all looked through the hole in the heart and called out the letter S. The planchette moved again to settle over another letter. "They're always talking to your brother, the spirit guide, always asking him how he died. It was like that from the beginning. No one ever asked if he ran away." Hannah pointed to shelves of cassettes lining the back wall of the crawlspace. "There's lots of tapes with nothing but gibberish. Some nights the board spells out real words and whole sentences. Depends on who's playing." Oren focused on one of the players. All he could see from this camera angle was the pale crown of blonde hair. He turned to the second screen and identified her in this ground-level shot of the table. "Is Mrs. Winston a regular?" Hannah nodded. "She's on quite a few tapes." The wall of shelves held a daunting array of cassettes. How long would it take to view all of them? "Just tell me the highlights. Give me the—" "Maybe this was a mistake," she said. "My interference always comes to a bad end, and I should know that by now." He could hear the muffled sound of engines and car doors closing outside. And now, overhead, feet were walking on the cabin floor. "We stayed too long." "The hell you say? We're going to the seance tonight." "I don't think Mrs. Straub would like that." "No one's ever turned away, except Cable Babbitt. Evelyn never minded when he'd send a deputy out here now and then, so long as it wasn't somebody in uniform. But then Cable started driving his Jeep up the fire road every damn night. Well, that road only leads to this cabin." And, farther on, a hole full of bones. "So Evelyn figured he was spying on her full time. These days he can't legally come within 200 yards of this place." Hannah rose from her chair. "Stay here if you like. I'm going to the seance." He followed her outside and up the back stairs to the kitchen door. "I'll just watch." "You should play," said Hannah. "It's only scary for true believers." She looked up at him and smiled, a clear invitation to a dare. They passed through the kitchen and walked into the small front room. The chairs around the card table were filled, and other people waited their turn in the dark. Hannah spoke in whispers. "You remember why I took that old witch board away from you and Josh? I bet you still remember your nightmares." He did. And he also remembered Josh's bad dreams, the screaming in the night that had always followed visits from their good deed lady, the old woman who once lived on Paulson Lane. The dead Mrs. Underwood had spelled out vile curses on a witchboard that 2 small boys had purchased at the dry goods store. "Will Mrs. Winston be here tonight?" "Maybe," said Hannah. "It's catch as catch can with her. Addison likes to think that he knows where his wife is every minute of the day and night. He also thinks Sarah stopped driving when she lost her license. But I'll tell you, the lady gets around." "You think Josh could have photographed a secret of hers?" "I don't see her killing the boy, if that's what you're asking." She lightly poked him in the ribs with her elbow. "Watch the game. Listen." The small piece of wood moved around the board, making a slow circle over the characters of the alphabet, and then picked up speed. Each time it stopped, the players called out the letter framed in the planchette's circle. Hannah whispered, "I tried to explain this when you were a boy, but I don't think you were listening. Not then." The players don't decide to make the planchette stop and start. There's no decisions being made. The hands have brains of their own, and the mind of a true believer calls it magic. Or somebody's cheating. No one cheats, she said, and it's not magical. Ferris Monty, who believed in nothing, sat with his back to the shadow side of the room. Oh, the things he did for his art. He drank in the details of candlelight and a magic act, making mental notes about the abundance of spiderwebs and a tree limb growing through a broken window. This was his first séance, and he had been unprepared for the movement of the planchette. Though it was in contact with so many hands, he would swear the small wooden heart moved around the board of its own volition. This was no manipulation by the psychic. Her hands never touched it. According to his research among the citizens of Coventry, Alice Friday was the only constant presence. The others were replaced with new players for each session, and so he could also rule out a confederate in this mix of townspeople and tourists. The planchette circled the Ouija board, moving faster and faster, and he felt inexplicable exhilaration. He looked up at the psychic. Her eyes were closed, and she trembled, and so did the heart-shaped piece of wood beneath the tips of his fingers. A player asked, "Does it ever go in a straight line?" And then it did, back and forth across the board. A voice to his right complained, "When will it ever stop?" It stopped over the letter Y that stood for yes. Yes, the dead boy was among them tonight. A man on the other side of the table asked the next question. "Do bears shit in the woods?" Alice Friday's eyes snapped open. "Goddamn tourists!" With a dramatic wave of her hand in the direction of the door, the offended psychic dismissed the man from the table. She was backed up by another woman, probably the wife, who yelled, "Harry, you idiot! Go wait outside in the hotel van!" And he did. And now they were 5. Ferris leaned toward Alice Friday. "Could you ask if the boy has a message for one of us?" She nodded, and closed her eyes once more as she posed this question for his spirit guide, Joshua Hobbs. Ferris was grinning, hoping that this would be a good quote for his book, a dead child speaking from beyond the grave. The wooden planchette shot across the board to stop over the first letter, and then the second, shooting, stopping, and all around him players chanted the letters in unison. D. O. Y. He sensed that the wooden heart had come alive to emanate its own energy, a palpable beat. No, that's insane. O. U. S. T. I. The planchette jumped like a spider from letter to letter. L. 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 O. Logic and sanity flew out the window. Ferris was a passenger on a runaway train, helpless, waiting for the rest, hanging on each letter, and only hanging by fingertips to the speeding piece of wood. V. E. M. E. He drew back his hands, as if the planchette had wounded him. He sat very still as death, no blinking. He held his breath, digesting the message from a murdered boy. Alice Friday opened her eyes and looked beyond him to the people gathered at the back of the room. "Won't you join us? There's an empty chair." Heads were turned all around the table in the manner of a celebrity sighting. Ferris looked back to see Oren Hobbs walk out of the shadows and into the circle of candlelight. An adrenaline chill filled his veins as he imagined that the older brother was accusing him with Joshua's eyes, the same blue eyes. But no. Hobbs only showed interest in the retired pharmacist, who sat in the next chair. He and the elderly Mr. Macaulay exchanged, "Sir, you're looking well," for, "About time you came home, young man." After a few more pleasantries, the old man invited the younger one to his house for a nightcap after the séance. Hobbs sat down and joined the others in placing his fingertips on the planchette. Alice Friday closed her eyes, and her head rolled back. "Does anyone have a question for Joshua?" A voice from the back of the room called out, "Why did Oren leave you all alone in the woods to die?" The planchette flew off the table and shot across the room, lost in the shadows. The cabin door had closed on Oren Hobbs before one of the players found the small wooden heart in the darkest corner of the room. And the question was never answered. though other people posed it again and again. Chapter 19. The final days of Joshua Hobbs were shaping up on the glowing screen of a computer monitor. Ferris Monty left it to his future readers to ponder how he came by this information. He had done it the old-fashioned way, on foot, stalking a child. And an exhibitionist quality led him to parade his fixation across the pages of his book. He lovingly described Joshua's face washed in bright sunlight as the boy stood by the safety rail across the street from the Straub Hotel. Even with his camera hanging by a strap around his neck, Joshua did not blend in with out-of-towners, tourists taking pictures of one another against the backdrop of the sea. The posers changed. Their poses did not. All the smiles and compositions were identical. These amateurs only amused the boy for a few minutes. He turned his own long lens on the hotel. Evelyn Straub stood on the veranda. She hardly looked her age, 40-ish in those days. She was so much more than just another pretty woman. The former showgirl went everywhere wrapped in a full metal jacket of steely personality, invulnerable, and maybe inhuman. He would not mention here that she had always intimidated him. The tourist identified Joshua as an alien in their midst because he was facing the wrong direction, away from the boring vista of sea and sky. A few of them moved closer to the boy, taking an interest in the complexity of his manual camera, a standout among their own idiot-proof equipment. Once they recognized him as a source of expertise, Joshua graciously answered questions about film speeds, and then he explained the concept of f-stops, useless data for people with point-and-shoot cameras. This child had exquisite good manners and great patience. If this scene had been illustrated with pictures instead of words, Ferris Monty would have been detected near the boy. Hiding behind dark glasses and the wide brim of a straw hat, he had stood within touching distance of Joshua Hobbs. He remembered his hand reaching out to touch the boy's hair, hesitating in the air, then quickly drawing back. When the young photographer parted company with the tourists, he had walked away at a rapid pace, his camera focused on the street ahead. Had the boy been following someone that day? Ferris would never know, for his own surveillance had come to an end, when the boy suddenly turned around and snapped a picture of his stalker. After dinner, Hannah had surrendered the car keys, and now Oren set out for Mr. Macaulay's house, aiming his headlights at signs posted along the back roads. Offered the option of streetlights, the outlying citizens of Coventry had turned down these modern conveniences, arguing that they would pale the starlight. Ever backward thinking, the town had also voted against cell towers, for who would want to carry a telephone in their pocket? It was annoying enough to have one in the house. Amen. Oren did not miss the trappings of a world that ended where the town began. Tonight he was counting on the old-fashioned methods of a man who once ran the local drugstore. Mr. Macaulay's record-keeping would have bypassed the age of computers in favor of hard copy, and that old man never threw anything away. The wood-frame house was in sight, and the windows of the parlor floor were lit. The sound of the Mercedes' ancient engine had preceded him, and the elderly householder was waiting on the porch when Oren turned off the ignition. "Hello again." The retired pharmacist gave him a sweet smile of false teeth and extended a frail hand lined with blue veins and freckled with liver spots. "So you came for that nightcap. Well, good." When the judge's regards had been passed along and condolences offered on the death of Mrs. Macaulay a decade ago, Oren explained his errand to the delight of his host. The old man put a fresh bottle of beer in the hand of his guest, then led him outside and across the backyard toward a long wooden structure of plain walls and boarded-up windows. As they walked, the older man recounted the story of his family drugstore. "My father was a historian of sorts. He built that shed in 1932 to warehouse the records my grandfather collected. Did you know that Coventry's first druggist was the town barber?" Mr. Macaulay opened the door to the low hum of a motor, and he flipped on a wall switch. Long fluorescent tubes spanned the ceiling and illuminated row upon row of boxes, sitting on metal shelves as high as walls. "My son installed the climate control years ago.
That's why we boarded up the windows. He says paper lasts longer this way. Some of it dates back to the 1800s.
Oren followed his host to the last narrow alley of archives, and they walked through more recent history. So you kept everything? Inventories, too?
Oh, it's much more than just a collection of receipts and inventories. It's the heart of the town, a history of what ailed Coventry for more than 100 years. Prescriptions from 1887 will tell you that the town's first mayor didn't sleep well at night, and that might be the sign of a guilty conscience. And there were potions and poultices for bullet wounds, too.
He paused to give Oren a sly wink.
Outlaw days. There's some who'll tell you that period never ended. And then there were nerve tonics for the lunatics and stimulants for depression. Outlaws and mental cases have always been a big part of our customer base. You could lose your mind in Coventry, and that was nobody's business but your own. The same held true if you robbed a bank, as long as you did it in some other town.
The old man stopped by a shelf for the 1980s and donned his bifocals to run one finger over the dates on box labels, drawing closer to the end of the decade and the year when Josh disappeared. At last, he came to the right boxes. He pulled them off the shelves, frowning when help was offered.
I can manage.
One by one, he settled 4 cardboard cartons on the floor.
History. That's what it is.
Oren hunkered down beside the boxes and lifted one lid to turn back folders and loose papers. I'm not sure about the exact date. It was an order for black and white photographs. Does that help?
Oh, yeah. That would have been rare even 20 years ago.
Mr. Macaulay opened one of the other cartons and perused the contents.
I remember Mr. Swan bringing in a slew of negatives and contact sheets. It was a big order.
That's not it, said Oren. I already know about that one. I'm interested in a single roll of film. Hannah brought it in to have it developed. She ordered an enlargement, too. With no hesitation at all, Mr. Macaulay opened another box, and his hand went straight to one folder. He opened it and skimmed through the papers, plucked one out and smiled.
This is it. A receipt for the development of 20 prints, all standard size.
He pulled out another sheet.
And here's another one of Hannah's orders. This one's for an 8x10 enlargement.
Oren took the folder from the old man's hand. It contained only paperwork, no forgotten photographs. I know she had to leave negatives with you to get that enlargement made. Any chance she left the pictures, too? Maybe she forgot to pick them up when the enlargement came in? The retired druggist smiled.
Over the years, a few tourists have forgotten to pick up their orders, and all of those photographs are stored in these boxes. But you won't find the pictures from Hannah's roll. I'm 87, Oren, and I'm not senile yet. I saw Hannah at least once a week. Don't you think I would have remembered to give her the other prints?
Oren was distracted by the date on the paperwork. The housekeeper had led him to believe that years might have passed by before she developed Josh's last roll of film. And now he understood how Mr. Macaulay had found this record so quickly. Why the date would stand out in the old man's mind. Sir, does the drugstore still close at 6 o'clock?
Always has, always will.
On this date, the days were long. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun still shone. Oren remembered that it was dark when he returned home, without his brother. The townspeople had gone into the woods with flashlights blazing to search for a lost boy. Long before the alarm was sounded, Hannah had brought Josh's last roll of film to the drugstore. While Oren searched for the housekeeper in the back rooms of the house, calling her name, Hannah was out front, starting up the Mercedes with the spare keys. At the sound of the engine, he came barreling through the porch door on the run, and then he stopped. She smiled and waved and rode away. 1 mile later, Hannah nosed the car onto the old fire road and headed uphill. When the Mercedes pulled into the cabin's parking lot, the yellow Rolls-Royce was no longer there, but most of the witchboard people had stayed to play, and that was strange at this late hour. She rolled through the lot and then down to the rear of the cabin, where Evelyn Straub was waiting with a worried look about her. Not her nature. Trouble? Thanks for coming back. Evelyn fumbled with her key in the padlock of the crawlspace door. We need some privacy. Hannah followed her into the small room in the cabin's foundation. She sat down in one of the wicker chairs and then looked up to the ceiling, listening to the faint chanting of letters. D-O-Y. I've never known them to stay so late. They won't go home, said Evelyn. And there's never a shotgun around when you need one. I'm sorry to drag you out here again, but I didn't want the judge around when I talked to you. And I don't think this can wait till morning. What can I do for you? I'm in a tight spot. Evelyn settled into the chair next to Hannah's, her eyes turned toward the ceiling, listening. O-U-S-T. I heard they found a woman's bones in Josh's grave. Hannah leaned toward her. A woman, you say? How do you know that? Evelyn pointed to the ceiling in the room above. They all know. They heard it from the witchboard half an hour ago. Well, then it must be true, said Hannah, leaning heavy on the sarcasm. And when did you become a believer in psychic nonsense? I-L-L-L. I knew about the woman's bones this afternoon. I heard it from one of Cable's deputies. Dave Hardy always stops by my hotel bar when he's in town. I give him free liquor and he talks up a storm. He'll tell me anything. But there was one thing I couldn't ask. I know Oren went out with a search party today. He was there when they found the grave. Did he mention seeing anything odd in that hole? Maybe some clothes? Shopping for anything in particular? A yellow rain slicker. Plastic would hold up for 20 years in the ground. The damn things are indestructible. O-V-E-M. Upstairs, the witchboard people were stamping their feet to the rhythm of the chant. That's new, said Hannah, looking upward. So tell me more about this yellow slicker that can't wait till morning. E-O-R. It ties back to a statement I gave the sheriff 20 years ago. I told him that Oren spent the whole day with me. I said Josh went on alone, heading uphill on the hiker's trail. Cable asked if anybody else came by, and I said no. How can I go back on that now? How can I tell Cable I made a cup of tea for a strange woman that same morning and sat with her for half an hour? Next he'll think I made up the whole thing, and he'll toss out Oren's alibi. E-N-I. I see, said Hannah. What do you know about this woman? She was a day tripper. I only remember that because she checked her watch against a bus schedule. She didn't want to miss the last ride home. Before she left, she pulled a yellow slicker from her knapsack. There was a shower that day. Didn't last long, but it was raining when she finished her tea. M-H-E. Evelyn looked upward, irritated now. I might have to set this place on fire to get rid of those idiots. She turned her eyes back to Hannah. I made that woman a map of the old hiking trail that runs past my cabin and all the paths that connected to the fire road. I let her out the back door and watched till she was out of sight, heading uphill. Where the bones were found. Hannah nodded. What did this woman look like? R-E-O. Her hair was blonde, a real light shade. I only remember that because it looked natural, and she was tall. Everything else was ordinary, her face, her clothes. I couldn't tell you what she was wearing that day, apart from that yellow slicker. Evelyn opened her purse. I can show you. I've been carrying a picture around. I was hoping to catch you alone tonight. You have her photograph? No, of course not. R-E-N-H. Evelyn pulled out a picture postcard of a Coventry street in a different season. I got this off the rack in the hotel lobby. She pointed to a figure in a hooded yellow raincoat. This slicker looks exactly like the one that woman was wearing. There were other specimens of the same garb in the background. Well, everybody in town had one of those, said Hannah. I remember when they went on sale at the dry goods store. And the price had been ridiculously low. Back at the house, Josh and Oren's slickers still hung on hooks by the kitchen door. E-L-P-M. "I think the stranger must have bought hers in town that morning," said Evelyn. "She probably couldn't resist a big sale like that one." "No woman could," said Hannah in full agreement. "There's no other reason she'd have that slicker tucked in her knapsack. That was a freak rainstorm. Nothing about it in the weather forecast. Surprised the hell out of me, a downpour like that one. I remember that morning began with a clear blue sky. So everybody in town might have owned a slicker just like hers. But how many people would have been carting one around that day?" "Only a woman with an eye for good sale prices." E-O-R-E-N. "You think this might help the sheriff find Josh's killer?" "I doubt it," said Hannah. "It's not like you can tell him anything useful. Maybe that other set of bones in Josh's grave belonged to your visitor. Maybe not. I don't see that it matters. I wouldn't be surprised if the sheriff already knew her name and address by now." Hannah rose from the chair. "Oh, and we never had this little conversation. Understood?" Evelyn nodded, mildly distracted by the voices overhead. "How do you suppose those people knew about the woman's bones?" "Same way you did. One of them probably bought a drink for Dave Hardy today." Upstairs, the witchboard people had ceased to spell out letters. They stamped their feet and chanted, "Oren, help me. Oren, help me. Oren." Chapter 20. The county sheriff's workday had just begun when Special Agent Polk walked into his office unannounced. The man leaned back in his chair. He was trying not to smile and failing badly. "I guess you heard the news." "You mean this?" She slapped a copy of a recent email on his desk. It bore the letterhead of a high-ranking politician who instructed her to step away from the double homicide. She damned the luck that made this an election year for the office of State Attorney General. The top dog of the Justice Department had based his campaign on strong local authority. Power to the people, my ass. "I won't ask how you pulled that off," she said. "I don't think you did. Now who's behind it?" "Your own outfit, the California Bureau of Investigation. They made the final call on jurisdiction." "The grave is on state land." "Not anymore. Evelyn Straub just granted a petition of relief on that 100-year lease. I guess she felt bad about ripping off the taxpayers. Those mineral rights weren't worth a nickel when she sold them to the state." "No," said Sally. "I don't think that's quite it. Years would go by before that petition worked its way through 10 layers of bureaucrats. So I'm guessing Mrs. Straub just filed an intention to quit the lease. Good try, though." She dragged a chair to the other side of the desk and sat down next to Cable Babbitt. "Well, now," she said in the friendly tone of sharing gossip over a wash line. "I heard you made some headway on identifying that dead tourist, the woman who died with the Hobbs boy. That's the rumor at the CBI down in Sacramento. Is that what you told them? And some solid citizen gave the Justice Department the funny idea that I might be hampering the investigation. Oh, you know, covering the same ground twice, getting in the way and such." "Nothing personal, Sally, but there might be some truth to that. If you like, I'll get back to you when we have a name for that poor lady tourist." "I already identified her." Well, that wiped the smile off his face. The man shook his head in disbelief. "It's true," she said, as if he had been unable to find the words to accuse her of lying. "I got the woman's name and address from a missing person report on file with the SFPD. Took me an hour." "No, I ran all of those reports," said the sheriff. "I checked them myself." "I'm sure you did." She knew he was lying, but tact forbade laughing out loud. It was certain that this man had never bothered with anything beyond a cursory search. "I guess that poor woman didn't have any friends. It took a long time for someone to notice that she was missing." Sally pulled the missing person report from her purse and laid it on the desk in front of him.
It's dated 3.5 months after Josh Hobbs disappeared.
She gave the incompetent bastard her warmest smile.
Our lady tourist didn't have a day job. No in town, they tell me, and she'd never spoken to the neighbors. They say she only talked to the plants on her balcony. She liked plants a lot. People, not so much. So it took the landlord a few overdue rent checks before he reported her missing. And he only did that so he could legally sell her stuff to cover what she owed him. I backtracked the rental application to her last address and found her dentist. His x-rays matched up with our victim.
My victim, said Cable Babbitt. But thanks for all your help, Sally.
Oh, I'm not done.
Her neighborly grin spread wide.
I plan to go on helping you. This is my case.
He used a tone more properly reserved for a child's sandbox brawl.
The state attorney general said so.
And this was a variation of I'm telling Mom.
But you can't complain, can you, Sheriff? You don't even know the area code for the attorney general's phone number.
The small lounge in the Straub Hotel was best described as a toy bar. Only room for 3 stools, and 2 of them were occupied this morning. The waitress, who doubled as bartender, was busy with guests in the dining area. Dave Hardy sipped his beer from a coffee cup. Oren drank actual coffee as he gathered slow details of the days before his brother disappeared. His drinking companion was inadvertently accounting for his time.
God, I hated that old bastard, said Dave.
I barely remember Millard Straub. Oren kept his eyes on the mirror behind the small bar, lest the widow Evelyn should wander into the conversation.
Well, I had to look at his ugly face every day.
Right. I forgot. Oren had forgotten nothing. You used to do chores here after school. So how did those 2 get along, him and his wife?
Mrs. Straub was the only one who ever liked Millard well enough to call him honey. She got past that. Then the 2 of them settled into pet names like filthy whore and dickhead bastard.
Dave lifted his beer.
And those were the good days.
Do you think that old man might have wanted his wife dead? Dave's cup hovered in midair for a moment as he considered this.
I'd say it was the other way around. He used to pay me extra to taste his food. I had to come by real early every morning to check his breakfast. And he wouldn't eat 1 bite of lunch till I got out of school.
He thought Mrs. Straub was trying to poison him?
I wouldn't have ratted her out if she had. But old Millard died of a heart attack. That's what I heard. I was long gone by the time he croaked. I couldn't wait to get out of this town.
But you came back.
Yeah, I got a letter from the sheriff. He wrote to tell me my mother was dying. That was 8 years ago. I'm still waiting.
Oren set his coffee cup down on the bar. I haven't seen your mother since the last time we were sent to the principal's office. Remember that?
After the fight in the gym. Yeah. Mom was in good form that night. Did you know she's got a tumor as big as a basketball?
He finished his beer.
Maybe bigger. Maybe she's just one big old walking, talking tumor. Bitch. But your dad and Hannah, they were aces. I still remember Hannah's cooking.
I don't think you had another meal at our house after that fight. And now, back on point, Oren continued the pretense of catching up with an old classmate. You never did say why you slammed my brother into that gym locker.
Oh, hell, I didn't know the coach sent Josh in there to take pictures for the yearbook. I thought the kid was just being a creep. Sorry, man, no offense.
Oren's hands tightened around his coffee cup. Before that night, did Josh ever follow you around? I know he did that sometimes, following people with his camera. Dave mulled over the question between slow sips of beer.
No, I don't think so. But I noticed him watching me in the locker room when I was changing my clothes. I wondered if Josh was queer or something. I guess that's what creeped me out. So that night when he took my picture, I just snapped.
Oren's eyes were on the wide mirror behind the bar when Evelyn Straub walked into the lounge. She seemed unhappy to see him sitting here with Dave Hardy. This had been a mistake. He should have run the deputy down in someone else's bar. For now she must realize that Hannah had given up Dave as the source of leaks from the county sheriff's office. The housekeeper had thrown him this bone as a consolation prize. On the subject of missing photographs and dates, she had pleaded amnesia. Evelyn Straub sat down on the third bar stool. "Hello, boys." The deputy lifted his beer in salute. "Oren," she said, "give Hannah my regards." The light note of sarcasm was an instruction to also convey that she was pissed off. "Are you going to the birthday ball this year?" "I never go," said Oren. "You went to the first one," she said. "Not your finest hour." "I remember that," said Dave. "Shit, we were still in elementary school that year." With great goodwill inspired by beer before breakfast, he slapped Oren's back. "I heard the Winston girl beat the crap out of you the other day." "I saw the whole thing," said Evelyn, never taking her eyes off of Oren. "Payback's a bitch."
Call me Sally.
William Swan could think of other things that he might call this woman, and some were vaguely criminal. The CBI agent and her goons had crossed a line today. Sally Polk sipped her tea and nodded toward his untouched cup.
Is that too hot?
He could place her country western accent in Bakersfield, a unique part of California where some migrant families had kept their transplant drawls from other states and passed them down through the generations. "Am I under arrest?"
No, dear, but thank you for coming in.
It was hard to refuse the state troopers. They took my cane when they opened the rear door of the car.
Oh, those boys.
With a light wave, she brushed off this bad behavior of children with guns.
You're a guest. You're also the only criminologist from miles around. Do your friends call you Will or William?
The Highway Patrol doesn't need a criminologist. In this area, a speeding ticket might be the high point of a trooper's day.
I'm with a different agency.
The CBI, I know. And I also know the Coventry homicides were taken away from you.
Oh my, doesn't news travel fast? I only found out myself an hour ago. So I'm guessing you have some idea who pulled the strings to change jurisdiction. You and Oren have the same lawyer, isn't that right? Was it Addison's plan? Or does Judge Hobbs still have that kind of influence?
Swan pushed his teacup away. I can only repeat what my cleaning lady said. Most of her gossip is very reliable. Smiling sweetly, so motherly, the agent held up a color portrait of young Joshua Hobbs. The boy was posed against the ersatz blue sky backdrop used by school photographers.
He was a fine-looking boy, wasn't he? Maybe a bit on the delicate side. No interest in sports, I hear. Not quite like the other boys.
The real boys? Your bias is showing, Agent Polk.
Call me Sally. Just plain old gay basher Sally.
He almost smiled. He almost liked her. For a year after Josh Hobbs went missing, there were teenage girls haunting the sheriff's office like widows. You still need a criminologist's point of view? Fine. The boy was rampantly heterosexual.
But you're not. You can't claim to be straight at this late date. If you did, you might have to give back all that lovely settlement money. The police down in Los Angeles might say it was paid out under false pretenses. As an agent of the Justice Department, I might have to look into that.
Apparently, the LAPD is holding to the terms of our non-disclosure agreement. Clearly, you've never been privy to any details, so you're blowing smoke. Is this your interrogation style? You just throw out a few lines of garbage and see what sticks?
I wonder which client Addison worries about the most, you or Oren Hobbs. I know the sheriff took a real hard look at you when Josh disappeared. Now, why is that? You'd have to run naked in the streets to get Cable Babbitt's attention. And then there's Ad Winston. If he's your attorney, I know you did something wrong.
William leaned on his cane, preparing to rise. There was no acrimony in his voice when he said, "You'll have to excuse me now."
So you don't want this case solved either. That doesn't speak well for innocence.
I don't care.
You will.
This was no threat. She was worried. He followed the track of her eyes to the window on the parking lot, where people were gathering with cameras and microphones. I see you called out the media. She shook her head.
That's your lawyer's style, not mine. She left her desk and walked to the window. More vans and cars pulled into the parking lot to disgorge reporters and film crews. God, how Addison loves the cameras. That's why I had the troopers pick you up, so he wouldn't find out you were here. Believe it or not, I did that as a favor to you, Mr. Swan. William limped to the window to stand beside her.
Well, you know I didn't call my lawyer. This isn't his doing.
Maybe not, she said. Sometimes, when there's blood in the water, they just show up.
Chapter 21. 20 years ago, Ferris Monty had begun his book on a typewriter, and now he was nearly done copying the old manuscript onto a computer. The screen glowed, and so did he. Fat fingers typed out Joshua's dark brown hair and high cheekbones. Line by line, he animated the dead boy and made him walk the streets of Coventry with a camera strap slung around his long white neck. And sometimes, on one page or another, the boy was followed by a loopy Irish setter that seemed vaguely retarded. What was the stupid beast's name? He paused to page through an old notebook. Ah, right. The boy had called his dog Horatio, as in, "Get off me, Horatio!" Ferris was revisiting a long-ago day when he had blended in with the tourists at a street fair. For an hour or more, he had kept watch on the boy and the dog, and then he had lost sight of them in the crowd, but found them again when a woman yelled, "Josh, you get this mutt off me, now!" Once more, in keeping with the theme of ducks in a row, Ferris had followed behind the dog that followed the boy. A woman had appeared to be the unwitting leader of this parade for a time. Or perhaps not. According to his notes for that day, he had never been entirely certain, for the dog had suddenly jumped another victim in the street and slathered her with kisses until she also screamed. An old line in Ferris's notebook lamented, "How could the boy hope to shadow anyone with a dog like that in tow?" On other pages, other days when the dog was not around, the objects of Joshua's curiosity had been clear. The boy had a gift for capturing the telling moments, snapping rants or confusion, a binge eater at the point of throwing up in a local diner, and now Ferris recalled his own portraits, hung on public display for decades. He had ordered prints from Josh after the originals had appeared in the lobby of the local bank. Ferris's private collection hung on the wall above the computer monitor, placed there so that he could daily see himself in a kinder light than his mirror could afford. He had so loved these portraits of younger days when he had black eyebrows to match his toupee. And Joshua's work was superior to every other artist's previous attempt at capturing Ferris's true essence. Understatement. Today these three photographs stunned him anew. He saw his younger self standing in line at the bank all those years ago. In the first frame, he had noticed the boy taking his picture. Ferris's face was turned to the camera's lens with a look of happy surprise, and more. As the line moved forward in the second shot, he looked back over his shoulder in sweet flirtation. But his expression was most vivid in the final shot. He had been caught in the act of falling in love with the young photographer. However, the boy had been repulsed by him. Ferris had discovered this on the day when Joshua had come by the house to drop off these prints and collect his money. Why, then, had the boy not turned away after snapping the first shot? Why stay to take two more? And why hang this trio of pictures out in public? Slowly, Ferris came to an understanding that increased his respect for the young artist. It was all about the telling moments. Joshua had captured a rare thing, the instant of love at first sight. The boy may have been repelled by his subject, but he had surely taken great pride in this amazing thing he had done. Over the years, thousands of customers had passed through the bank lobby and stared at these pictures while standing in line. Had any of them truly understood what they were seeing? His smile of superiority faded off. Horror set in, and it would keep Ferris company all through the day. The only cab company in Saulburg had no cars to spare. Most had been commandeered by television networks and newspapers. Against Agent Polk's advice, William Swan had declined to allow the state troopers to drive him home. No thank you.
He had also waived the offer of uniformed escorts to guide him through the crowd of reporters in the parking lot. The media rabble had swelled in size, more rowdies with cameras and microphones. William waited alone behind the glass doors, and he glanced at his watch. Enough time had elapsed for his ride to show up. She had promised to come with all possible speed. To the residents of Coventry, that might mean 15 miles per hour instead of 10. He could see nothing of the parking lot. Reporters and photographers blocked his view. After a few more minutes, he stepped out into the light of day, the hollered questions and the press of flesh all around him. He made his way through the lot, limping ungainly past the patrol cars and passing civilian sedans he did not recognize. All the yelling blended into a single roar, and the sound surrounded him. Here and there, a phrase was clear as one reporter called out, "Wait a minute!" and another one said, "Hey man, slow down!" A foot flashed out in front of him, and he was indeed slowing down. He was falling. Where was his cane? One of the bastards had taken his cane! He landed on his bad leg, and the pain made him scream. They stood over him, grinning, some filming the motion of his writhing and others snapping still shots of agony that was slow to subside. For one lost minute, William gave up, and one of them yelled, "Is he dead?" He lay on his back, sliding into shock and motionless, forgetting to breathe or blink. And now it was one of his assailants who screamed, and then another who cried out. William turned his head to see a camera fall as the photographer doubled over in pain, both hands protecting his crotch. A tiny figure was battling her way through the crowd, one pair of testicles by another, and then she snatched up his cane from the ground to do some damage to kneecaps. Mighty Hannah Rice had come to take him home. Oren entered the bank with the intention to empty a savings account that he had begun at the age of 10. He stopped just inside the vestibule and opened a small blue passbook to check his memory against the balance. It was the wrong one, though he had found it in his old writing desk. This was Josh's old bank book. He read the total of $3,000, a fabulous sum for his 15-year-old brother, and this did not include the interest earned over 2 decades. He had never realized that the sales of Josh's photographs had been so lucrative. And might his own passbook be found in his brother's desk? How had they gotten switched, and when? Perhaps he put too much stock in every odd thing these days, as if he could divine signs and omens that way. His next thought was that he might not be paying close enough attention. Without the right passbook, he had no business with the bank today. On his way out the door, he saw the yellow Rolls-Royce parked out front. The driver's bad hairpiece and pale skin completed the sheriff's description of Ferris Monty. Oren recognized this man as one of the players at the séance, but he had a less distinct memory of him from somewhere else and long ago. Just a face in a photograph. Monty was waddling up the walkway to the bank when their eyes met and the little man stumbled. Was he frightened? Affecting nonchalance in a pirouette, Monty spun around and hurried back to the Rolls-Royce. And what was that about? Only in Coventry was it possible to follow a car on foot. The Rolls turned a corner, and Oren strolled after it. He was only half a block behind when the yellow car parked in front of the post office. He gave Ferris Monty a minute of lead time before stepping up to the window. The little man stood in the lobby, studying Josh's 3 portraits of William Swan, moving closer and squinting to see the details. Oren rapped on the window pane and waved. Startled, Monty backstepped onto another customer's shoes. Then he shot out the door and ran for his car. Oren made no move to prevent this escape. He planned to allow Monty time for a little sweat, time to wait for the inevitable knock on the door. At the moment, he was more interested in his brother's old photographs of the letterman, and why they so fascinated a gossip columnist. As Oren entered the small lobby, he remembered where he had seen Ferris Monty before. Josh's series of triptychs only pictured people waiting in lines. One such group of photographs had been sold to the town's only bank. He stared at his brother's work on the post office wall, eyes moving from one picture to the next. Josh, tell me a story. He had always believed that the subject was William Swan. He had forgotten that the insane librarian was also pictured here. She stood in line in front of the man with the cane, and there was no backward glance to show that she knew him. This picture might support Swan's claim that they had never spoken. No, the letter man had lied to him. As this pair moved forward in the sequence of 3 photographs, a bulky envelope disappeared.
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now. Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
Appeared from a group of letters in Swan's hand, to reappear jutting out of Mavis Hardy's shopping bag. The next stop on Dave Hardy's patrol route was a small roadside bar 2 towns over from the county seat. It was nearly time for a liquid lunch. He liked to spread out his drinking across the day. His beer was always served in a coffee cup, and he was never asked to pay a tab, a courtesy to law enforcement. He loved his job. Even after hours and out of uniform, he could drink for free. The deputy slid onto his favorite bar stool, the one closest to the window, to keep an eye on the parking lot. He was always on the lookout for out-of-state plates, such easy targets for tickets, but all of these patrons were local people. He turned to watch the TV set behind the bar. It was early for a news show. The banner scrolling below the picture told him that this was a breaking story. On screen, only a few blocks away from the sheriff's office in Sahlberg, the parking lot for the highway patrol was a mob scene. He recognized the limping man as a recluse from Coventry. William Swan was surrounded by reporters and swallowed up whole. The television camera cut to a shot of Sally Polk amid cameras and microphones. She was answering questions on the old Hobbs case, a case that was no longer hers. This woman did not know when to let go. Dave broke with his tradition of 1 beer per bar and ordered another. Sally Polk reminded him of his mother, who could smile while she stabbed him with words in all the soft places. Oren phoned home from the bank. While he listened to the rings at the other end of the line, he stared at Ferris Monty's 3 portraits on the wall. His father answered the telephone, and Oren learned that Hannah had taken the car. And so, said the judge, he was out of luck if he needed a ride. However, the old man knew the address he wanted, adding,
"It's not much of a hike. Maybe a mile or so from town."
Walking along the narrow back roads, Oren called up a memory of Josh returning from Ferris Monty's house after dropping off an order of prints. Though this had been a big commission, the boy had not wanted to talk about it. After studying the original photographs in the bank, Oren understood his brother's uneasiness, and now he considered the worst scenario for Josh's death. As a CID agent, he had dealt with predator soldiers, arresting more than a few in his career. He was so well versed in this crime that he could even name the freaks who specialized in the capture and rape of adolescents. Something about a 15-year-old boy had called out to the strange little man with the black toupee. That much would have registered with Josh, and it would have placed the whole subject beyond the confidence of his older brother. In those days, Oren had an ugly word for Josh's stalking activities. Consequently, his little brother would never have mentioned any incident that involved Ferris Monty, the personification of creepy. Oren wished that he had been more understanding then. Understanding now broke his heart. Sarah Winston mimicked bright bird calls as she filled the feeders all along the rail of the outside deck. A few steps away, her daughter adjusted a pair of binoculars to focus on the judge's old Mercedes as it turned into William Swan's driveway and disappeared behind thick trees. Isabel circled around the deck for a better view, and the car was recaptured in her lenses when it reappeared in the small clearing in front of the house down on Paulson Lane. She anticipated Oren Hobbs, but it was Hannah who emerged from the driver's side to help William up the steps to the front door. His limp was worse today. She wondered if he knew what they were saying about him on the news. Sarah Winston was ignorant of the latest rumors. Isabel had not wanted to spoil a day of rare good spirits. Her mother seemed so happy in her whistled conversations with the birds flocking to the feeders. Leaning back against the rail, Isabel watched wild things grow tame in the older woman's presence. After passing a few minutes this way, she noticed that one of the stationary telescopes was aimed downward. She looked through the eyepiece. It was already focused to give the clear view of a window framing a desk and chair. This was no accident. Every tension screw had been tightened to fix the position and keep the lens from straying off target. She was startled when William appeared in the window. Which one of her parents was spying on him? Chapter 22. The door was open to the noise of preparation for a birthday party, hammering and hollering, swearing and sawing wood. Outside on the deck, a man in coveralls folded his ladder, having finished the chore of nailing strings of lights around the roof of the tower room. Inside, Addison Winston stood by the bed, looking down at the face of his unconscious wife.
It's amazing that she could sleep through that racket.
Though he should not call it sleep, this drunken stupor. He turned to Isabel.
Well, now you know why she's been so cheerful today.
He got down on his knees to drag an empty bottle out from under the armoire.
Where is she getting it from?
The maid? He shook his head.
Hilda gives her one drink for breakfast and one for lunch. That girl knows better than to cross me.
The workman carried his ladder down the tower stairs, and Isabel closed the door behind him. Addison, it's long past time to put Mom in rehab.
Worst possible timing.
The lawyer walked out onto the deck. In the yard below, the workmen were breaking for lunch. Ah, peace. He was no longer troubled by the cawing and flapping of birds. They had learned not to come near him. Isabel joined him at the rail. Why did you marry my mother? Was it because she was so beautiful?
She's still beautiful, he said, insistent on this. But no, that wasn't it. Back in your mother's college days, do you remember how she supported you?
I think she had lots of different jobs.
Well, you were only 4 years old. Belle, she literally sang for your supper. Such brave songs. Brave because your mother couldn't sing very well. And she didn't play that guitar worth a damn. The first time I ever saw her, I was a visiting lecturer at UCLA. She was standing barefoot on the grass, and you were curled up in a little ball, fast asleep in a patch of afternoon sun. Students were coming and going all around you. The young can be very savage, but they never ridiculed Sarah, even though she played all the wrong chords and sang every damn note off-key. A truly awful performance, but the students dropped their loose change in her open guitar case. They weren't pity donations, more like showing respect. Sarah was so daring, hanging herself out on public display, and she even knew that she didn't have one shred of talent. I emptied my wallet into her guitar case, and that was the first time we said hello. Addison leaned over the rail and pointed down at a long silver vehicle as it parked by the paddock near the old stable. Keep your eye on that one. The driver opened a door at the rear of the narrow trailer and lowered a plank. Led by a rope halter, a silver stallion emerged, tossing his head and shying at every loud sound around him as his handler guided him into the paddock and released him. Remind you of anyone we used to know? He looks a lot like old Nickel. Isabel picked up the binoculars for a closer look. Exactly like Nickel. Her old horse had died the year after her mother had packed her off to a boarding school in Europe. More trucks arrived in the yard below to disgorge lumber, long tables and round ones, linens and folding chairs. The stallion ran round the paddock, mad to escape. It took me a long time to find a horse with that same odd coloring, he said. Call it a reward because you stayed for more than half a day this time. Your mother won't need you for a while, but that poor beast down there could use some company. The day he had bought her the first stallion, she had instantly fallen in love with the horse, and Addison had believed that 10-year-old Belle had finally come to love him, too, for a day.
When she had flown down the tower stairs, leaving him alone on the deck, Addison resumed his puzzle of Sarah's most recent stupor and her secret stash of booze. Where did she keep it? He had looked everywhere, and now he searched the lay of his land. The garage was far enough away that the startup of automobiles would not disturb the lightest of sleepers. The expensive engines purred so softly in motion. They could covertly sail past the lodge and down the drive. Perhaps he should not be looking for secret bottles, but a secret set of car keys. He turned back to the open door of the tower room and raised his eyes to the high shelf of journals. An excellent hiding place. Isabel entered the stable's tack room to find her old saddle waiting for her on a sawhorse, and the leather saddlebags were right where she had left them after her last time out with Old Nickel. She filled both bags with her mother's journals. Once upon another summer they had been packed with her own birder logs and lunches for treks along the forest paths. Years ago, Oren Hobbs had hiked those same trails. Aided by one of her mother's telescopes, she had caught glimpses of him from the deck at the top of the house, and she had risked encounters with that beautiful boy. Risky because sometimes wishes came true, and, a time or two, she had thought of running him down with her horse and pounding him into the ground. Saddlebags slung over one shoulder and bridle in hand, she carried her saddle out to the paddock to make the acquaintance of the second Nickel. If birds would not come to her, horses had always liked her well enough, and this one trotted toward her with some urgency. The sight of the saddle must have given him hope that she would take him away from this place. "I know just how you feel." She held out one flat palm to offer him the solace of a sugar lump grabbed from the kitchen. His breath on her hand was a warm memory of better days. While Isabel saddled the horse, intending to rescue them both for some quiet time in a calmer place, a yellow Rolls-Royce was headed toward her. Most visitors parked in the circular driveway at the front of the lodge. Ferris Monty had probably assumed that no one would be at home to him, and he was right. The car stopped by the paddock, and the driver waved to her. He stepped out, leaving the door hanging open, perchance to make a fast retreat. With all his money, she wondered why he did not buy a better hairpiece that would blend more gracefully with his thick gray eyebrows. "Hi there." He hesitated at a distance, lifting off the balls of his feet, saying on tiptoe, "I was hoping to have a word with your mother." Isabel, having nowhere to hide, resented being cornered this way, but she recalled a lesson in journalism learned at Addison's knee. "Always toss a bone to the dogs of the Fourth Estate. If you make them work for their supper, they'll turn on you and eat you alive." And so, because her mother was too fragile to be chased down for an interview, Isabel bestowed a smile on the worm-white little man. "Mom's kind of busy right now." She gestured toward workmen on ladders, nailing up lights to frame every window. "It's quite a production. Will I do?" "Oh, yes." He rushed forward, grinning, and she took one step back. His cologne was repulsive, though she recognized the brand as a wildly expensive one. No doubt Monty had bought it for status only. Certainly he had never realized that personal body chemistry added something to the mix of every wearer. In his case, the blend of his natural odor worked an unfortunate effect. Riding just below the signature scent was a faint smell of piss, as if he had recently wet himself. The little man pulled a notebook and pen from the inside pocket of his blazer, and his eyes slowly narrowed with a cat-like smile. Later in the day, she would remember him with restrained claws and faint purring. "It's about the birthday ball," he said. "I was so looking forward to attending this year. Assuming I'm welcome. Your father was—" "Of course you're welcome. Everyone in Coventry has an open invitation." She smiled, as if she had no idea that Monty was the only exception. Addison despised this man, and Isabel's only joy in life was thwarting her father. "I'll tell the caterer to seat you in the ballroom, unless you'd rather have an outside table." She borrowed his notebook and scribbled a personal invitation that would get him past a guerrilla doorman hired for the event. "Oh, this is wonderful," he said, insanely pleased. While answering his interview questions, she slowly steered him back to his car, hoping to see him off before her mother awoke to appear on the deck. Sorry, she said in response to his last inquiry. I don't remember the year Addison started building this place. She looked up, shading her eyes to see the high tower. It seems like we've always lived in the castle. The mangling of this famous line of American Gothic was not wasted on Monty. His eyes flickered, and his face brightened as he committed her words to paper, maybe embellishing on innuendo to create something worse than the truth about her family life. Fat chance. As I recall, he said, you left town a few days after Joshua Hobbs disappeared. Well, there was nothing odd about that. And now she thought of another lie. It was time to go back to school. I had summer sessions that year. She neglected to mention that she had been sent farther away than her Eastern boarding school. Her plane had landed in Paris, where she had learned to speak French and miss her mother. But you never came back. His pen described small circles above the page of his notebook, a subtle prompt. Oh, you mean for the summer? No, you're right. This is my first summer back in Coventry. In my college years, I did internships during school vacations, and I picked up my graduate degrees in London. That's where I work now. So my visits home were short ones, holidays mostly. And they had indeed been short stays, years apart, and never lasting for an entire day. Isabel and Ferris Monty smiled at each other, and there was no protest or insinuation. They had mutually and silently agreed that he would have to make do with this stew of truth and lies. Oh, one more thing. He held up his index finger as if to test the wind. Shortly after you left, your mother also went away for a while. And that would have been the time, recently recounted by Addison, when her mother had been committed to a hospital for wealthy people with eccentricities, patients who eccentrically acquired the angry red tattoos of razor scars on their wrists. On another occasion, her mother had downed sleeping pills like handfuls of candy. Bet you can't eat just one, Mom. My parents used to take separate vacations, said Isabel. And so they had. Her father had gone off to the circus of his high-profile law practice down in L.A., and her mother had gone insane. The red cedar house in the woods had the steeply pitched roof and filigree of a Swiss chalet. Oren Hobbs was sitting on the doorstep when Ferris Monty came home. The little man seemed resigned to his fate. His feet were dragging as he left his Rolls-Royce and crossed the yard to face his visitor. Without the exchange of a single word, the two of them entered the house. The dust and debris of the large front room was the giveaway of a long malaise. But Oren could chart the past few days of recovery by inroads made in the mess and by the garbage bags lined up at the door. These signs of a brighter mood would not square with the anxiety of a murderer whose crime had recently come to light with the bones. He sank down in an armchair, and Ferris Monty stood before him, eyes cast downward, like an aged schoolboy awaiting punishment. I took a long look at those 3 pictures of you in the bank. I guessed as much. Monty slowly raised his eyes. But tell me, what did you think of the other triptych? His smile was strained. The photographs in the post office? Oren's voice was calm. His eyes were cold. I noticed the way you were looking at my brother when he took those shots. The ones in the bank. But the postmaster's pictures are miles more interesting. They give up a secret relationship. Your brother was very good at capturing secrets. Oren nodded. There's a word for what you are. A phebophile? Said Monty. One who preys on adolescent boys? That's the word you want. It doesn't describe me. I'm hardly a virgin, but I can assure you that all of my lovers have been consenting adults. I never touched that boy. I'd never set myself up for that kind of rejection. Monty removed his toupee to reveal sparse strands of gray on a wrinkled scalp. He seemed even less normal without the fake hair. More insectile. The sheriff had correctly likened him to bug larvae. The little man looked down at the black hairpiece in his hands. A beautiful boy like that would run from the likes of me. His eyes wandered to Oren's boots. And your brother could run very fast. He needed speed, considering what he was doing, shadowing people, following them around for hours, days. I think that's why he always wore sneakers. He imitated everything else about you, Mr. Hobbs. Your walk, the way you combed your hair, clothes, everything but your cowboy boots. You just admitted to stalking my brother. I always kept my distance. Monty backed away as Oren rose from the chair. I can help you, Mr. Hobbs. He tripped on one of his garbage bags and fell backward to land on his tailbone. Today I led you into the post office. There was a trace of whimper in his voice. I all but led you there by the hand and pointed out the pictures on the walls. I know you've seen them 100 times, but today you actually studied them, didn't you? Oren moved toward him. By hands and feet, Monty scuttled backward, eyes wide and frightened as he dragged his rump across the rug and backed up to the wall. You saw the pictures of Swan secretly passing a letter to the town lunatic. His eyes were begging now, hands rising to ward off anticipated violence. Seconds ticked by. Half a minute. Oren was motionless, arms at his sides. He knew how to wait. Monty slowly lowered his hands. You're disgusted by the idea that I could love Joshua. But I think you'll take my help. I know something about Swan's letter. Sarah Winston hardly paid attention to her husband. Addison had become accustomed to her 100-mile stare, and so it raised no interest in him when her gaze went over his head to the high bookshelf that ran around the wall of the tower room. A group of birder logs was missing. Which ones? Could Addison have taken them? No. Her husband had nothing but contempt for this side of her life. Isabel must have borrowed those Birdland Chronicles. If he should look up and see that empty space on the shelf, he might wonder where the books had gone, and then he might take an interest and open the others. What then? Would he commit her to another hospital? He was talking in the lecture mode that followed her every binge. She nodded absently, lowering her gaze to meet his eyes. And now husband and wife were connected. She could still hold him this way. At core, Addison was a romantic man, blind to the changes of her aging and alcoholism. His smile was a constant thing, even in moments of anger, but she knew all of the subtle nuances. She wished he would stop it, drop it, yell if he liked, but stop smiling. Isabel and Nickel number 2 had followed a well-worn trail past Evelyn Straub's old cabin. After a while, it should have led her to a landmark in one of her mother's journals, but she had been lulled by the slow rhythm of the horse and the warmth of the summer sun. Intoxicated by lush green forest and bird song, trills that ran up and down hill, distracted by the novelty of happiness, she had overshot the clearing. She found another trail leading out of the woods and onto the fire road. Following a memory, she counted sharp twists and wide curves, and then she saw the turnout up ahead, the place where her mother had always left the car. As the horse clopped toward that old parking space, Isabel passed another turnout closer to a favorite place in the forest, and there stood an empty van. In the dirt, there were signs of other vehicles recently stopping here. She dismounted and guided the horse through the trees where there was no clear path. High in the branches, warbling songsters were drowned out by a magpie's whining, quizzical song. Mag? Ag, ag. And then came a rapid fire of notes. Wah, 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 wah. Sections of yellow tape were visible between tree trunks, and now she heard human voices. Drawing closer, Isabel could see that the tape cordoned off an opening in the ground. 2 teenagers wearing T-shirts with university logos knelt beside the hole, sifting dirt through screens. A third student used a soft brush to dust away the dirt from an object in her hand. A bone? So this was the grave of Josh Hobbs and a nameless stranger. Here, in the place her mother loved best among a million acres of forest land. Isabel tightened her hold on the reins, and the horse shied in sympathetic anxiety. Oren stared at the photographs on the wall of Ferris Monty's study.
He stood close behind the gossip columnist, who was scrolling through a file on his computer. "You see?" Monty ran one finger down a list on the screen and paused at mentions of individual students. "They were all at UCLA that same year. Here's William Swan, something of a prodigy, barely 14 when he got his first college degree. Here's the librarian. She was in her 20s then, and Sarah Winston was 24. One finger tapped the screen on this line. "This is her maiden name." "That's it? You've got nothing on Ad Winston." Oren's eyes traveled back to the damning pictures on the wall. Ferris Monty rose from his chair and removed these prints of the bank photographs to stack them face down on his desk. "Concentrate on the photos at the post office. Before William Swan was mutilated, I believe he had a relationship with Sarah Winston." "When they were at UCLA? He was a little boy." Oren folded his arms and watched Monty's frustration grow with this little piece of bait. "I don't see Mrs. Winston as a pedophile." "Not then." Monty paused to purse his lips and perhaps to censor his next words. "Later, when the child grew up, that's when they had the affair." "The alleged affair," said Oren. Apparently Swan's non-disclosure agreement had teeth and staying power. Ferris Monty's research had never turned up a rumor that the man was gay. "All right," said Monty. "It's speculation. But what if it's true? What if that relationship continued after Swan moved to Coventry? What if Addison found out about Mavis passing Swan's love letters to his wife? I know a woman's bones were found with Joshua. Suppose Addison meant to kill Sarah, and he murdered a stranger by mistake. And let's say your brother was following her that... You think any man could mistake a stranger for his own wife? He could have hired one of his criminal clients to kill her. Someone who didn't know her." Monty was like a dog vainly watching Oren's face for signs of approval. Civilians and their damn theories, their television ideas of murder. First Millard Straub was hiring an assassin to murder Evelyn, and now Ad Winston was the one voted most likely to put out a contract on his wife. "I know the dead woman was hit from behind." Monty waited for payback on this offering. Getting none, he made another. "And she's been identified. That's how I know she had light blonde hair, like Sarah Winston's. I have a very reliable source." "Someone in the sheriff's office? Maybe a deputy?" Monty puffed out his chest in a small show of courage. "I would never give up a source." "You bought your information from Dave Hardy." Oren knew he was right. Ferris Monty's eyes popped a bit too wide. He probably knew the penalty for bribing an officer of the law, and he would not fare well in prison. This little man was having a very bad day. After a short canter down the fire road, Isabel found an old picnic spot, a favorite stop on the solitary horseback rides of childhood. She tethered Nickel to a tree and spread a blanket on the ground. 7 birder logs were laid out in chronological order. Upon opening the first one, she labored over the code of pictures and bird calls. At the time of this entry, her mother was still happy to be alive. The insanity began later, after Isabel had worked her way through the pages of winter and spring. A day in early June had begun with a delicate bird that had no song. The blue-eyed lark lay on the ground, broken wings spread at odd angles. Its eyes were closed. In death? There was blood on the young bird's face just below one eye. The sun was shining. Isabel's mind turned toward the trio of student gravediggers in her mother's favorite clearing. The year on the book spine was right, and the page was dated to that fatal Saturday. How could the lark be anyone but Josh Hobbs? What could her mother know of Josh's death on that afternoon? The town had not gone looking for the boy before nightfall. And what of the blood? This journal entry had been written 2 decades before the disappearance had been called an act of violence. Nowhere on this page or the next was there any sign of the stranger buried with Josh. The omission of a second victim argued for her mother's innocence. Isabel rationalized the journal entry as a story come by second-hand. On all of the following pages, Coventry was grotesquely altered. It was always night,
a nightmare town of birds with animal claws instead of talons. Their beaks were filled with long teeth. And her mother had lost her mind. It might be best to replace the birder logs on the tower bookshelf, to hide them there in plain sight. But what if the investigation should lead to an interrogation of her fragile mother and a search of the house? She could destroy these books, but that might also damn her mother in the cover-up of a crime. At some later date, this evidence might be needed to prove innocence, or madness. Isabel's mind continued to work along criminal lines as she decided to hide the journals in the care of an honest man. Taking a shortcut through the woods, Oren neatly sidestepped a recent deposit of horse shit, and so it was natural to be thinking of Isabel Winston, the only one who had ever used the hiking trails as bridle paths. In summers past, he and Josh had sometimes encountered her on horseback. The girl had always waved hello to his brother. Oren, of course, had been beneath her notice. A path forked off the trail and led him out to the fire road. He was headed downhill and homeward when he heard the sound of a horse's hooves. Oren was hopeful as he turned around. And there she was. He saw her red hair on a distant rise, and the same silver horse. Impossible. That stallion had been old when the rider was a teenager. Well, it was a day for ghosts, human or equine. And it was long past time to have a few words with Isabel Winston. He stood in the middle of the dirt road and waved her down as she came trotting toward him, not slowing any, but riding faster, cantering, then galloping. That horse was huge. Oh, shit! He dove into the woods, lost his footing on a tangle of deadwood and landed hard, all the wind knocked out of his chest as horse and rider sped by him. A near miss. And the lady never looked back. Oren lay there for a while, idly ruminating. Isabel was definitely escalating the violence. How would she top this? He picked himself up and brushed the leaves and dirt from his clothes. It was a slow walk home. There was much to think about. His mind wandered back to a valentine from his childhood, the one mailed to him in an envelope with an Eastern postmark but no return address and no signature. As a 12-year-old boy, he had opened that heart-shaped card to read the words, "I hate you," writ large and bold. It had smelled of horse. He had kept it for years. More than an hour had passed before he reached home. At the end of the driveway, it was a surprise to see the silver stallion tied by reins to a tree in the yard. Isabel Winston pushed the screen door open. Eyes fixed on her horse, she failed to see the man with the foolish grin on his face, standing below her on the porch steps. She passed him by. After untying the horse's reins, she swung up into the saddle in one graceful motion and rode away across the meadow. When Oren entered the house, Hannah was standing over a pair of saddlebags on the living room carpet. She crooked one finger, and he followed her down the hall to the kitchen, where the judge was seated at the table. 3 cups had been laid out and emptied. So Isabel had stayed long enough for coffee. Small leather-bound books were piled at the center of the tablecloth. The judge held one open and offered his son a glimpse of drawings and lines of writing.
"These are Sarah Winston's birder logs. Her daughter thought we should keep them for a while. I don't think the girl has much faith in Cable Babbitt."
"That's not exactly what Belle said." Hannah set out a clean cup for Oren. "She said Cable's a fool, and he shouldn't get near these books."
"In any case," said the judge, "I gave her my word that her mother's journals would be handled with care and in confidence." His fixed stare made it clear that his son was also bound by this oral contract. Hannah turned her attention to a fresh pot of coffee percolating on the stove.
"Those journals were written around the time Josh went missing. Belle Winston wants you to know that this is all you get from her, and there's no point in trying to question her mother. If you show up at the lodge, Belle won't even open the door. She'll just shoot you right through the wood, right where you stand."
The judge lowered his reading glasses, something he did in serious moments, though he was smiling.
"The girl was very clear about that, Oren. She will shoot you."
"I believe it. She tried to run me down with her horse." Hannah poured coffee into his cup.
I wish you two would get married and take the fight indoors.
Oren opened one of the small books and read the neat script of Sarah Winston's notes on the songs and movements of a dodo with a pipe. He looked up at his father to silently ask, "What?" Judge Hobbs adjusted his bifocals, the better to study this drawing.
I believe that's Cable. He gave up his pipe a few years ago.
The old man looked down to resume his perusal of the journal in his hands, and he idly turned the pages.
Belle Winston is an ornithologist, and she thinks there's something here.
He held up the open book to show his son a graceful pink heron with long, slender limbs of human form.
If I had to guess, I'd say this is Evelyn Straub in her prime. Longest legs in town.
He pointed to the companion page filled with handwriting.
Sarah's notes are less clear. There's lots of shorthand for one thing and another, terms I've never heard before. It might make more sense to another birdwatcher.
We can go see Mavis Hardy at the library, said Hannah.
Nobody in Coventry goes to the... Oren! The judge held up one finger as a warning.
Don't.
Hannah nodded in agreement as she opened one of the journals.
I hate it when people say that, even if it's true.
She looked up at Oren.
So you'll talk to Mavis? She used to go birding all the time back in the days when she was still on the thin side.
You mean before she started planning to murder her husband? Hannah closed the book and slammed it on the table.
Mavis can help you. Nobody in this county knows more about birds than she does. And incidentally, that poor woman did not do murder.
What? She spent a long time getting ready for it. Oren remembered a summer day when he and Josh had come upon Mrs. Hardy working out with weights in the library, building muscles, adding bulk. And the following summer, she had been arrested on a charge of murder. Name one thing on her side.
Mavis looked out for her son, said Hannah.
Oren folded his arms, telegraphing disbelief. She made Dave's life a living hell. She castrated that kid all over town.
She probably saved his life.
Hannah's voice was getting testy. Judge Hobbs, the peacemaker, lightly touched his son's arm.
Remember when Dave broke his leg? You were in the 3rd grade that year. Well, that didn't happen falling off a bike. It wasn't enough fun beating his wife. Colin Hardy had to go after that little boy.
Oren had better recall of a later event, the day the coroner carried the corpse of Dave's father out of the house. The librarian's hands were raw, her face swollen and her eyes triumphant. She spent a year planning it. That makes it a premeditated murder.
Says who?
Hannah's tone did not imply a question. As punctuation, she banged one fist on the table, and a spoon bounced to the floor.
Half the town, the half that's male, they'll never forgive her. Mavis scared them that day. That was her real crime. Men, she said,
using this word to sum up the ills of the world.
Mavis didn't sneak up on that bastard while he was sleeping, did she? No, she did not. Her husband was fully dressed for work, and I don't want to hear the lie that Colin Hardy was falling down drunk and helpless. It was 8 o'clock in the damn morning, so don't you call it murder. That woman went into a knockdown fight with a man, a fair fight. She matched him pound for pound, and with her bare fists she beat him to death.
The housekeeper rose from the table and turned her back on him to fuss with the pot on the stove. Her voice dropped into the guttural range of pay attention or else. You will show respect when you visit the library, no matter what Mavis does or what she says. She's been fighting this town all alone for so long she just doesn't know how to stop. I don't care if Mavis beats the crap out of you, Oren. You will be a gentleman. After Hannah had said her piece, the silence was loaded. There was nowhere to fit in a contradiction, and only a fool would try. The judge would not meet his eyes. Oren was on his own. This canny little woman had reached deep inside him, made certain adjustments to his spine, and caused him to sit up a bit straighter. The workday was done, and Dave Hardy had changed into his t-shirt and jeans. He was straddling a bar stool in Coventry, the first watering hole of his evening. The other patrons were watching the evening news with the sound turned off, as usual. Odd old ducks. None of them called for the volume to be turned on, not even when they recognized the limping figure of a cripple pursued by screaming reporters. The regulars of the Coventry pub sat in silence, drunkenly, blissfully unaware of worse things being done to William Swan, what the pictures alone could not tell them. This was the same film the deputy had seen earlier in the day at another bar, and he was the only one in this room who knew the words that went with the broadcast. The phrase, "a person of interest," had been repeated 3 times, though Sally Polk had only said it once, and by snatches of film, Swan was made to limp across that parking lot with each repetition. In the earlier version of this news broadcast, it had been clear that the CBI agent had waded into the fray to draw the reporters away from their victim, William Swan. In this new job of film editing, she seemed to be orchestrating the whole event, even stirring up the crowd to chase down the man with the cane. It was a clear case of slander against both of these people, but Dave Hardy did not care. He had no sympathy for Swan, and he hated that Polk woman. A million other viewers could only rely on the pack of lies their eyes were telling them. Chapter 23. It was that gloomy hour when house lights were burning bright, but drivers were still debating the need for headlights. Daredevil Hannah would be the last to turn hers on. Oren watched the streets crawl by his passenger window. Before the library had become a town joke, Josh had often walked this same route with him, and they had made better time on foot. In Coventry, time and distance were not quantified or qualified in terms of "as the crow flies," but by the saying, "if only snails had wings." Oren would rather have spent this evening reading Sarah Winston's cryptic journals in privacy, but he was on a mission to mollify the little woman behind the wheel. The old Mercedes rolled past the church, and Hannah sighed. "I miss the Reverend Percy's sermons. You haven't forgotten that crazy old fool, have you?" "I remember him." Oren was not likely to forget Amos Percy, ever. The minister had worn his Sunday robes 7 days a week to fly around town, waving his arms and ranting about the end of days. He must be the black bat in Mrs. Winston's drawings. Oren had been a month shy of 17 when that old madman had accosted him on the street and proclaimed him to be an archangel appointed by God to smite the town. It was a revelation that Hannah had heard any of the minister's sermons. "You went to church?" "I used to, now and then." "But why? You're an atheist." "No, wait, you told me and Josh that God was an atheist." "No, I said a real smart God would be an atheist. Who needs the pressure of being perfect? I favor the kind of creator who drinks beer now and then, someone you can talk to. Now the Reverend Percy, crazy old bastard, he fancied a miracle worker with a hitman angel." "Hannah, why does this place attract so many loonies?" "Tolerance. It's Coventry's finest quality. So, despite what Amos Percy thought, no God would ever smite a town that sheltered that nutcase preacher." Hannah brought the car to a stop in front of the library. "My other theory is that we all take turns being the lunatic." "It's after hours," said Oren. "No lights in the windows." "She's there." Hannah glanced at her wristwatch. "Mavis is always there, day and night. Has been for years. Nobody knew about it for the longest time." Oren dared not speak the reason. Because no one in Coventry ever goes to the library. But Hannah hushed him anyway. "Dave lives in his mother's house." Hannah nodded at the library. "And Mavis lives in there." "That's insane," said Oren. "Why didn't Dave do something?" "He tried. He wanted to get her locked up in a state mental ward, where they drug people senseless and stack 'em up like cordwood. The judge stopped him. Your father doesn't believe in God, but he's got the concept of hell down pat. He thinks she's better off in the library, and so do I." Hannah rolled up the right sleeve of her sweater, and then, with a wave of her hand, she said, "Let there be light." And there was. The bulb over the door clicked on, and every window shade turned bright yellow. The last time Hannah had done this trick, Josh was only 6 years old, and his eyes had popped. The little boy had been disappointed to learn that Mrs. Hardy was simply a creature of habit. With no regard for the seasonal position of the sun, or the moon, the library lights came on at the same time every evening. How could he have forgotten that? Hannah patted his hand. "You'll be glad you came. Mavis knows all the best stories, and she knows birds." The housekeeper picked up the small stack of journals and tucked them under one arm. "She knows Sarah Winston, too. They go way back. You might learn something without getting shot by Isabel." "You held out on me? You knew Mrs. Hardy went to school with—" He was talking to himself. Hannah was out of the car and moving up the flagstone walkway. The librarian opened the door wide to greet her. Oren had no memories of Mavis Hardy ever smiling this way. Even in her saner days, long before killing her husband, she had always been the saddest woman in town. In the course of his travels from bar to bar, Dave Hardy drove his pickup truck past the library to check for lights, a sure indication that his mother was not yet dead. The judge's Mercedes was parked out front. Not an unusual sight, but Hannah Rice wasn't the only visitor. The third silhouette on the window shade had to be Oren Hobbs. Dave's hands tightened around the steering wheel as he sped up to a record of 20 miles per hour while still inside the town limits. Out on the coast highway, he drove at real-world speeds. He was on the way to an anonymous saloon on the outskirts of a distant town, a small biker bar, where no one was ever friendly enough or sober enough to ask his name. It was a place where he could hunker down and do some serious drinking. Drink after drink after drink. Tonight, the library did not smell. That was different. All the windows had been opened prior to the visit. Mrs. Hardy had even washed her hair for this occasion, and it was still damp when the three of them sat down at the reader's table. They were 20 minutes into the visit, and the woman had yet to utter any profanity. She looked so tired. And Oren noted other signs that this semblance of sanity was wearing on her, the grinding teeth and rigid body. The librarian handed a few sheets of paper to Hannah.
"I printed this up from that file you started the other day."
She turned to Oren.
"Hannah's been doing research on the internet."
"So I heard." In these familiar surroundings, it was easier for him to remember Mrs. Hardy in pre-monsterhood days, stripped of bulk and muscle, a time when a thin, fragile woman had guided the Hobbs boys through their changing phases of westerns and science fiction, steering them into the better writers of each genre that took their fancy. Tonight, he recognized the effort she made only to smile at him and make simple small talk. Hannah was absorbed in her computer printout.
"I just love hard science."
She folded the papers into the pocket of her dress and winked at Oren.
"It'll come in handy later on, when you tell me I'm wrong about how the witchboard works." "Poor Sarah."
Mrs. Hardy resumed her perusal of the birder logs.
"I've never seen these books before, but that's her handwriting."
And now she answered an earlier question of Oren's.
"We both went to UCLA, but I can't say I really knew her then. In my younger, skinnier days, I almost wasn't there. I swear I could walk between raindrops. A good-looking boy like you never would have noticed me, and neither would someone like Sarah. We met at the university library. That was my work-study job when I was in school. Sarah wanted books on ornithology. Well, that was my hobby. I told her about some rare sightings in Coventry, birds that hadn't been seen in 50 years. So she came to my dormitory for a look at my notes. It was like visiting royalty, the way people stared at that beautiful girl when she came in the door. That day we talked for hours and hours. I never spoke to her again, not on campus. My fault. I was shy. But Sarah always waved every time she saw me. I wasn't invisible anymore. At the end of that semester, I heard she got married and left school."
"What about William Swan? He went to UCLA.
"I never met him, but I knew who he was. I always saw him walking around with Sarah and little Belle. He tended to stand out even on a campus the size of a city. He was 13, maybe 14 years old, and he looked younger. Geeky little kid. Big feet, big brain."
Mrs. Winston was in her 20s then, said Oren. "Why would she hang out with a little boy?"
I thought I'd just explained that. Sarah was very kind to freaks. Like him. Like me.
Mavis Hardy's voice held no rebuke.
And years later, when that little boy was all grown up, I'm sure it was kindness on Sarah's part to have Addison represent him. That was a nasty business with those cops down in L.A.
Hannah was right. Mrs. Hardy knew all the best stories. It had taken Cable Babbitt years to learn this much. So Mrs. Winston stayed in touch with Swan after she left school? Maybe they exchanged letters? This gentle trap brought out no response. The woman only shook her head and shrugged to say she didn't know. Even with the evidence of the post office photographs, he could not be certain that she was lying.
After I graduated, years went by before I ran into Sarah again.
The librarian looked down at the open journal in her hands. The drawings in this early one had a light and fanciful touch.
I've got the hang of it now.
She pointed to a sketch.
That grouse hen must be me. It's a bird that puffs itself up when it's frightened.
She turned a few more pages.
And this one seems to be frightened all the time. Silly old thing.
With a half smile, she gently closed the journal and opened another. Mrs. Hardy did not look up from the pages when she said,
Here I am again, in the woods with my binoculars, and this pale yellow songbird must be Sarah. The clue is the fledgling redbird. Who could that be but little Belle? So Sarah told you about our field trips. I never told anyone.
Field trips? Hannah's surprise was more obvious, and Oren signaled her to keep still. He waited for the librarian to fill the silence.
Sarah used to visit Coventry years before Addison built the lodge. This area is birder heaven. She'd drive up on the weekends and stay at the Straub Hotel. I wasn't so much changed in those days. Still skinny as a rail, and she recognized me on the street. I took her into the deep woods where the trails don't go and showed her some nests I'd found. She kept coming back all the time after that, longer visits. Sometimes she brought Belle along. Then Addison built her that long mansion.
And all you two ever talked about was birds?
Oren, what else would we have in common?
She spread her arms as an invitation for him to look at her life, to see her as she was in those days, and these days. You said that Swan and Mrs. Winston were friends in college. I thought his name might have come up in conversation. The librarian shook her head.
I think I was the first one to mention William Swan. That was a long while ago, more than 25 years. I saw his name on a list in a newspaper article. I told Sarah that he was graduating from the police academy. That made her happy. She said it was always his big dream to become a policeman. A year later, William moved to Coventry, and he wasn't a policeman anymore. That's when Sarah told me he'd been wounded down in Los Angeles.
So she saw a lot of him after he moved here?
Well, he used to have dinner at the lodge once a week. That stopped after maybe 5 years. I never knew why. Around that same time, Sarah gave up our field trips in the woods. I lost interest in birds after that.
Mrs. Hardy shook her head as she looked down at a drawing of monsters.
I guess Sarah stopped bird watching, too. I don't see a single creature here that matches up to an actual species.
Oren was hardly paying attention anymore. He was doing the math on Mrs. Winston's long-ago estrangements from Swan and the librarian. Mrs. Hardy flipped backward through the pages, then stopped and stabbed the heart of a drawing with one finger.
Here,
she said.
The dead lark seems to mark the beginning of the change in Sarah.
When Dave Hardy entered Peck's Roadhouse, a cluster of patrons was gathered at one end of the bar and watching another repeat of the news. The volume was loud. One more time, he saw the film of Sally Polk and the reporters. This version was cut to make it look like a formal press conference, more like Polk's own idea instead of a media ambush. The voice of a studio guest rode over the action on film, and this celebrity author profiled the child killer for the viewing audience. The bones of the female victim were never mentioned. Dave supposed a young boy made a more sensational story. The camera cut to a photograph of Josh Hobbs as he was in life, that silly grin. The guest author was also smiling.
"As you can see," he said to the anchorman, "Joshua was delicate, almost pretty, if you get my meaning. I believe he attracted a predator who couldn't handle a boy with more muscle."
The anchorman was professionally livid.
"So we can't rule out a pedophile who might be handicapped in some way."
And the next shot was predictable. The old clip of Swan, branded by innuendo and editing, limping past highway patrol cars in the Sahlberg parking lot. Sally Polk's voice could be heard riding over the film, saying, "A person of interest." This was followed by the rerun of reporters in a frenzy as they surrounded the man, and Sally Polk's voice was once again clipped off to say, "A person of interest." Dave Hardy had grown to loathe that woman. The volume of the TV set was turned up, the better to hear the questions shouted out from the crowd of reporters.
"Does Swan have a criminal record? Does he like little boys? He's a homosexual, isn't he?"
But the only soundbite from Sally Polk was,
"No, he didn't take a lie detector test."
Cut from this new version was her statement that Swan had never been asked to take a polygraph exam. The current image was a studio shot that Dave had not seen in the earlier viewing. A psychiatrist was pointing out that the overwhelming number of pedophiles were heterosexual, and furthermore, no one in the bar could hear the rest. Riding over the voice of reason, a chorus of voices shouted obscenities. A beer bottle hit the television screen. The bartender, a man of many tattoos and a short temper, reached under the bar and pulled out a shotgun, yelling words to the effect that the unruly patrons should take their business down the road, or die. In keeping with the judge's instructions, Mrs. Winston's Birder journals had been left behind on the library shelves, where they would be safe from Sally Polk's warrants. Hannah started up the car.
"If you give Mavis some time with those books, she might be able to tell you more about this town than you wanted to know."
"I'd like to know why she kept her relationship with Mrs. Winston a secret." The librarian had not been willing or able to tell him. Swan went to dinner at the Winston Lodge, but not Mrs. Hardy.
"Oren, I think you can figure that one out. You spent enough time with Addison."
She steered the car away from the curb.
"Maybe Sarah and Mavis had something in common besides birds."
"You think Ad Winston beats his wife?"
"No, that's not it."
Hannah craned her neck to see over the wheel.
"You should come to the birthday ball this year. You'll never see a man more in love with his wife. But he's a controlling bastard, isn't he? I'm guessing Sarah's only contact with Mr. Swan was at the dinner table, with Addison. He might not want her to have a friend that she could talk to alone."
She turned a wide smile on her passenger.
"Do you still shoot pool like a hustler?"
"I do," he said. "And do you still hustle the tourists?"
"I get my fun where I can."
When they reached the edge of town, she decided on the mountain route, arguing that the coast highway was too tame.
And away we go.
The old Mercedes was not an automobile to Hannah. It was an amusement ride. Up and down they went, around and around, and at one point he believed that she could make it fly. Oren averted his eyes from the speedometer, though he knew the needle would never reach 40 miles an hour. This road was treacherous at 30, and every curve that blinded them to oncoming cars was an opportunity to crash and die. After passing through 2 towns, then traveling a while on a stretch of unpaved road with no helpful signs, they pulled into the crowded parking lot of the Endless Bar, a saloon that could not be found unless one knew the way. Inside the establishment, nothing had changed. The music was loud and country, and this same song might have played on the jukebox when Oren was too young to legally walk through the door. Most of the patrons were corralled inside a revolving circular bar. It was rumored that some of the regulars never left. Blind drunk, they could not find the hinge to the outer rim, where a patron could lift up a plank and escape. When people went missing for days and days, this was the first place their loved ones looked for them. The unloved were remembered on the Hall of Fame plaque for those who had died on their bar stools. It was positioned well above the line of sight to avoid the problem of a cautionary tale for paying customers. Oren and Hannah walked past the bar, heading for the pool tables in the back. The little woman nodded and waved to acknowledge hellos from large, hairy bruisers, who no doubt belonged to the gang of motorcycles in the parking lot. How they smiled to see her coming. It was easy enough to read those wide grins, the shake of heads, saying, "No, not this time, old lady. You ain't getting my money. Not another dollar." Every table had been booked. Not a problem. 2 men gave up their game so that Hannah could play, and they nodded to Oren with something approaching condolence, taking him for one of her patsies. The tiny woman was on her toes and grinning when she leaned over the table to rack up the balls in triangular formation. "Let's make this interesting." She aimed the tip of her stick at the white ball and sent it slamming into the tight cluster. Balls of stripes and solid colors spread out on the green felt, slow rolling along in their separate directions. "Loser buys the first round." Deal. Oren was a happy man. The last ball had come to a stop, and Hannah had failed to sink any of them into the pockets. He owned a spread of easy shots. "One condition," she said. "We're not playing 8-ball. You have to run the whole table in one turn with one hand behind your back. Nothing easier." He would not even need a brace to steady his stick. Every shot was a gimme, and a half-bright child could not lose. It reminded him of his very first pool game. It was almost as though she had set up the table this way. Later, this thought would cross his mind again, but now, with no suspicion at all, he lined up the first shot and took aim. Before he could follow through, Hannah leaned in and touched his arm, saying, "The stick will shake." "Yeah, right," he said. "Nice try." Smile widening, he completed his shot. And he missed it. "In case you're wondering," said Hannah, nonchalantly chalking up her pool cue in preparation for clearing the table, "that shaky stick? That trick's got a real fancy name. It's called the idiomotor effect." Click. A striped ball dropped into a corner pocket. "I wasn't talking to you when I made your stick shake," she said. "I bypassed your brain." Click, click. 2 balls in the corner pocket. "I was talking to your arm." "Sure you were." When Oren looked up from the last shot, Hannah was unfolding the sheets of paper given to her by the librarian. "Here." She slapped the pages down on the rim of the table. "I've got science on my side. Read it." Click, click, click. Oren read the article's long title, "The Influence of Suggestion in Directing Muscular Action Independent of Volition." This was followed by lengthy text in small type. "Maybe you could just—" Click. "You want me to give you the gist of it?" She lined up her next shot. "Your brain's got what's called an executive module. That's what you use when you do this." Click. She sank a ball. "But you've got other modules, independent ones, and they bypass the thinking process. I made a suggestion, and they moved your muscles to blow that easy shot. That's how I talked to your arm. And now you know how Alice Friday's witchboard works. A question might suggest an answer, and then all those hands moved that little wooden heart to spell out a word on the board. Or maybe, when the players call out a letter, that one suggests the next one. But there's no connection between their fingertips and their brains. I told you, nobody cheats." "That psychic runs the board," said Oren. "She's a con artist." "No, she's an idiot." Click, 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 click. When Hannah had sunk the last ball on the table, she straightened up to her full height of 4 feet 9 inches and faced him down. "Only idiots believe in two-way conversations with the dead, and that woman is a true believer." "The judge has conversations with my dead mother." "When he's sleepwalking, that doesn't count." "And the judge believes in miracles. He even asked my mother for another one." "When your father's wide awake, he's no believer in miracles. His perfect God died with your mother when she crashed her car on a rainy night. The judge believes in logical explanations. And you can believe in me when I tell you that Alice Friday has no idea how that board game works." Oren had ceased to hear her. He was recalling the message spelled out at the séance. Do you still love me? I'm betting that woman knows how to manipulate the Ouija board and the players. Like my missed shot. That was just one of your parlor tricks. Of course it was. And I've always explained my tricks. 2 by 2, she pulled balls out of the slot inside the table and set them back on the felt surface. I didn't raise you to believe in magic. True enough. When he was a child, she had always shown him the works and the wires behind her illusions. And after taking a Ouija board away from 2 terrified little boys, she had tried to explain the trick to them in terms of expectations and the power of belief in horror movies. She had assured Josh and Oren that the old woman from Paulson Lane, crazy as she was in life, would never curse children from her grave. The dead spoke to no one. Oren had not believed her then. Hannah racked up the balls inside the wooden triangle, no doubt sensing that he did not believe her now either. Her hazel eyes looked up to question him, and then she damned him with, "Oh, never mind." She took back her pages of science and crumpled them into a tight ball. I can see it was a waste of time explaining the witchboard. Hannah bent over the table once more, poised for the first shot of a new game. For my next trick, I'll show you how life works. Chapter 24. The outcasts of Peck's Roadhouse had formed a loose union of drunks in the parking lot, and 2 more bars down the road, they had become an ugly crew as tight as family. Dave Hardy followed their weaving line of cars, trucks, and vans. If he had been in uniform tonight, and sober, this would have been an easy 12 tickets for driving under the influence. The parade swelled in numbers with every little podunk bar these yahoos had been thrown out of, and he was keeping count on the vehicles. The deputy reached down to the 6-pack on the seat beside him, and then pulled back his empty hand. Maybe he should also be counting his drinks tonight. With a glance at the rifle rack above the windshield of his truck, he opened the glove compartment and pulled out a box of shotgun shells. When the caravan of drunks pulled into the next bar, he waited a while in the lot, loading his gun. After replacing it on the rack, he followed them inside, where the men were slowly gravitating toward the light of a television set that seemed to draw them by remote control. On screen was the same old film. Sally Polk was answering the same questions, and William Swan was still limping. Long after day had turned into night, the sun was still shining in reruns. The drunks talked back to Sally Polk and saluted her TV image with raised glasses of beer. Dave wanted to put his fist through the screen. In another bar on the other side of the county, Hannah was saying, "I can't help but win this game." Oren agreed. At least no beers had been bet on this round. It would take Hannah another hour to finish nursing her first one. When all but a few balls had been sunk into pockets, the only ones remaining in play were the white cue ball, the black 8-ball, and a solid red. Sending that red ball into the corner pocket would be the easiest shot by far. It was so close to the edge it might drop in of its own accord. And perhaps that was what Hannah waited for as she held her stick an inch from the cue ball. Seconds ticked by. "I can't lose." "I believe you," he said. "So sink it." "Now that's not fortune-telling." She lifted her stick and waved it in small circles. "And it certainly wouldn't take any skill." She leaned down once more to line up the white and the red. "You can see the outcome of this game. It's in the way the balls are laid out. But even God Almighty can blow a simple shot now and then." Apparently so could Hannah. The cue ball wandered far from the mark and connected with the black 8-ball, nudging it toward the corner pocket where the red ball was hanging. In Hannah's parlance, the sneeze of a housefly could sink it. "Well, that's life," she said. "Hits and misses. There's a reason for everything, but you don't need to know all the answers. So the next time you hear the judge asking your dead mother for another miracle, just let the old man slide." "You're throwing the game?" In answer, she stepped back from the table and lifted her glass for a swig of beer. His turn. "Damn." No, she had not thrown the game. Hannah had simply picked a different way to win. The new position of the 8-ball was no accident of a bad shot. It gently kissed the red ball hanging over the corner pocket. In every possible scenario of straight shots and bank shots, the 8-ball would follow the red one into the pocket on the same stroke, and forfeit the game. With resignation, Oren aimed his pool cue. "Wait!" Hannah's voice carried a slight tone of alarm. Her left hand was raised high, and he followed the point of her finger up to the ceiling, where nothing was happening. He winced. He had not fallen for this ploy since he was 10 years old. When he looked back at the table, he saw what Hannah's right hand had been up to. The 8-ball had vanished, leaving him with an easy shot and a win. "It's a miracle," said Hannah. "Sure." He laid down his stick and lifted his beer. "Don't you want to win?" "No, I don't think so. Miracles take all the fun out of pool." He turned his eyes back to the table, where the 8-ball had reappeared beside the red one. In what split second of distraction had she managed that? Hannah's sleight of hand reaffirmed his theory that, in her distant past, she had been a magician or a pickpocket. "Some things in life just have to play out," she said. "If Josh hadn't died that day, it would have happened some other time. You know why he died." Oren was not ready to have this conversation yet. He pretended interest in his empty glass. "And your next trick?" "You'll see. It won't be long now." She held up her half-finished beer. "My capacity isn't what it used to be." Hannah happened to be facing the door when it opened, and so it appeared that Mrs. Winston had walked into the endless bar on cue. Sometimes the whole is not greater than the sum of its parts. This was the thought of the barmaid in the lounge of a hotel on the Coast Highway. 22 men were gathered in front of the television set, and she counted them all as one creature. Her hope was that this angry, buzzing thing would take itself out the door before it turned ugly. The barmaid looked up at the TV screen above the shelves of bottles and glassware. The news story of Sally Polk and her suspect had run over and over in short clips of commercial teases. Now it played out in full length for the late evening news. The drunks were enthralled. Polk was their leader, their queen, though the CBI agent hardly said 3 words in this updated news story. Celebrity experts and an anchorman now put the words in the woman's mouth. One studio guest, a man with a book to sell, said to the camera, "This is how Agent Polk will profile the killer. If he's handicapped in some way, his only outlet for sex is prostitutes and children." The screen image changed to a photograph of a tender boy with a comical smile, and the next shot focused on a man with a rollicking limp and a cane. The drunks hated the crippled man. They jeered and yelled at the television set. The barmaid sensed that the thing of many parts was about to swarm as 22 faces turned in unison. So creepy. They moved toward the door as one giddy insect with many feet. The barmaid reached for the phone, planning to give the driving public a sporting chance to live through the night. But then she recognized a regular at the bar, a man with bleached highlights. This was the sheriff's deputy, the one who took his beer in a coffee cup when he was in uniform. Tonight, dressed in blue jeans, he drank from a glass, drained it, and walked to the door. She could hear the sound of many engines starting up outside, the whooping and hollering, the spin of wheels and the spit of gravel. The barmaid walked to the window and watched the deputy climb into a pickup truck. He followed the thing out of the parking lot. No need to call 911. Though the dim light of the endless bar was kind to the champagne blonde, that beautiful face was showing damage, and it was more than the ruin that came with age. Mrs. Winston was no longer the calm center of grace in every crowd. She had a startled look about her, eyes turning everywhere. On the lookout for enemies? That was Oren's thought, as he racked up the balls for a new game, as if Hannah's next game had not already begun. "You knew Mrs. Winston would be here tonight." "I guessed that much." "Keep your eye on the man tending bar." The bartender never acknowledged Mrs. Winston, who sat down 3 stools away from him. He lifted the first hinged mahogany plank to leave the service station, a wheel within the wheel, and then he lifted the second plank to step off the revolving bar. "That towel over his hand," said Hannah. "It's covering a brown paper bag." Oren watched the man walk out the front door. A moment later, the bartender returned with his towel draped over one shoulder. Back at his station, he served Mrs. Winston, who must be a regular, for he never bothered to ask for the lady's order. He set her glass on a cocktail napkin and walked away without a word. "Sarah will only stay for 1 drink," said Hannah. "She'll leave $100 tip under her glass. Then she'll go outside and find a bottle in a brown paper bag sitting on the front seat of her car." "Okay," said Oren. "That's illegal as hell. Maybe this is a stupid question, but why break the law? You wonder why Sarah doesn't just go to a liquor store? Much cheaper, no risk. Well, no store in this county will sell her a bottle. Addison saw to that. He likes to control her liquor supply." Hannah looked down at her wristwatch. She always wore a watch these days. When had time become so important to her? "Right about now," she said. "Ad and Isabel think she's passed out upstairs in her room." Hannah looked up at him and smiled. "You can learn a lot from a seance. Evelyn tells me that the Winston's maid shows up at the cabin once a week, and that girl really appreciates a sympathetic ear. She hates Addison, bad-mouths him all the time." Mrs. Winston slowly circled in and out of his sight as the bar revolved. When Oren saw her face in his shadowed profile, there was Josh's patron and friend, the most beautiful woman ever to set foot in Coventry. Revolving into better light, she became an aging barfly. Hannah lined up another shot with her pool cue. "Sarah lost her license years ago, drinking and driving. Keep one eye on her glass so you'll know when she's leaving. That bottle waiting in her car? She'll try to empty most of it on her way back home. That means jail if she gets stopped by the law tonight. Or worse, she'll wrap her car around a tree." "So we're going to offer her a ride home, is that the plan?" "Well, not quite, but close. On your way to the Winston Lodge, you'll stop at the turnout on Bear Creek Road. That'll be Sarah's idea, not yours. A lady shouldn't have to drink alone, so mind your manners. Don't forget to wipe the bottle after you take a swig. With any luck, Isabel will never hear about the nice long talk you're going to have with her mother." "Wouldn't it be easier if you just told me what Mrs. Winston was going to say?" "You haven't heard a word I said tonight." "You bet I have. You don't miss a thing, Hannah, and that's a gift I could use right now. So just spell it out for me." "I tried that once with a judge. It didn't work so well." "When you told him to send Josh away?" "If I'd never warned him, he would have grieved for a while and then moved on. And he would have had 1 boy left to raise. You never should have left town, Oren. He sent me away. And now that old man lives with guilt. He thinks he could have saved Josh. If he'd only listened to me. He would have been better off if I'd just kept my mouth shut." "How did you know Josh was in danger?" "Same way you did. That boy had a dangerous hobby, catching secrets in a camera." Hannah laid down her pool cue. "I heard you yell at him one day out in the yard. You tried to make him stop, but that was never going to happen. If the judge had sent him away, Josh would have died in some other town, and the old man would still blame himself. I should never have interfered, but I was more arrogant then." "You were right to try, Hannah." "No, I should have let life play out the way it was meant to." She lightly squeezed his arm. "If you'd stayed with Josh that day, it would have happened some other time. Your brother was fated to die when no one was around to save him. Cold logic, Oren. A murder can't happen any other way." She stared at the revolving bar. "Sarah's almost done with her drink. Almost time. Do you know who killed Josh?" What do you take me for? A damn psychic? Hannah plucked the car keys from her pocket. I'm going home. Now you can tell Sarah Winston that you're stranded without a ride. She'll let you drive her car. And she won't die. Not tonight. The BMW was a beautiful machine. Bright red with a black ragtop, the stuff of dreams in his teenage car-crazy days. Oren watched from the distance of 2 parking spaces, confident that the lady would never be able to thread her key into the car's ignition. He walked toward the convertible, calling out, "Ma'am? Mrs. Winston?" Stepping up to the driver's side door, he said, "You might remember me." She looked up at him with a smile that was warm and wide. "Oren Hobbs. You still look so much like your brother. I wonder if I could get a ride as far as your house?" "Of course you can. Get in, and I'll drive you all the way home." "I noticed you were having a problem starting it. Could be the ignition. Want me to give it a try?" "How gallant. An officer and a gentleman." "I'm not with the Army anymore." "So I heard, and there's nothing wrong with my ignition. But you'd never insinuate that I was drunk. Henry Hobbs did a good job of raising his boys." The lady stepped out and did her best to walk in a normal fashion as she rounded the BMW to the passenger side. Oren followed and leaned in to open her door. Mrs. Winston smelled of whiskey and roses. Her daughter had been wearing that same rose perfume on the day she had kicked him in the shin. Keys in hand, he slipped behind the wheel, and they were off. They had traveled no more than a few miles when he saw a pair of high beams coming up fast in the rearview mirror. The car behind him was weaving all over the roads that gathered speed, and there was no turnout in sight. Around each blind curve was the chance of a wreck with an oncoming car, but the vehicle behind him was a sure thing, close to climbing up the BMW's back end. Oren pressed down on the accelerator and rounded a hairpin turn with only 2 wheels on the ground. "Don't be scared," he said to Mrs. Winston, but she was slow to understand what was happening. In the rearview mirror he caught sight of more headlights behind his pursuer. When he made a sharp left onto Bear Creek Road, they all followed him. Up ahead he saw the generous turnout carved into the shoulder. He pulled into it, slamming on the brakes and shooting out one hand to keep Mrs. Winston from hitting the dashboard. At least 20 vehicles whizzed past them to careen around the next curve. "Ma'am? I don't suppose you have a cell phone?" "No. You'd have to drive 20 miles before you found a town with a cell phone tower." So much for their long conversation over a shared bottle of liquor. A caravan of drunks posed the problem of sudden death for anyone in their path tonight. He put the sports car in gear. "We have to find a phone." The reporter's rental car was the last vehicle to travel up the driveway. Dave Hardy sat in his pickup truck, counting money. $500. He should have asked for more. An exclusive tip like this one was worth an easy 1,000. One ear cocked toward his open window, he listened to the innocent racket of crickets and nightbirds. It made him smile to think that he'd been paid something for nothing. A better deal. After a short stop at a gas station, the sheriff's office had been alerted to a runaway pack of drunks on wheels, and the smell of gasoline on summer night was almost as sexy as the rose perfume. They were underway again, Oren and Mrs. Winston, and there was not another car in sight. The road belonged to them. The convertible's top was rolled down, and the sky was banged with stars. The lady's hair was flying in long blonde tangles, and the radio played vintage rock and roll at the top of the volume dial. Oren smiled, and then he laughed. Life was hard. The night was ending all too soon, and he pulled into the Winstons' driveway with some regret. After parking the car in front of the lodge, Oren assured her that he did not mind walking home from here. "I'm not that far down the road." "Maybe I'll drop by sometime. I haven't seen Hannah and the judge for a while, and I've always wanted to see Josh's photographs from the woods." She seemed puzzled by Oren's surprise. "You've never seen his nature shots? I used to run into him on the trails from time to time. He always had a camera with him." "No, ma'am." Oren's hands tightened around the steering wheel. So Josh had been stalking Mrs. Winston, too. A woman who had shown only kindness to his brother.
That boy was a born mimic. I'm the one who taught him bird songs.
She leaned toward him, surprised again.
You didn't know? He never mentioned that?
It would have been awkward trying to explain the language of brothers. A nod of the head to say that he had understood what remained unspoken. A hand on his brother's shoulder to ask, "Hurt much?" There had been a million gestures to replace a zillion words, and, best of all, they had known how to be silent together. Except for that last day in the woods. Mrs. Winston rested one hand on his shoulder.
The grief is all new again, isn't it? Now that you've found his grave. Your brother was the dearest boy I ever knew.
She held up her hands in a gesture of helplessness.
I've lost the threads. What was I saying? Oh, of course, photographs. My favorites are the pictures of my birthday balls. You stopped coming when you were how old? 12? Well, you must come to this one. I'm sure Isabel's forgiven you by now.
No, ma'am. I don't think it's safe yet. Maybe next year. She laughed with high, bright notes, almost music. Was this how her daughter laughed? He was not likely to find out any time soon. The front door flew open. Isabel Winston had caught him in the act of conversation with her mother. She was one angry redhead, hands on hips and fair warning that a lethal weapon could be had at any moment. Oren said a hasty goodbye to Mrs. Winston. As he left the car and marched toward the road, a bullet in his back would have come as no surprise. Near the end of the long driveway, he stopped to listen. The wind had changed, and it carried the sound of angry voices from the direction of Paulson Lane. He peered into the woods and saw fragments of bright light through the leaves. A scream came from the lodge. He whirled around to look up at the tower. Sarah Winston stood on the deck and pointed the way for him. Oren plunged into the woods with no thought of getting lost tonight. He was guided by the lights, the shouts, and the sounds of breaking glass. With a sidelong view of the mob and the house, he could see William Swan moving across a lighted room, limping badly as he dodged bottles, rocks, and shattering glass. The telephone by the man's front window might as well be on the moon. Moving toward the house by way of sheltering trees and deep shadow, Oren stopped beside a cluster of large trash receptacles and ripped one lid from its rubber hinge. The driveway and turnout were jammed with vehicles. As he moved forward, the headlights blinded him. He raised his rubber shield and shaded his eyes with his free hand. The front door opened and William Swan hobbled outside to the confusion of his enemies. The catcalls subsided. The drunken silhouettes in the headlights stood very still, deadly quiet. Leaning against a marble pillar and squinting into the light, Swan raised his cane, and his voice shook with anger. "Most of your rocks hit my house instead of the windows. You morons throw like little girls." Break time was over. They answered him with a fresh volley. Most of their missiles went wild. Only by sheer numbers 2 struck home. A rock drew blood on Swan's face, and a beer bottle slammed into his bad leg. He slid down the pillar to lie flat upon the marble slab. And Oren came running. Dave Hardy saw headlights slowing down in his rearview mirror. He had stayed too long on Paulson Lane, and the story was no longer exclusive to the reporter who had paid him. A van with a news show logo pulled up beside his truck, and he could hear the static chatter of a police scanner. Swan must have called for help. Highway patrol cars and deputies in jeeps were en route from all quarters of the county. The van's passenger door opened, and a man's head and shoulders appeared over the roof. His camera was aimed at the pickup truck. Dave sank down low in his seat. I'm so screwed. No matter what road he took, he would run into the law in oncoming traffic. The van's driver leaned out the window and extended a microphone. "I almost didn't recognize you out of uniform. You're a deputy, right?" Inspiration. "Yeah. I'm the first responder." Dave gave the man a short salute, then started his engine and put his pickup truck in gear. Gaining the portico, Oren knelt down beside the fallen William Swan and whispered, "Close your eyes. Don't move." He called out to the anonymous shapes who stood before the lights. "He's dead! You killed him!" Here and there, rocks and bottles thudded to the ground. Oren understood the ugliest things about mobs. This one had just lost its reason for being. Cohesion was dissolving as some edged away from the pack, a sign that self-preservation had trumped herd instinct. But the mob might rise again as one body, one mind, in seconds. The window for action was small. The time was now. He picked up Swan's cane and held it high as he walked toward the lights. "I'm the law," he yelled. "And now I'm going to start cracking heads, and every man I mark is going to jail." Though blinded by headlights, his eyes were wide open as he walked into the fray with the slow resolution of a tank. Swinging the cane in wide circles, he connected with flesh and bone. Beyond the bright lights, car doors were opening. One engine started up and then another. Twin balls of light were backing away, men walking away, and some were on the run. Squinting now, blurred sight returning, his cane hit a man's skull and felled him, and this one crawled away. Other men were frozen, some of them weaving, easy targets. One stood before him, witless. Oren made a mighty swing to bring him down. A tight group of figures were moving toward him, the resurrection of the mob, though a smaller pack, a tinier brain. He turned on them, using the trash can lid to fend off rocks. His shield and lance were ripped away and their hands were on him. Above their heads was a flash of gunfire and a shotgun blast. Standing atop the cabin of a pickup truck, Dave Hardy yelled, "Nobody move!" And now the last of them scattered, feet running, engines revving, wheels spinning. All gone. Broken bottles and a trampled baseball cap, scattered rocks and a lost shoe were lit by the headlights of official vehicles, county and state. Reporters had been corralled at the other end of the driveway, where they screamed about their freedom of the press as their cameras were confiscated. And 3 men sat on the steps of the portico. Dave Hardy sacrificed the last 2 beers in his 6-pack. He handed a bottle to William Swan and one to Oren, apologizing because it was no longer cold. "But it'll do for medicinal purposes. You know you're bleeding, right?" Swan, still dazed, was slow to lift one hand to his face, touching the wound to his cheek. And now he stared at the blood on his fingers. "I suppose it's bad form to mock people while they're chucking rocks and bottles." And by a nod, Oren agreed that this was so. Dave Hardy grinned at the bleeding man. "You did that? Well, good for you." He turned to Oren and jingled his car keys. "The sheriff's going to be here any minute. I gotta go. If Cable catches me driving drunk one more time, I'm toast." When the deputy's pickup truck had rolled off down the driveway, Swan lifted his beer to clink bottles with Oren. When Sarah Winston was sober, the tower room was only a circle. On toward evening it was a wheel, spinning, taking her nowhere and leaving her with motion sickness. She straightened picture frames on the sections of wall that were not made of glass. It had taken courage to hang photographs and drawings on the walls of a house that rested upon a planet spinning madly while revolving round the sun. She walked out onto the deck and looked up at the stars. They moved for her. She had that combination of insanity and patience that allowed her to follow their trek across the sky. Spreading the sleeves of her robe on an evening breeze, she reached out to them. "No, not yet. Not tonight." Sarah lowered her arms as a bird would fold its wings. It was an act of will to stay when fear argued for leaving, when she need only let go of the earth and let the ether take her. The notion of flight, like the motion of stars, was seductive. She wrapped her arms close around her body, though not for comfort, but to save her own life, for the sake of Isabel, who came softly rapping at the door, calling, "Mom?" "Yes, Belle. I'm here." Still here. By an act of will, she stayed. "Maybe she'll feel more like talking in the morning," said Addison Winston. "Sarah's a bit shaken up."
"Not surprising," said Cable Babbitt. "You'd never expect a thing like that to happen in Coventry." The sheriff donned his hat as he walked to the door. "Mr. Swan said to thank your wife for calling it in." And now he tipped his hat to Isabel. "Lucky thing Oren Hobbs happened to be in the neighborhood tonight." "Yes, very lucky." She stopped smiling after closing the door on the sheriff. Oren's luck was about to run out. She opened the hall closet and ripped her jacket from a hanger. She intended to make dead certain that he understood the instructions attached to the birder journals. He was not to go joyriding with her mother one more time. It was going to be so satisfying to hear Oren Hobbs scream in high soprano notes when she, "Does your mother have another bottle up there?" Addison was facing the staircase. Isabel crept up behind him, saying softly, "I know what you did." He turned around, startled for the split second before he recognized this old routine begun in her childhood. Addison had taught it to her, and most often he had been the one ferreting out secrets with those same words. He glanced at the jacket in her hand. "I'd rather you didn't go down to William's place tonight. I might need help with your mother." "I know Mom started drinking the year Josh Hobbs disappeared. The other night, after dinner, were you joking when you wondered if she had an affair with Oren? It's so hard to tell with you, Addison. You've got such an ugly sense of humor."
"If I'm supposed to be making a connection here, shouldn't you—"
"From the back, Oren and Josh looked a lot alike. Same kind of clothes, and they even had the same walk. Oren was taller, but if you came up behind his brother, alone, in the woods—" She let the rest of her accusation dangle unspoken. He laughed. He roared. He showed her all his teeth, wide smile.
"Why don't you ask your mother about Josh? She's the one who buried the boy."
Isabel's jacket fell from her hand. Addison picked it up from the floor and returned it to the closet, still grinning as he arranged the garment on a hanger.
"So you'll stay? Well, good."
Chapter 25. William Swan refused an ambulance ride to the hospital, and a paramedic led the man indoors to patch his wounds. Oren sat alone on the front steps, watching the show as he nursed his beer. Men and women in troopers' uniforms bagged the empty bottles found outside and inside the house. Every glass surface was a fingerprint examiner's wet dream. A few yards away, Cable Babbitt stood beside Sally Polk, saying to her, "Your guys are welcome to all the bottles they can carry. I don't need them. I've got the whole damn thing on film." "I like a nice tight case," said the CBI agent. "The beer bottle I'd most like to have has a set of prints that might surprise you. Oh, and that film? That's mine now." In answer to Cable's sputtered, "You can't do that," Sally Polk explained that yes, she could, now that she had charged a Los Angeles TV producer with conspiracy to incite a riot via some creative film editing. "You can't make that stick," said Cable. "That's ridiculous." "Oh dear, you think I overstep my authority? Well, maybe you're right, but it's going to take a while to sort out the blame. Meanwhile, the scope of the case extends across county lines." She surveyed the crime scene brightly lit by lights on poles. "And all of this belongs to me." Oren decided that he liked Sally Polk. Morning came with the smell of furniture polish and the sound of a vacuum cleaner. Oren woke up on a couch in the front room of the house on Paulson Lane. Every shard of broken glass was gone, and glaziers stood on long ladders to replace the broken window panes. Swan's cleaning lady was the mother of one of his old classmates, and now Mrs. Snow reintroduced herself as she worked around his stretched-out body. "What a night," she said. "What a mess." As he rose from the couch, she brushed him down with a whisk broom. "Can't have you tracking glass splinters through the house." Pronounced clean, she released him, saying, "Hannah's upstairs in Mr. Swan's room." As he climbed the stairs, she called out, "Second door on your right. He's been through a lot, so don't you tire him out." "No, ma'am, I won't." When he came to the open door of the bedroom, he hung back to watch Hannah changing a bandage on William Swan's right cheek, exposing a patch of skin that was red and raw. This fresh injury paled the older damage to the other side of his face. Oren backed away from the door and lingered in the hall to listen to a conversation of two old friends, who called each other Miss Rice and Mr. Swan. "Well, that paramedic did a real nice job cleaning the wound."
"Will I look more symmetrical now?"
She laughed. When the swelling goes down and the bruising fades, you won't have another scar.
There was a third person in the room. Oren saw the CBI agent reflected in the mirror over Swan's bureau.
"This'll cheer you up," said Sally Polk. "I got film of a reporter chucking the first rock, and I got his prints on a beer bottle, too. I figure he was just priming the pump. Didn't want to wait around all night for his big mob scene. But the whole thing started with a nasty piece of editing on the evening news. I'm going to bring down a TV network just for you, Mr. Swan. Won't that be fun?"
What about the mob? Did you get them all on film?
"No, maybe half. But the two Oren Hobbs laid out are awake and talking. They gave up 3 of their friends, but they didn't even know the rest of those guys. A barmaid gave us a few more names, and then we got a slew of fingerprints off the beer bottles they tossed through your windows. Idiots. I can promise you I'll get them all."
The CBI agent said her goodbyes and stepped into the hallway, where she met Oren with a friendly smile. He was certain that she would seem equally friendly on the business end of a gun. "Nice work," he said. "I mean, the way you stole this mob case from the sheriff."
"Well, thank you. And when I get 6 minutes to catch my breath, I'll find out who killed your brother."
"Will that be before or after you wind up an investigation of the sheriff's office? I know you're using Josh to get close to Cable Babbitt." Her smile was still holding, but she was stalling. Weighing the odds? Would a lie well told beat whatever cards he was holding? Her shoulders squared off, and her feet were firmly planted. The lady was waiting for proof of this theory of his. Oren nodded his understanding. "The CBI has a field office over in Shasta. But here you are in my county, camped out with the highway patrol, so I know you're not investigating them. That leaves the sheriff's office. And the investigation has to be department-wide, or you wouldn't need a gang of troopers for backup." Sally Polk adjusted her purse strap, preparing to leave him now.
"If you give the sheriff a heads up, I'll cut your balls into little pieces and feed 'em to the hogs."
She said this with such warmth, such cheerful goodwill, that she left him smiling. Oren entered the bedroom, an austere place with no personal items on display. There was a light rectangle on one wall, where a picture frame had been recently taken down, the sign of an extremely private person. Oren was something to hide. That missing picture, once positioned opposite the bed, would have been the last thing Swan looked at when he put out the lamp at night and the first sight of each new day. Swan's brow furrowed as he, too, stared at that empty space, no doubt recognizing his error. And, of course, nothing got past Hannah. She held a roll of adhesive tape in one hand and, in the other, a pair of closed shears that might pass for the lance of a tiny knight. She hovered over her patient, prepared to take on all comers, even Oren. There was conflict in her eyes, and it pained him to see it. After pulling a chair close to the bed, he turned to her. "Hannah, give us a minute."
"I just gave him a sleeping pill. Can't this wait?"
"It won't take a minute," said Oren. "I promise." Hannah bent down to William Swan, laying one hand on his shoulder, and they held the silent conversation of friends for life. She asked by a worried look if she should stay and defend him. Swan smiled in assurance that there was no need to fight for him, but thanks. When the housekeeper had quit the room, Oren said, "I've got a question about those pictures of you in the post office. Josh caught you passing an envelope to the librarian. You dropped it into her tote bag. If it was addressed to Mrs. Winston, I can see why you couldn't just mail it. Half the gossip in town comes from the postmaster." Swan closed his eyes and turned his face away. The interview was over. When Oren came out of the bedroom, he found Hannah sitting on the staircase. She reached up to hand him a prescription.
"That's for his pain. Could you have it filled at the drugstore? Your father will be here by the time you get back. So there shouldn't be any more questions about those pictures of Mr. Swan and Mavis."
"Eavesdropping, Hannah?" He sat down beside her.
"Mr. Swan's a gentleman. He won't tell you what was in that envelope. But I will. The judge used to do the same thing for years. The line at the post office was the best place for it. Before we had rural delivery, Mavis always picked up her mail at the same time every morning. Coventry didn't have anything as grand as welfare, and Mavis hadn't seen a paycheck for a while. You may have noticed, no one goes to the library anymore. Officially, it was closed for years, but Mavis still showed up for work every day. A creature of habit. Right. And crazy. I'm sure you noticed that too. So, once a month, people with money, like the judge, like Mr. Swan, they'd slip her some cash on the sly. It was done that way so she wouldn't have to thank anybody. The envelopes were labeled as donations to the library, and that was to save her pride. I know Addison was generous too. His envelopes were the thickest ones. It took the judge a long time to force the town council into reinstating Mavis so she could get regular paychecks. But back then, she was the town charity. Hannah shook her head slowly, sadly. Josh and his collection of secrets. Hanging that one out in public made your father so mad. Only a handful of people would have understood what was going on in those pictures, and maybe a year passed by before any of them caught on to what the boy had done. Exposing a sick woman that way. The judge was the first one to notice. I remember when he came home from the post office. So angry. His last conversation with your brother was an argument. After that, they didn't speak for days. And then Josh was gone. Dead.
Oren stopped on the sidewalk outside the drugstore. Down the street, Alice Friday stood on the veranda of the Straub Hotel. The psychic was keeping watch on the judge's Mercedes. Well, if she wanted a word with him, the feeling was mutual. He had read her old interview with the sheriff and memorized every line. Alice Friday. I know that boy is dead. Only the dead speak to me. Sheriff Babbitt. Josh went missing a year ago, so that's hardly a revelation from the great beyond. Did the Ouija board tell you where to look for his body? Alice Friday. The dead don't care about such things. I can tell you he's not at peace. Josh's death was violent. Sheriff Babbitt. Lady, if you know something about that kid, you... Alice Friday. He's my spirit guide. Now I came here today because I have a question for you. Josh keeps asking me all the time. What about the other one? Josh says you'd know about that. Now what does he mean? Sheriff Babbitt. If you were a real psychic, you'd know I'm planning to boot your bony ass out of my office. Oren walked toward the Mercedes. He was about to open the door when the psychic noticed him and waved. Evelyn Straub came outside as Alice Friday ran down the steps and crossed the street, yelling, "Young man!" When she had closed the distance, she stood before him, thin arms folded, her stance resolute. "You shouldn't have walked out in the middle of my séance. You have to come back. Your brother isn't done with you." He was distracted by the speeding car, a standout in the crawl of Coventry traffic, and now Alice Friday also stared at this unusual sight. A redhead sat behind the wheel and aimed her automobile at Oren. He pushed the psychic into a space between parked vehicles, and then he rolled onto the trunk of the Mercedes. The nose of the black sports car almost kissed his rear bumper. Isabel Winston had looked right through him, as if he were not there, as if... "That woman tried to kill us." Alice Friday's words were hushed. Her eyes were startled and wide. "No," said Oren. "She tried to kill me." This distinction was lost on the stick-thin woman. She reached into her purse to produce a small notebook and a pen. "Not to worry. I got a good look at the license plate." After jotting down the numbers, she saw the stout hotelier crossing the street, and she yelled, "Evelyn, go call the sheriff." "Not a good idea." Evelyn Straub walked up to the smaller woman. "Cable's got enough to deal with this morning." Alice Friday grabbed Oren's arm. "That woman tried to murder him with her car." "No," said Evelyn. "That's just how they say hello." The glazier's truck was gone, and the cleaning lady's car had also departed. Oren was surprised to see the yellow stray standing at attention in front of William Swan's door.
The animal must have followed the judge down the road to Paulson Lane. Addison Winston sat on the hood of his Porsche, dangling his legs as he engaged in a staring contest with the wary stray, trying to win over a dog with his professional smile. The lawyer shrugged and turned to Oren. "I've got a great lawsuit to pitch to my client. Did you see those news broadcasts? He can get millions from the TV station and the California Bureau. But Hannah won't let me inside." The CBI agent had nothing to do with what happened last night. Sally's interview incited the... That was no interview. That was an ambush. Why let the truth get in the way of a tasty lawsuit? Oren climbed the steps to the front door and leaned down to pet the yellow stray. Don't press your luck with any more cops. That bogus settlement in L.A. might come back to bite you. We had a deal, Oren. Your client is the wild card. I think he's putting it together all by himself. When Hannah barred the door, she probably did you a favor. News of attempted vehicular homicide traveled fast. The judge and Hannah were sitting at the table when Oren entered William Swan's kitchen. Their conversation suddenly stopped. That was a clue. His father winked at the housekeeper, and then looked up with a pretense of shock. "I heard Belle Winston tried to run you down." Hannah smiled. "Never dull, is it? I love this town." She rose from the table to fetch another cup and pour him some coffee. Oren thanked her when she set it down in front of him, and then she let the two of them sit and wait. The judge was foiled by his own policy of never asking an obvious question, such as why would the Winston girl try to kill him? Oren sipped his coffee, slowly, and slowly he set down his cup to gaze out the window and watch the clouds roll by, while listening to his father's tapping foot beneath the table. Finally, he said to no one in particular, "Alice Friday moved to Coventry a year after Josh disappeared. She knows Mrs. Winston, but she didn't recognize the daughter." "Well, Belle's only been back a few months," said Hannah. "I guess she's never been to one of Alice's seances." "But over all these years?" He splayed his hands to ask how this lack of recognition was possible in a town the size of a postage stamp. Hannah countered by holding up 3 fingers. "In all that time, Belle's only made 3 visits home that I know of. And I don't think the girl ever stayed a whole day." So Isabel Winston had been another exile. Had she also been sent away after Josh vanished? Or had she run away? Cable Babbitt's Jeep rounded the last curve on the way to his house. He spotted the CBI agent's Taurus parked in the turnout just beyond his driveway. Her black sedan slowly pulled into the road and drove off. That bitch! She had waited for him. She wanted him to see her. He left the Jeep's door hanging open and ran to the back of his garage. The cordwood was still neatly stacked against the rear wall, and there were no signs of disturbance among the individual logs. But he had to know for certain if the knapsack was still there, or he would get no sleep tonight. One by one he pulled down the logs and flung them away. At last he uncovered the bright green canvas wadded up inside the plastic bag. Perhaps it had been a mistake to move it from his former hiding place in the tool shed. The cellar would be better, safer from Sally Polk. She'd never get in there without the proper paperwork, and that woman had burned her bridges with warrants in this county. Half an hour later, he opened the storm doors that led him up to the light of his backyard, and he emerged from the cellar a satisfied man. Josh's knapsack was safe in its new resting place under piles of storage cartons and suitcases. "Oh, God damn!" He caught sight of the wind-whipped hem of a flowery dress, just a flash of material from behind the back wall of his garage. That bitch! He rounded the corner and there was Sally Polk, standing in the middle of his cast-off firewood. The logs he had strewn all about the yard now advertised something once hidden in the woodpile and removed with great haste and fear. But the damn woman only made cheerful small talk while he sweated on a cool morning. Chapter 26. The judge sat in a wooden armchair beside Hannah's empty porch rocker, and the yellow stray stretched out at his feet. The man and the dog had been napping in the sun. But now the animal raised his floppy ears, and his eyes opened. Henry Hobbs also heard the sound of a car's engine. The CBI agent parked her black Taurus in front of the house. She stepped out of the car with a wave of hello. The dog pronounced her harmless when he laid his head down on his front paws and closed his eyes. The judge was not so charitable in his view of this woman. Harmless indeed. Sally Polk approached the porch, and the judge stood up, as he would for any woman, lady or sociopath, and his tone was civil when he addressed her.
"So you've come to vandalize the rest of my house?"
"Oh, no. Today I'm on my best behavior." Slinging her purse strap over one shoulder, she climbed the steps and paused to glance at Hannah's rocking chair. She waited for a nod from her host, and then she sat down. "Judge, I know you pulled the strings to take those homicides away from me."
"You don't know anything of the kind."
And now that he had called her bluff, he matched her smile and made his wider. He remained standing, a pointed suggestion for a short visit. She settled her handbag on her lap, a sign that she was not leaving any time soon. "I know you've got a vested interest in a backwoods investigation."
"You mean Cable? He's the one with jurisdiction. The state of California has no interest here. My son's grave is on private land. A county matter."
"Only because Mrs. Straub's government lease was rescinded. I hear the paperwork to kill those old mineral rights went through in one day. Well, let me tell you, that gave heart attacks to a pack of bureaucrats down in Sacramento. They've never seen paper fly so fast. I'm guessing that's thanks to you. Oh, and Addison, too. He seems to be everybody's lawyer this week."
"I'm sure the sheriff will make a competent investigation."
"We both know that's a lie." She opened her purse and pulled out a photograph. "Maybe you forgot. Your son shared that grave with someone else." She held out the picture, leaving him no choice but to take it. "That's Mary Kent. A common name. Easy to forget." He looked down at the face of a girl, so young, with long blonde hair, immortal when she smiled for the camera, smiling down a long hallway of doors opening, life unfolding. At this frozen moment, she could never have imagined her death. "That's an old passport photo," said Sally Polk. "She was in her mid-30s when she died."
"But you thought this photo of a youngster would make a much better inducement for cooperation."
"No, that's not it. I couldn't find any family albums with a more recent picture. There's no family. No close friends, either. So you got lucky, Judge. No one's going to care if Cable Babbitt screws up this case. Mary Kent's got nobody to fight for her." He handed the picture back to Sally Polk, but the CBI agent waved it away. "No, sir. You keep that." She settled back in Hannah's chair, rocking slowly, and the floorboards creaked. "The county sheriff's office has a team of investigators, but Cable's working this case on his own. That's the way you wanted it, right? A bumbling idiot in charge? That smells of collusion. It reeks." She looked out over the meadow, rocking, rocking. "What pretty wildflowers." In the same harmless tone, she said, "I think you're protecting Oren. I've seen his Army record. He's more than just a world-class cop. That boy knows how to kill." The judge lowered his eyes.
"Oren loved Josh more than his own life."
"Well, I believe that. Oh, did you think I was accusing him of murder?" The rocking stopped, and she leaned toward him. "Well, you've still got one son left. You better hope I solve this case before Oren does."
The judge shook his head. Despite the military record, he could not see his son taking human life by choice. Not on Josh's account. 20 years of sorrow had a tempering effect. With great care, he had watched the returning soldier for signs of unraveling, and he had waited with his safety net to catch the boy when he fell. But Oren had come shining through, his character intact, if not his heart. And the pride of Henry Hobbs was enormous.
"You can depend on my son to do the right thing."
You mean act like a cop? Once more the floorboards creaked beneath the chair's rockers. When a child is murdered, cops always look at the parents first. I wonder if Oren took a hard look at you. Does he know what you did in the Korean War? So many medals. You were a damned death machine. As a soldier, you killed more people than I've arrested.
I'm a pacifist. I sickened of killing as a very young man. And now the judge felt the need to sit down. He settled into the chair beside hers. I did not murder my son. The dog lifted his head, awakened by the inflection of pain in an old man's voice.
I'd like to believe you, said Sally Polk. But you can see my problem, can't you? Most parents, the innocent ones, they want a case solved. They want justice for the dead child. But you don't.
The rhythm of the creaking floorboards was faster now, as if a rocking chair could take her somewhere.
That only makes sense if you already know who killed your son. Rumor has it you're an atheist, so I know God's not telling you to leave the vengeance to him.
The rocking stopped.
If you know who did this, tell me.
Vengeance is thine, Sally Polk?
You bet your sweet ass, old man.
She reached out to tap the photograph in his hand.
Mary Kent's skull was caved in with a rock. She died quick. The killer spent more time with Josh. It was hands-on torture. No other way to say it. Broken ribs, a fractured jaw, cracks in his leg bones, breaks in the arms. And then there's the damage to Josh's hands. My expert says one trauma can't account for all the broken fingers. They were snapped like twigs, one by one. The boy's pain just went on and on.
The judge looked down at the dog's brown eyes, wells of solace. I don't know who murdered my son. If you find out, don't come back here expecting thanks. And I won't thank you for that litany of Josh's suffering. Those terrible pictures you put in my head. Now I can see his fear. I can feel it. I can even hear the bones breaking, my child crying. Is this what you wanted? He turned to her with all his pain, all his sadness, and it drove her away. I'm not an invalid. Swan waved off assistance as he settled down on the couch in his library. He reached out to an end table and picked up a stapled sheaf of papers. This is the final report on the bones. You didn't get that from the sheriff. Oren sat on the floor and prowled through a box of food delivered by the cleaning woman. He pulled out 2 roast beef sandwiches and handed one to Swan. Who sold you the coroner's report? Dave Hardy? No, I never paid a dime. Swan bit into his sandwich and nodded toward the box. There should be a carton of beer in there. And I've got better sources than the deputy. I know Dr. Brasco. He's the anthropologist they called in to examine the bones. I may have misled him. He thought I was consulting on the case, so he faxed me his own results. He also passed along his condolences and regards. Dr. Brasco tells me the 2 of you go way back to the mass graves of Bosnia. He said you were an uncommon man. His highest praise. He couldn't understand why you left the military, especially now when... Good job. I found it. Oren pulled out the 6-pack of beer cans. What was Brasco's finding? The female victim died quickly. Josh's death was more drawn out. Swan reached down to accept a warm beer and popped the tab. That makes your brother the most likely target. The woman was probably a witness. Oren could think of other scenarios, but he said nothing. That kills the theory of a murder for hire, said Swan. A professional would have been more... efficient. The killer's violence toward Josh suggests immaturity, control issues.
Like somebody who knocks his wife around? I wouldn't rule out spousal abuse. Your brother's killer might have a history of violence, but he certainly had something to hide. Find the secret. Something photographable. That's the motive. It's most likely a shameful thing, and that's where the rage comes in. Oren set down his beer can. I don't care about a perp's motivation or how he was affected by early potty training. I just collect the evidence, and then I catch him. So simple. But you seem to favor abusive husbands. Maybe a jealous husband? You think our killer might have mistaken Josh for you? We could narrow down the suspects if you gave me a list of all the married women you slept with. Just the bleach blondes. According to my sources, the female victim was identified as We're not partners, said Oren. You give, I take. It's like that. And now he could rule out any tie to Evelyn, whose hair had been tawny brown, the color of a lion's mane. Dr. Brasco said you loved your work. Hard for him to believe you'd ever leave it. He also said you were a moral man. What happened? Were you asked to do immoral things? Is that why you left? Did your shining military code fall apart on you? Oren wiped his hands of breadcrumbs. I'm still looking for those missing prints from Josh's last roll. Hannah says she doesn't have them, and I know they weren't left at the drugstore. So that leaves you. Unless she lied. But I would never believe any bad thing of Miss Rice, even if I knew it to be true. He looked down at the cartons, the papers and pictures that covered the rug. You've seen everything I have. If those photographs aren't here, maybe you missed something. I'll just take a look around upstairs. Oren moved toward the open doors that led to the foyer and the staircase. He glanced back to see Swan reach for his cane and rise to a listing stand. Oren slowed his steps near the foot of the staircase, where he listened to the closing of the elevator door in the room behind him, and now the whir of the slow-rising cage. This was an odd race of dragging feet. He heard the cage door open on the floor above. He climbed upward and paused near the landing to watch William Swan hobble into a room at the top of the stairs. Oren gave the man enough time to find the thing he most wanted to hide. Then he opened the door to a room of filing cabinets and other furnishings of a private office. Swan was not holding papers or pictures. He was secreting a pair of binoculars in the top drawer of a desk. Interesting choice. Obviously, the cleaning woman had never ventured into this room. Only one window pane had been washed, and there were repeated patterns of twin circles in the dust on the sill. Oren took the binoculars from the open drawer and turned to the one clean window, training the lenses on the only thing in sight that was not a cloud or a tree. The binoculars were already focused for the tower of the Winston Lodge. Below the roof of bright copper shingles, half the wall was made of glass, a voyeur's dream. He watched Mrs. Winston pacing back and forth like a captive in a giant's jewel box. You were right about one thing, said Oren. I never wanted to work on my brother's murder. Personal involvement screws with judgment. He returned the binoculars to the desk drawer and slammed it. That's what blindsided you. He stared at the ruined side of Swan's face. You still think you got that scar because the other cops in your precinct thought you were queer? Swan looked wary, but curious, too. Oren walked toward him. That A carved into your skin doesn't stand for AIDS. Nobody heard that rumor until after you were attacked. He stood toe-to-toe with Swan. I think you believe that now. You're not even gay, are you? Even that was a scam. Back in L.A. when you were a cop, how many married women were you screwing? Was Mrs. Winston one of them? Swan's gaze was fixed upon the window, the view of Sarah Winston in her tower. He closed his eyes. Isabel Winston reached over the paddock fence to feed a slice of apple to the horse, nickel number 2. In her early childhood, number 2 had been her name for Addison. Legally, he was her father, the only one she had ever known. But once there had been another father, a natural one. What was his name? She had carelessly forgotten. Beyond a tie of blood, her sole connection to that other man had been an old photograph in her mother's wallet. After a time, the wallet had been lost, and the photograph had not been missed. If only Daddy number 2 could fade away so easily. Addison stood beside her, making a great show of looking around in all directions to be certain that they were not overheard. His lips close to her ear, he spoke in a stagey whisper. "Don't you have any curiosity? You never asked me about the day your mother buried Josh in the woods." "I don't believe you." "Sarah buried something else. Evidence of murder. I could show you where to dig." Chapter 27. Alerted by the cowbells on the judge's bedroom doorknob, Oren took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, bare-chested, barefooted, and zipping his jeans on the run. His father stood before the front door, shod in sandals and wearing a sweatshirt pulled over pajama pants. Frustrated by 3 deadbolt locks, he scratched on the wood with a clawed hand. The sleepwalker's imaginary box was cradled in one arm. Oren gently turned him around and held him by the shoulders. There was anguish in the old man's eyes when he said, "I need another miracle." "You and me both." Oren embraced him and held him close. Out came the words he could only say when the old man was asleep. "I missed you. God, how I missed you." He breathed in the tobacco scent trapped in his father's beard. This moment was the homecoming he had ached for, and he did not want it to end. The judge began to cry. Hannah appeared in her purple bathrobe. "This is my fault. I forgot to jug his whiskey." "Get the key," said Oren. "Unlock the door." The housekeeper shuffled off in fuzzy purple slippers to return minutes later, wearing sensible shoes and holding the key, 2 jackets, Oren's cowboy boots, and a whiskey bottle. "First aid," she said, by way of explaining the bottle. She wrapped one jacket around the judge's shoulders. After pulling on his boots, Oren unlocked the door and placed his father's hand on the knob so the old man could open it by himself. Once outside, Hannah pulled 2 small flashlights from the deep pockets of her robe. Guided by these beams, she and Oren followed the sleepwalker down the porch steps. They woke the yellow stray in passing, and now there were 4. The dog made no sound as he trotted along at the judge's side, only lifting his snout, sniffing for a scent of change in the air, something odd and maybe dangerous. Inside the garage, his father became anxious again. The Mercedes was locked. The housekeeper folded her arms. "I'm not giving up that key." The judge let go of the door handle. 2 by 2, Oren and Hannah followed the old man and the dog. They left the garage and walked down the driveway to the road. After a hike of 10 minutes, the small parade turned onto a dead-end street with only one address. The graveyard gate was open. No locks to thwart Henry Hobbs on his mission. But there were many obstacles, small marble stones to trip over and large monuments to collide with. "Don't worry," said Hannah, reading Oren's mind again. Annoying habit. "This part of the cemetery hasn't changed at all. Whatever year the judge is walking through, he'll do just fine. It's probably daylight in his dreams." The judge neatly skirted every headstone along his path and came to rest before the Hobbs family plot, which held 100 years of generations. He unlatched the small iron gate and stepped inside to sit down by the grave of Oren's mother. The yellow stray sprawled on the grass beside him. "Compared to Horatio, that dog is a freaking genius," said Hannah. "He knows when to be still." Oren entered the gated plot and sat down tailor fashion. By the light of the moon, he watched his father's face. The judge woke from the dream to see that it was not day but night, and he wore the same shy expression Oren had seen at the close of the last episode. The judge stared at his wife's headstone and then discovered his son seated beside him. This time, there could be no retreat into sleep and forgetfulness. Finally, wits gathered, the old man said,
When will they give Josh back to us so we can have a proper funeral?
It won't be long, said Oren. I guess you believe me now.
Hannah stood behind the judge, arms folded in a pose of I told you so.
You were walking in your sleep.
I suppose that would explain a lot. The judge fished through the pockets of his jacket. Hannah ended this search by producing 2 cigars and a pack of matches from thin air. After handing over the whiskey bottle, she further amazed them by opening her hands to reveal a tiny glass standing on each palm. All of the housekeeper's clothes had deep pockets, the props of her best magic act, producing what was needed at the moment, be it bandages for a boy's skinned knee or shot glasses. Oren took a proffered cigar from his father and unwrapped the cellophane. I've never smoked one before.
Nothing to it.
The judge bit off one end of his own cigar, and his son did the same. He struck a match and lit both stogies, warning, Don't inhale, boy. Just let it run around your taste buds, and then let it out. He opened his mouth to blow a perfect smoke ring in the still air, and then he blew a ring within a ring, a thing that had once delighted his son. And it still did.
Hannah can do 3,
said the judge,
but she never upstaged me in front of you and Josh.
You talk in your sleep, sir. Oren filled his mouth with smoke and exhaled it with his next words. You asked for another miracle.
Well, that can't be right. I'm opposed to all things mystical. I most particularly do not hold with miracles.
The judge looked around to see that Hannah had wandered away to visit the gravestones of old friends. He poured whiskey into the shot glasses and handed one to his son. Sir, you asked for another miracle.
But there never was a first.
The judge, lost in thought, stared at his wife's gravestone.
No, I'm wrong. There was a miracle. More like a joke.
The miracle of the rain. It happened right here.
I know you remember the Reverend Percy.
Yes, sir, I do.
Anointing you as a teenage archangel. That wasn't the craziest thing he ever did.
But I had a few words with him over that. The judge smiled at this memory.
That loony old bugger. Oh, but what a showman. He packed his church every Sunday. One time he accused Ad Winston of being the devil himself. Addison was so pleased. A lawyer can't buy advertising like that.
Sir? You went to church?
No, I never do. But I'm not your typical atheist either.
Henry Hobbs absently stroked the dog's fur, and the animal loved him back, nuzzling his hand.
The way I see it, it doesn't matter if God invented man or man invented God. It's a done deal. And you might as well try to uninvent the isosceles triangle. But a bona fide miracle defies logic in both camps. A man-made God precludes miraculous acts, and a true God wouldn't allow them. Why shake man's faith in sweet reason? Take the Reverend Percy. He was shaken witless by the miracle of the rain.
Oren exhaled a blue cloud and sipped from his shot glass. In faraway places, this was something he had imagined time and again, sharing smoke and whiskey with his father and listening to the old man's oral history of family and town. The judge slapped the ground with one hand.
Percy's miracle happened right here on this very spot.
It was the day of your mother's funeral.
Well, the sky's clouding up. The rain's coming any minute, and everybody knows it. Umbrellas at the ready everywhere you look. And the Reverend Percy's building up to the high point in his eulogy. Then the first raindrops fell. Oh, how that pissed him off. He looks up at the sky, a real nasty look like a warning. Then it begins to pour, a solid wall of rain. Well, Percy's drenched, and people are surprised he doesn't drown when he opens his mouth. His eyes roll up toward heaven. He shakes one fist and yells, "Knock it off!" And the rain just stopped. Damnedest thing. A rare thing, but not unheard of. You see, the rain didn't taper off. It was more like a giant faucet in the sky got turned off.
The judge snapped his fingers.
That quick. So the miracle of the rain figured into a lot of church sermons after that. And then it became the punchline to a joke on a crazy old fool. Every time it rained, you'd see people stop on the street to shake their fists and yell at the sky and laugh. How they laughed. Now, if that's a miracle in your book, I'd have to say your standards are really low.
Father and son smoked cigars by the light of the moon and shared the whiskey for as long as it lasted. Addison Winston aimed his flashlight beam at a patch of ground behind the stable. He held out the shovel to Isabel.
Shall we dig it up?
You put it there.
Ask your mother who buried it.
Oh, that's right.
You can't, can you? It might send her poor, fragile mind right over the screaming edge.
Belle, you have a first-rate brain, and this is simple logic. If I had evidence to hide,
why would I bury it on my own land? I would have thrown it into the sea. But your mother's clearly an amateur in all things criminal. Or maybe her mind wasn't working right the night she buried it.
Isabel sank the shovel a few inches into hard ground. All right. Logically, it shouldn't still be here. She used one foot on the metal edge to sink it deeper. Why didn't you dig it up and get rid of it?
Well, it helps if you think like a lawyer. It's evidence that goes to your mother's state of mind. Insanity. I thought it might come in handy if, by some miracle, Cable Babbitt ever got to thinking like a real cop. He might wonder why you'd fake an alibi for Oren Hobbs. I wondered about that myself when you were 16. There's two ways to look at it, from the law's point of view. Either you killed Josh and you needed an alibi for yourself, or you knew for a fact that Oren didn't do it. Because you knew who did. Sorry I can't help with the digging or the disposal. That would make me a material witness. I wouldn't be able to represent your mother if it comes to a trial.
Mom would never hurt Josh. Isabel lifted a shovelful of dirt and then another. They were friends.
Her friendships end badly. Look at poor William. After you left town, he'd drop by for dinner at the usual time, and your mother would lock herself in her room. No apology. Not one word of explanation. That was shabby.
The shovel clinked against a metal object. Isabel knelt down to scoop the dirt away with her hands. She could hear her restless horse moving in his stall on the other side of the stable wall.
And now, said Addison, back to your phony alibi for Oren Hobbs. How could you know he was innocent? You must have seen your mother when she came home from the woods that day, the day Josh disappeared. She was all sweaty and exhausted. Burying a corpse is hard work. You might recall all the blisters on her hands.
Discarding the shovel, Isabel lifted a camera from the hole. It was crusted with dirt, and the metal was pitted like a sponge. Every mechanism was jammed. She set it on the ground and wiped her hands. I can't open the back.
Looking for a roll of film? You think maybe the boy had time to snap a picture of your mother?
He handed her the flashlight and stooped to pick up the shovel.
Good thinking, Belle. No telling how long film might hold up.
He made a swing with the shovel and brought it crashing down on the camera. Now it was easy to lift the broken back, but there was no roll of film inside. Isabel aimed the flashlight beam at the open compartment. A small piece of torn film was snagged in the spool. My mother didn't kill Josh. Mom knows how to operate a camera like this one. Somebody else ripped out the roll and botched it.
A prosecutor will argue that she panicked.
Addison, did you ever try to rip something like this? A piece of plastic or a negative? It's not easy. She stared at the mangled snatch of film, all that remained of Josh's last roll. This was a violent act, and the killer knew nothing about cameras.
Like me?
He squatted down beside her.
Burying the body. That's what made the blisters on Sarah's hands. Remember how beautiful her hands were? He pointed to the camera. Your mother brought home that little souvenir the following day. She waited for the cover of night to put it in the ground. Sarah was drunk by then, and she couldn't find the key to the tool shed. No shovel. She dug the hole with a spoon in her bare hands. That was just hell on her manicure. You remember the broken fingernails? You even asked her how she broke them. Is it all coming back to you now? Isabel dropped the camera back into the hole. What are you doing? Belle, this is the time to get rid of it. If we wait too long, your mother might dig it up herself. She's coming apart. Throw it into the sea. Isabel shook her head. Bad idea. All right, here's a better one. The grave in the woods. There's no one guarding it anymore, and now that they've closed up the hole, it's the perfect hiding place. No, Addison, I don't think so. That would be tampering with evidence. So you'd better hope I never testify in court. I'd have to say that I saw you smash the camera with this. She took the shovel from his hands and steeped it into the pile of loose dirt. It was all so long ago. I can't say I remember seeing blisters on Mom's hands, she lied. Or broken fingernails. She filled in the hole and tamped it down with the flat side of the spade. And the camera's buried on your land, isn't it? What a crazy thing to do. And you knew where to dig. You led me right to it. Isabel handed him the shovel. If this ever comes back on you, Addison, you can always plead insanity. And that plea might ring true. She picked up the flashlight and switched it off, not wanting to see his face. Was he grinning in the dark? Chapter 28. He stood at the door to the attic darkroom, unable to cross the threshold. The tools of his brother's art were arranged in the same old way. The chemicals in the bottles must have degraded by now, but no dust had been allowed to settle here. Josh might have walked away only an hour ago to have his breakfast downstairs in the kitchen. Oren was afraid to go inside that small room. He might get lost in there, and a search party of 1,000 townspeople would not be able to bring him back this time. He heard wooden clogs on the attic stairs, and turned to see Hannah pause on the top step. Her eyes were on the dark room's open door. I told you that's the last place I would have put those old pictures. He nodded absently. Inside the room, only inches away, was a drawer that he might search, but it was too far to travel just now. Maybe tomorrow. I had your black suit dry cleaned, said the housekeeper. I'm not going to the birthday ball. Hannah's clogs were coming up behind him, and he could hear determination in every step. The judge wants you to come with us. Come. Just to make your father happy for one night. He thinks I killed Josh. The wooden clogs came to a halt. You can't believe that. That's why he sent me out of town. He was right to blame me. Josh and I had a fight in the woods that day. He wasn't just stalking strangers. Sometimes it was people we both knew, and I called him on it. The last time I saw my brother, I was chasing him down. And I was angry. Josh had shown him a photograph of 2 lovers on the porch of Evelyn's cabin. One captured instant of a slow kiss. Oren had torn this picture to shreds. And then he had reached for his brother. I know he was afraid of me. He ran off. I followed him. I hunted him all day long. And I would have found him if he was only lost. But he was hiding from me. He was scared. Each detail of that day into night was so clear. The judge and Hannah had waited dinner, though the hour was late. They were sitting at the kitchen table when he came banging through the back door, out of breath and sweating, and bleeding, his face badly scratched by low-hanging branches after sundown. The judge had been surprised to see him this way, and alarmed, and slow to ask him where his brother was. That was the first time Oren had felt fear. He felt it now, standing in the open doorway of the dark room, a time machine. Josh might still be wandering the woods,
only missing his supper. The judge must be worried. It was so dark outside. Hannah was shaking him back into the solid world, where it was morning. A truck larger than a moving van caught Sarah Winston's attention. What now? All the flowers and the rented furniture had already been delivered, and the caterers' vehicles had arrived an hour ago. She drank her breakfast slowly, for this single glass was the only alcohol she would be allowed all day. Happy birthday to me. The rear door of the giant truck was rolled up, and two large men climbed inside to stand among tall blocks of ice. They slowly moved one of the blocks toward the edge of the truck bed and onto a waiting forklift. This small yellow machine and its massive cargo turned and rolled across the grass, then up a wide plank and through the open doorway of the lodge. As she followed the forklift inside, she felt the cold chill of air conditioning cranked to Arctic temperatures. Awaiting the ice block was a standing army of men and women with chainsaws and more traditional carving tools. Addison was in their midst, talking to a man with a clipboard. Delighted, Sarah called out, "Ice sculptures!" Her husband whirled around and smiled, as if he had not seen her for years and years. He walked toward her. "Not to worry, Sarah. These artists work very fast. They'll be done hours before the first guest arrives." He put one arm around his wife's shoulders and guided her through the doors to the foyer. "It's too cold in here, I know. Can't have the ice melting before the ball. But there'll be at least 1,000 candles lighting this room tonight. That should take the chill off." He closed the doors behind them. "Promise me you won't go in there again. I want the sculptures to be a surprise." She kissed his cheek and climbed the stairs, glass in hand, sipping her way toward the tower room, where she had found a new hiding place for contraband. If she were to turn around right now, Sarah knew she would see the maid close behind her. Hilda must find it miraculous that her employer's wife could nurse one drink all morning, and the legend of the bottomless glass would grow into evening. "It never fails," said Hannah. "Guilt always comes with a death in the family." The housekeeper pointed Oren toward an old trunk in a silent invitation to sit down. She stood over him, hands on hips and great concern in her eyes. "This is how I remember the day. Josh asked me to make him a sandwich for his knapsack, but not you. So I know it was a last-minute idea. You going into the woods with your brother. You were keeping close tabs on him in those days. I bet Josh was the one who started the fight." When Oren hesitated, she leaned down to peer into his eyes and smiled, liking what she saw. "I'm right. That boy meant to ditch you from the moment you set out for the woods. He had plans of his own that day. Plans you wouldn't like." She paced in front of him, hands behind her back and talking in the listen-up mode. "Your life started going off the track long before that day. I lay the blame on your mother for dying young. If she'd lived, she would have taught you how to dance and talk to little girls. You would have had an actual conversation with Isabel Winston. The two of you should have had 4 kids by now. Incidentally, it's not too late for that. I realize that Belle seems a bit harsh, maybe even homicidal. There are no pictures of my mother. As a child and a teenager, he had never questioned the loss of her. Other boys had mothers, but he and Josh had Hannah. No photographs. I can't remember what she looked like." "Of course there were pictures," she said. "Dozens of them. The first time I walked into this house, uninvited, well, you know that old story, I saw your mother looking back at me from every wall. The judge cried all the time in those days. He couldn't walk into a room without seeing reminders of her. So, a week or so after her funeral, real late at night, I collected them all and brought them up here." Hannah pulled a trunk away from the wall to get at the boxes behind it. "The next morning, the judge woke up, looked at the walls, then took a deep breath and got on with his life. We never talked about it." She opened a box and pulled out framed photographs, handing them to Oren one by one. "You can see how pretty she was, but that's not what people remember best. You ask, and they'll say she loved to dance. The housekeeper picked up a small wooden chest. This is why I came up here. She lifted the tiny latch, opened the lid, and pulled out a frayed teething ring. This was your stuff. Nothing of Josh's. You two weren't so much alike when you were small. He was on the frail side, but you always looked like a little man in training. She plucked a picture from the box and held it up to him. He stared at the snapshot of a baby no older than 2. Hannah placed the small chest in his hands and backed away a few steps as he pored through the contents. There were a few small toys, a lock of hair tied by a ribbon, and photographs of husband and wife taking turns with the camera to picture themselves with their first baby. That's the judge's invisible box, said Hannah. The one he carries around when he walks in his sleep. It's the only box in the house that opens with a latch. You saw the way he opened it in the kitchen the other night. I told you I'd seen it before. Last night he carried it to the cemetery to ask for a miracle. Do you get it now? He shook his head. She threw up her arms. That first time in the kitchen he said to your dead mother, "Our child is lost. I need another miracle." You're the lost child, Oren. No, that was Josh. The judge blamed me for... He never did. He sent me away. He couldn't stand the sight of me. She silenced him with one finger pressed to his lips. After a time, the judge came to terms with the idea that Josh was dead. But not you. You just would not give him up, always tearing around those woods, days at a time. There was a danger that you might die out there, half-starved, no water. Maybe there'd come a day when we couldn't find you and bring you safe home. Your father sent you away to finish school in a place with no trees, so you couldn't get lost again. It was your idea to stay away, to join the army. That mystified him, and it hurt him, too. That old man loves you beyond reason, and he missed you every single day that you were gone. The reason he kept the house like a damn museum, that wasn't on account of Josh. He wanted everything to be the same on the day when you found your way home. Isabel had spent half the morning in bed, using a pillow to muffle the sounds of workmen inside the house and out in the yard. She had spent most of the night reading the more recent birder logs written years after the disappearance of Joshua Hobbs, her mother's obsession. The town had become smaller and more claustrophobic on each succeeding page. Some birds had eyes that glowed in the darkness as they traveled single file up the mountainside, and these were the witchboard people. Showered and dressed, she unlocked her bedroom door. Last night was the first time she had ever thought to lock it. But she had gone to bed with no fears for her mother. She had believed Addison when he professed to love his wife. Madly. Isabel's fear had come later, page after page of it. When she smoothed out the bedding, she found a journal in the folds of the sheet. This was the one that had given her nightmares. She held the small book in one hand, weighing the consequences of its destruction. This one might be more dangerous than the journals she had left in the care of the judge. One day soon, she and Oren Hobbs must talk, but not of this. She planned to fling it into the sea. This journal began with a séance in the woods. Wings spread, a young lark hovered over a table ringed with monsters, and it sang for them. Oren, help me, find me, take me home. Chapter 29. On the night of Sarah Winston's annual birthday ball, the lodge is more dazzling than the Sun King's palace. Strings of bright lights outline every beam, every window and wall. They run along the rooftop and upward to describe circles around the high castle tower. So wrote Ferris Monty many years ago, when these were all the details he could glean firsthand as an outsider looking in. And tonight, oh, tonight, he piloted his yellow Rolls-Royce up the winding driveway, fairly bouncing on the front seat, giddy as any 10-year-old with Cinderella dreams. The car keys were handed off to a valet, and Ferris approached the lodge, resplendent in a new suit of red velvet, his nose held high. He was drunk with anticipation as he stood before the doorman, a large thug in a tuxedo, and handed over his personal invitation from Isabel Winston, a true princess. The thug stood to one side and Ferris was allowed to enter. Crossing the crowded foyer, he was accosted by a waiter bearing a tray of champagne flutes. Glass in hand, Ferris sauntered into the massive front room and the babble of conversations riding below the music of an orchestra. The bandstand was next to a gigantic window with the view of a second ballroom under the stars. Beyond that outdoor dance floor was a parking lot of luxury cars and ancient wrecks. Ferris wondered how many trees Ad Winston had killed to accommodate the vehicles of more than 1,000 guests. A tourist in Fantasyland, he saw the most amazing sights looming over him. A flock of birds, gigantic and fanciful, carved in ice and presiding over platters piled high with lobster tails and giant shrimp. The cold air rising from these sculptures warred with the heat of a chandelier lit with hundreds of electric candles. It was like staring into the sun. The walls were lined with real candles in sconces, with tables for 2, and others had chairs for 6. The orchestra changed its tempo to a livelier beat, and the floor quickly filled with people. All around him, designer finery danced with second-hand clothes. Outlaw movie folk and grafting politicians commingled with store clerks and construction workers. A pedophile rock star danced past him. Oh, and there, bald as a cue ball, was a famous model, a killer drunk driver, in the arms of the postmaster. When the newspaper syndicate tired of the story about a lost boy's bones, here, swirling round him, was enough material to provide months of columns and television interviews. And somewhere in this gathering was an ending for his book. His pen vibrated in his pocket. Oren pulled out a chair to seat Hannah at the table reserved for the judge's party.
"Odd,"
she said, looking up at the ice statues.
"They're less scary when they're monster size."
"I don't think our hostess agrees with you."
The judge nodded toward the solitary figure only a few yards distant, a woman with pale, upswept hair, glittering combs to hold it, and a long gown of that same champagne shade. Sarah Winston stood frozen at attention before one of the giant birds, like one piece of art regarding another. The ice sculptures were all recognizable from her private journals, and now she stared at each of them in turn, astonished and clearly viewing them for the first time.
"This is Addison's work," said Hannah.
Apparently the lawyer had also read the lady's journals and selected these images from the darker pages. All of the giant birds had fangs. Shaken, Mrs. Winston reached for a drink from the tray of a passing maid, who defied her employer, lifting the wine glasses high and carrying them out of reach. Oren realized that, more than anything on earth, Mrs. Winston wanted that drink, but all the gold bangles on her wrists would not buy it. And this was also Addison's work. Alice Friday stopped by the judge's table and leaned down to Oren.
"Look over there!"
She pointed to the far side of the room, calling his attention to Mrs. Winston's daughter.
"That's the woman who tried to kill you!"
Oren turned to catch Isabel staring at him, and she quickly looked the other way.
"No need to dive under the table."
Evelyn Straub, an imperious figure in a long blue gown, sailed stately past him on her way to the caterer's bar.
"The girl doesn't have a pocket to hide a gun. Not in that slinky dress."
Ferris Monty had surmised that the woman in the maid's uniform was not one of the caterer's people. She was Sarah Winston's warden, a snatcher of drinks, a spoiler of fun. The maid's head turned in all directions, and there was panic in her eyes. Her employer's wife had vanished. He smiled with the secret knowledge of Mrs. Winston's hiding place, for he had witnessed the lady's disappearing act. Ferris rounded a screen of potted foliage and saw 2 women standing on a small, secluded terrace, their heads close together in conversation. Friends? Well, this was the mismatch of the century. Mavis Hardy was so altered he hardly knew her. She was a bare-armed Amazon in sequins, and she was barefoot, the only outward sign of a mind gone awry. The madwoman had forgotten her shoes. Ferris was oddly touched by this, and he regarded her dirty bare feet as wounds. As a gossip columnist extraordinaire, he had only to glance at that gown to recognize the designer, and that particular fashionista had died years before the close of the last century.
However, even second-hand, this dress was well beyond the purse of a librarian, but not Sarah Winston, her companion and, no doubt about it, her benefactor. One problem: the gift of a used dress would hardly fit the style of a multimillionaire. And now he realized that the ball gown had been given to Mavis Hardy long ago when it was new, for here were all the signs of a reunion. The women embraced, drank wine, and wept. William Swan returned Isabel's wave. The black strapless gown was out of character for a woman who seldom wore lipstick, and the thigh-high slit was daring, so grown up. He missed the little girl, the shy red-headed wanderer always looking for love and a safe place to catch her breath. As a child and a teenager adrift among strangers, and only one old friend, she had always come to his table, demanding asylum. Tonight she resumed this old custom and sat down with him again. She stared at the giant ice sculptures. They worked an unnerving effect on her. William lifted one hand to flag down a waiter bearing wine glasses. "I saw Oren Hobbs come in with the judge and Miss Rice." Isabel pretended not to hear this as she lifted 2 champagne flutes from the waiter's tray. "There's a law against what you did, Belle." He had intended this as a tease, a friendly rebuke for her recent streak of violence against a certain young man. When she turned to him with guilty surprise, he decided upon a different tack, an older offense. "You lied to the sheriff." "That alibi for Josh's brother." "I know you had a crush on Oren Hobbs when you were a child, but that was—" "I never did." "Of course you did. But I can't believe it lasted 5 years. You were 16 years old when you gave him that fake alibi. So why the lie to save Oren Hobbs? Had she known the boy was innocent? Did Isabel have a suspect of her own in those days? If so, it must have been someone close to her, someone she would never give up to the sheriff." William Swan sat well back in his chair, pushed there, as if revelation had punching power. Later, at the keyboard of his computer, Ferris Monty would describe his companion as a vitriolic hamster who drank a lot. The town councilwoman accepted his invitation to sit down at his table. "I don't gossip," she said. But they all said that. In answer to his question on the out-of-town guests, the hamster replied, "Those are Addison's clients. Don't you read Rolling Stone or Forbes? Criminals, every last one of them." When queried on the history of the ball, she told him that this very table had once been reserved for the late Millard Straub. "Mean little prick. He sat here with his oxygen tank, and no one said a word to him all night. But his wife danced every dance and had a high old time. There she is now." Ferris turned to see Evelyn Straub standing at the caterer's bar, a grand dame in midnight blue and pearls. "Back in the day," said the hamster, "Evelyn was a showstopper." He nodded in agreement, for he had known her then, but having been barred from every ball, he had never seen Evelyn dance. "Her husband died suddenly, didn't he?" "Not sudden enough. It's no wonder his wife took up with that boy, Oren Hobbs." "And everyone knew?" "No, not till the day Oren came home. I got that story from a guest at the Straub Hotel." Ferris was bent over his notebook, jotting lines, when the hamster said, "Could you write down that I killed Millard Straub? That used to be my fantasy." "You think he was murdered?" "Oh, no. He died of old age. Passed away peacefully in his sleep. There's no justice in this world." "My mother married him for his money," said Isabel. "You were the one she loved." William Swan shook his head more in wonder than denial. Why was she so insistent on this revision of history? "Your mother was very much in love with Addison. She told me so before the wedding." "She should have married you." "I was a child," said William, reminding her for the second time in as many days. "You loved her." "I was smitten. I'll admit to that much. And then I grew up.
You were so handsome in your policeman's uniform.
Belle, you never saw me in a uniform. Years went by before...
Mom has a photograph of you. It was taken the day you graduated from the police academy.
William well remembered that ceremony, and also the picture he had posed for with Sarah by his side. He had his own copy of that photograph, and he treasured it. It had been displayed on his bedroom wall for years, and recently hidden in a closet. But how did this old souvenir figure into Belle's false recollections? Why this artless attempt to bind him to Sarah?
You still love my mother. I know you do.
I'll always be her friend. And yours. This was true. Over the past 2 decades, Sarah had not said more than a handful of words to him, but he was constant.
And you'll always watch out for Mom, won't you?
Yes, Belle. She had extracted this promise from him days ago. It had caused him worry then, and now. When Isabel had left the table, he looked for Sarah in the crowd. He saw her standing on the fringe and far away, feet moving to the music, and she was a little unsteady for the wine. He whispered, "Don't fall." A bottle of beer, his beverage of choice, was set down on the table alongside his untouched glass of wine. "Thank you," he said, looking up at Oren Hobbs, who played the gentleman tonight, waiting for an invitation to sit down. William nodded to the empty chair. Hobbs turned the chair around and straddled it as he tipped back his own bottle. "I wasn't the only kid in Coventry who was shipped out of town." He stared at Isabel's retreating back. "She was sent away before I was." William sipped from his bottle, buying time to think, and then he sighed. "Cold beer on a summer night. You've won my heart. Does that scare you?"
"Relax," said Hobbs. "She never made my short list. She's got the killer instinct. I can vouch for that. But her style is piss-poor. I'm still alive." He insisted on a toast to Isabel, the most incompetent of assassins, and the 2 men clinked glasses. From any distance out of earshot, they might be taken for the best of friends tonight. Addison Winston stood a short distance away, watching. A guest was speaking to him, but he seemed unaware of this. So intent was he on Oren Hobbs. Jim Webb, the postmaster, sat down at Ferris Monty's table.
"That story I told you about Oren and the little Winston girl? Well, this is where it all began. The very first birthday ball."
Ferris's pen was at the ready, poised over a fresh page in his notebook. What happened?
"Lots of people would still like to know. Back then, Belle Winston was only 11 years old, skinny and shy."
He pointed to the other side of the room.
"She was trying to disappear into that row of potted trees. Oren was over by the bandstand. They were 20 feet apart when it happened. Ever see 2 children struck by lightning? It was a thing to behold. The 2 of them just stared at each other, circling around like little foxes scouting the territory. The band started playing, and people were pairing off for a slow dance. Belle was standing there, waiting so patiently. Oren couldn't take his eyes off her, but he hung back. Then the girl made it easy for him, though it cost her a lot to do it. Like I said, she was shy. She walked out on the dance floor all alone. Well, 4 mules couldn't have held that boy back. He moved toward her. Heads were turning everywhere. People stopped dancing to watch them. Then the crowd made a circle around those 2 kids when they met at the center of the room. The little girl smiled and lifted her hands to take Oren as her partner. He was only inches away. The boy stared at her for a second or 2, and then I guess the girl just didn't make the cut. He walked right past her, left her standing there all by herself. I remember Belle looking down at her patent leather shoes, while everyone else was staring at her. A few kids were laughing. Oren kept walking, walked right out the front door. One kid in the crowd shouted out an unkind joke, and that little girl just stood there for the longest time, trying to figure out what had just happened to her. And why? When I showed up for the next year's ball, I saw her sitting on the staircase out in the foyer. I think she was still waiting for Oren, but he never came back.
By trade, Ferris Monty was a cheerleader for every sort of catastrophe. But tonight, he surprised himself. He found that he could relate to the public humiliation of an 11-year-old girl.
Why did he do that to her?
The postmaster smiled and shrugged.
It's a mystery.
Evelyn Straub looked up at a towering iceberg that stood guard over the seafood platters. She filled her plate with shrimp and scallops, while reminiscing with a small woman at her side.
I guess Oren was 16 when I asked him what happened that night. He told me he got to within a foot of the little Winston girl, and that's when...
He remembered that he didn't know how to dance, said Hannah. The judge had not come down from dancing people. The housekeeper had never learned how, and neither had the boys and girls of Coventry in those days. Children had no formal lessons until they reached the age of prom night, when the school took them in hand for ballroom classes. Hannah had not foreseen the lack of dancing lessons as a life-altering threat to a 12-year-old boy. Addison Winston avoided looking at his client. He stared at his glass, as if the details of William Swan's old case eluded him.
No, I don't believe I ever saw the dispatcher's sworn statement. What of it?
Oren Hobbs said the woman disappeared before the police could question her. So that's true?
It hardly matters. I'm sure there would have been logbooks or tapes to back up what happened to you that night.
You don't know? You never asked for the tapes?
William, when you were in the hospital, you didn't want to hear any details. And I don't recall you ever asking how I got you all that money.
I'm asking now. Addison loosened his tie.
Your settlement hung on the evidence that the police didn't produce. Things they didn't want in a public court record. That's why they put your deal on the table so fast. It was all about silence and the domino effect. The LAPD had so many lawsuits pending for corruption and brutality, and they stood to lose all of them because of you. You were the poster boy for police conspiracy theorists. I hate to admit this, but a chimpanzee could have won that damage award.
Then Hobbs was right. My case was never investigated.
I'm sure it was.
The lawyer swirled the dregs of the wine in his glass.
But that would have ended after the non-disclosure agreements were signed. When I do a deal, contract law trumps criminal law. They couldn't go forward with an investigation, not without breaking the agreement. They would have had to pay you triple damages.
Did you think the cops were guilty?
It didn't matter to me, said Addison. But you thought so. Maybe you don't remember, what with all those drugs the doctors gave you to dull the pain. The only time you were halfway lucid was in the recovery room after the surgery. You wanted revenge, and not just against the officers who left you to die that night. You wanted to nail every cop in town. Tall order, but I totally screwed the LAPD. I gave you what you asked for.
I want to reopen the case.
Can't be done, William. Breach of contract. You'd have to give back all that lovely cash.
Addison moved his hands up and down in the manner of scales.
Justice, he said, his right hand rising. And money.
The other hand sank like a stone.
Not a tough call.
No, it isn't, said Swan. I want to reopen the case. The lawyer laughed. His client did not. Addison felt a pain in his chest and slipped a pill into his mouth. Within seconds, the medication had done its work, and he was immortal again. Evelyn took Oren's arm, and he led her to the judge's table. When he pulled out a chair, she settled into it with a grace that chiseled away the pounds and passing years. She nodded to the company around her and then surveyed the crowd.
This room is ready to dance.
She slapped the table.
But that music is boring. I'll have to do something about that.
She rose from her chair and crossed the dance floor for a word with the orchestra leader. Before she left the bandstand, the tempo had changed to a Latin rhythm, and she seemed lighter on her feet as she headed back to the table. 20 years ago, her hips would have swayed. Tonight, she simply stepped in time to the beat of a drum and horns, turning gracefully full circle, and then continuing on her way. Many couples on the floor seemed stalled in place, not knowing where to put their feet this time. Addison Winston waved his arms, trying to catch the orchestra leader's eyes, but the man with the baton only smiled for Evelyn Straub, a woman who knew how to spread her money around.
That's better.
Evelyn sat down and leaned toward Oren.
The next dance will be a tango. Are you up for that?
Henry Hobbs rested one hand on his son's shoulder.
We're not tango people.
Speak for yourself,
said Evelyn.
I taught him that dance when he was 16.
Turning back to Oren, she said,
If you could do it naked, I guess you could manage well enough with your clothes on.
The judge spilled his wine and used a napkin to dab at the puddle.
Evelyn, you must find the statute of limitations very liberating.
Rising from the table, Oren held out one hand to her. Would you like to dance?
No,
said Evelyn, though she was clearly pleased by the request.
I think it's high time you settled accounts with the Winston girl. And here's the best part. You won't even have to say hello.
Oren crossed the floor, his eyes on Isabel Winston, and he was not worried that she might turn him down. He had no plans to ask for this dance. That was not in keeping with the spirit of the tango, a dance of love and war. He grabbed her roughly by the wrist and joined her to his hip, then pushed her away. And she came back. They owned the floor. The music was louder, more passionate, faster, then slower. The notes almost shy, and then va-voom. The music wrapped around them and stroked them up and down. They moved apart. He grabbed her arm and yanked her back again. So close. He smelled the wine on her breath. And then, with a turn of the head, the flower scent of her hair. And now her sweat and his. Lips close, almost a kiss. But no. She backed away, a tease with no remorse. He would make her pay for that. They set out to destroy each other in every move they made. She lifted her face to his. He looked away. She returned the insult. He flung her across the floor, and Isabel came crawling back to climb his body. Oren pressed down on her shoulders, and she sank to her knees. Rising to a swaying stand, she moved in close. Her leg rode upon his hip for an embrace. And so they danced with perfect understanding, anger and contempt, sex and longing. Her nails dug into his neck. He left impressions of his fingers on her bare shoulders. Apart, together. Heat. Incredible heat. And always the rhythm kept time with two hearts pounding. Bone against bone, grind and sway, down and down, lower still. He laid her on the floor and then pulled her up by one hand, not caring if he tore her arm off. The Latin tempo was climbing the walls and thrumming in the floorboards. Forced down to her knees again, she clawed her way up his legs, and he allowed it. Long fingernails raked his breast, buttons went flying, and a small spot of blood appeared on his white shirt. All around the room, breath was sucked in and moans expelled. The two dancers tangoed on. The music reached a crescendo as Isabel slapped his face. And he loved it. The song ended like sudden death. The dancers turned their backs on one another. Oren walked toward the terrace, and Isabel walked toward the caterer's bar. Applause rose up like thunder.
Well, that was different,
said the judge, raising his voice to be heard above the clapping hands, the stomps and whistles.
I don't think I've ever seen blood drawn on a dance floor.
Hannah looked upon the bloodletting as progress in a somewhat stalled relationship.
I bet those two get married.
The judge doubted this, offering recent evidence that Isabel would rather kill Oren than wed him. And Evelyn Straub ventured that Isabel could do both.
I don't see a conflict.
Ma'am? One of the caterer's people stood by the table, looking down at a saucer that had been used as an ashtray. When asked to put out her cigarette, the grand dame of hoteliers looked up at the waitress, a young girl who could be easily killed with a word or two. Yet Evelyn did nothing to harm her. Instead, she took her smoking cigarette outside in search of some small dog that she might kick. Approaching her golden years, she found pleasure in small things. The couple on the terrace stood close together, sheltered by the low-hanging branch of a tree in the privacy of darkness. They never noticed Isabel Winston in the open doorway. She held 2 wine glasses, one of them a peace offering for Oren Hobbs, but he had found other company. 11 years old again, shy again, dying of it. Isabel left them a gift of 2 champagne flutes abandoned on the terrace wall. Oren bowed to his companion and gently took the lady's hand to lead her out of the shadows. He pulled her to him, and they moved to the strains of slow music wafting out from the ballroom. The dancing partners closed their eyes. Oren Hobbs held a slender woman with long brown hair the color of lions, and Evelyn Straub danced with the boy from the moon. Sally Polk was never far behind the sheriff as he made his way through the crowd, shaking hands and flashing his politician's smile. He had yet to notice her, but she was a patient woman. Ah, now Cable Babbitt was turning her way. He saw her, and the effect was electric, a bit like a cattle prod to the private parts. Apparently, her new party frock made quite an impression on him, though it was nothing stylish, just something grabbed off a rack in haste and chosen only for its color. Maybe her bright green dress reminded him of some errand left undone, for now he was moving toward the door. She walked after him, taking her own sweet time, yet relentless in the click of high heels dogging him. "Can you hear me coming, Cable?" Chapter 30. A suitcase lay open on the bed, and 2 more stood by the door. Isabel slammed a bureau drawer and opened another. "This is because of him, isn't it?" Her hands balled into fists as she turned to her mother. "It always ends like this!" The hired car would be here any moment, so little time left. Sarah Winston stood by the window, dividing attention between her child and the driveway below. "Belle, you can't stay here and watch over me every minute. I want you to have a life of your own." Isabel held a blouse in her hands, absently twisting it into a rope. She dropped it into the open suitcase. Eyes full of tears, finally, for these tantrums always ended with tears, she crossed the room, reaching out to her mother. Sarah opened her arms to an embrace and kissed her daughter's hair. Turning her eyes to the window, she saw the approaching headlights of the limousine. "The car is here. I'll tell the driver you're almost ready. You'll be back in London soon." Isabel would not release her hold. "Don't make me leave. Please, Mom, I won't fight with him any more. I'll be good." Sarah held her daughter tightly. So little time. This moment only. Better to be stabbed with a knife. Better that than to hear this old refrain from the first time she had sent Isabel away. And the second time. And the 10th. Both mother and child knew all the words to this ritual parting and how it must end. "I love you," said Sarah. "It's time for you to go." The caterer's staff had been sent away and told to return in the morning. The lodge was still dressed in its gala finery. The debris of 1,000 guests, their glassware and dishes and even their rented chairs, remained. Only the ice sculptures had been removed, taken outside to melt on the grass. Addison Winston stood before a glass wall in the tower room. No need for a telescope tonight. He watched the headlights turn into the driveway down on Paulson Lane. The twin beams vanished under the boughs of trees and reappeared at William Swan's front door. Time was allowed for the man to limp into his house. More time for a slow elevator ride upstairs to the study. There a lamp was switched on in keeping with habits of the past few nights. Addison counted off the usual 10 seconds, long enough for Swan to fetch a pair of binoculars from a desk drawer. And now that distant light was extinguished. Sarah's devoted sentry preferred to keep watch on the tower from a darkened room. Addison never heard the bare footsteps behind him. He heard the clink of ice cubes in Sarah's glass as she entered the circular room. The lawyer's smile was in place. Showtime. He turned around to face his wife, who seemed startled to find him in her sanctuary at this time of night. "So Belle is gone?" "Yes." She closed her robe and belted it in an act of modesty, as if they had never been married, never shared a bed. Sarah tilted her head to one side, regarding him as a stranger here in Birdland, this other country at the top of the house. She took a long draught of her whiskey glass, draining it as she sank down in a chair.
I'm not surprised that Belle left in such a rush.
Addison uncapped a bottle he had discovered tucked behind the journals on the bookshelf. He leaned down to pour more whiskey into her glass.
You'll need this. Someone we know has been digging behind the stable.
He picked up his wife's hand and kissed it.
Belle found Josh's camera.
He stared down at his wife's shattered eyes, and he caressed her face with one hand.
Don't worry. She put it back in the hole and covered it up again. What a good girl. She'd never have done that to protect me.
Sarah shook her head, unable to make sense of this. And then she closed her eyes. She understood.
That's right,
said Addison.
Belle knows you're the one who buried that camera. I can only imagine what's going through her mind right now. Maybe she's thinking that I'm not the only monster in Birdland.
William Swan held the binoculars to his eyes and watched Addison feed more booze to his wife. This could be construed as the slow poisoning of an alcoholic. Nothing as graphic as battering, but just as deadly. Sarah was clearly pained by something her husband was saying. William did not underestimate the killing power of words. The telephone rang, and he knew who the caller would be before he picked up the receiver.
Hello, Belle.
Are you crying? Yes, I'm watching her now. By their poor connection, he realized that Isabel was calling from a cell phone, and that would place her well outside the town. Where are you? You're leaving? What about the maid? Is she still in the house? The call ended in the middle of a word, and he guessed that Belle's cell phone had failed her in this corner of the world where wireless lines of communication were hit and miss. He resumed his watch on the tower room. Though he disliked the idea of spying, a promise was a promise. He had never been able to say no to Isabel. Sarah was more pliant when she was drunk, and Addison almost preferred her this way. When he took her hand, she obediently rose from the chair. How he loved her. He loved her to death. He led her to the sliding door that opened onto the deck. The night was warm and all the winged rats had gone to sleep. So quiet now. Only the soft applause of leaves slapping one another as the wind rushed through them. Man and wife were about to pass through the open door when Addison turned to the opposite wall of glass and smiled for his audience, the watcher in the dark. He waved. William Swan was startled, a voyeur caught in the act. He watched Addison kiss his wife. It appeared that the man was sucking air and life from Sarah's body. She went limp and staggered onto the deck, supported by her husband's arm about her waist. The two of them disappeared behind a solid portion of the circular wall. This stroll in the sky would certainly make their watcher anxious, and so Addison was slow to lead his wife around to that part of the deck that could be seen from Swan's window. The lawyer, a showman and consummate actor, delighted in dragging out the other man's tension. As they walked, he said to Sarah,
I saw you bury the camera. And the Hobbs boy.
She stopped, but failed to make a stand. He led her onward, for they could not keep Swan in suspense all night. Around the deck they went, and now they were in full view of the house on Paulson Lane. It was time to jack up the fear in Sarah's eyes.
When I borrowed one of your journals, I needed the sketches for the ice sculptors to copy. I couldn't help but notice that some of them were missing from the shelf. They covered the year when Josh died. Did Belle take them with her by any chance?
No. Sarah turned her head toward the ocean view, perhaps looking there for inspiration. And she found it. Her eyes were too bright when she turned back to him, saying, I threw those books into the sea.
Excellent.
Did he believe her? Of course not. But he had read every one of her birder logs and pronounced them all insanely delusional.
So you just tossed them off a cliff. Now why couldn't you have done that with Josh's camera? Why drag it home and bury it behind the stable? What were you thinking? Was that the day your mind snapped? Easier to recall that night when he had lain awake, waiting for his wife to come to bed. He remembered the sliver of light under their bedroom door. He had seen the shadows of her footsteps pausing there, then moving on to make her bed elsewhere. Dating back to early days at Eastern boarding schools, Isabel Winston had spent most of her life grieving over a death that had not happened yet. And tonight she was still longing for a ghost mother who had not yet, not entirely, died. The limousine driver pulled into the local airport. The commuter plane could be seen near the small building that passed for a terminal. Soon the aircraft would be loading passengers bound for San Francisco and connecting red-eye flights to points all over the world. The ticket to ride was in her hand. Every time she left her mother, all but pushed out the door, Isabel felt the same sense of fear. It always escalated to panic when she saw these airport lights. And each time she had reached a distant shore, all she had ever wanted was to go home again. A lifetime of longing. Enough. She leaned toward the driver and said, "Take me back." Addison took Sarah's hand and twirled her in the turn of a waltz step until she was dizzy and in danger of falling. "I know you still have that photograph of you and Swan." She could only stare at him. He prompted her recall. "It's been a while. More than a quarter of a century. The picture was taken back in L.A., at a graduation ceremony for police cadets?" Sarah nodded. "I ordered that print from the photographer. When it came in the mail, I showed it to you. And you knew I was going to see an old friend. So you said. The boy in that photograph was barely 21. Hardly an old friend, Sarah." He held her at arm's length, and together they whirled around the deck, faster and faster, in and out of the sights of Swan's binoculars. They stopped once again to stand on that portion of the deck overlooking Paulson Lane. Still in the dancing mode, Addison dipped his partner over the rail, her long hair dangling, her face contorted in fear. He turned his head to smile for the man who sat in the dark. "Yes!" William Swan yelled at the civilian aide who had answered the phone at the sheriff's office. "Yes, it's a damned emergency!" "I don't think I like your tone." The girl's voice was painfully young and slightly bruised. "Why didn't you call 911? "The operator would have sent a deputy from Saulberg. The sheriff's house is right here in Coventry." But Cable Babbitt's home telephone was unlisted. "You have to call him and—" "What is the nature of the emergency?" Oh, bloody Christ. He imagined her reading lines from a script. He gripped the telephone receiver tighter, and he was calmer when he said, "Call the sheriff's house. Tell him I think Ad Winston is going to murder his wife." "You think he's gonna—" The girl paused for a second or two. There was sarcasm in her voice, a touch of payback when she said, "So no one's been injured. You just think somebody might kill his wife." William yelled, "Tell him!" "You kept that photograph all these years," said Addison Winston. Sarah turned away from her husband and gripped the rail, off-balanced by dancing and liquor, dizzy and sick. "I told you about the graduation ceremony. I always told you about every hour of my day. Where I went, who I spoke to." Behind his wife's back, ever mindful of their audience, Addison mimed the act of stabbing Sarah with a knife. For his next performance piece, he left her standing at the rail, holding on tight. He flattened up against the glass wall, and then, with both hands raised, as if to push her off the deck, he rushed forward, stopping short of touching her back. He lowered his hands and laughed out loud, imagining that he could hear Swan screaming in the distance, in the dark. Yet his voice was tender as he stood behind Sarah, holding her by the shoulders and nuzzling the soft skin of her neck. "I know you kept one of his letters, too." She turned around to face him, uncomprehending. "What letters? There was only one left. I know. I suppose you burned the others, but this one was special. Every now and then I'd dig it out of your keepsake box and read it again.
All these years later, I still find it very powerful. I can understand why you kept that one."
He stepped back a pace to regard his wife. So this was what a stunned cow looked like, after it had been hit between the eyes with a baseball bat. The prelude to slaughter. Taking Sarah in his arms, Addison danced her past the open door. Her bedside telephone rang, and the answering machine played a message from a man in deep distress, an anguished paramour pleading for Sarah to come indoors.
"Hold on!" Swan yelled from the little box. "I'm coming! I'm on the way!"
On this note of hysteria, the call ended.
Perfect.
William Swan stepped out of the elevator cage and crossed the room to another telephone for one more call. Once he reached the lodge, he would be helpless. Its grand staircase was insurmountable for a man with a ruined leg that could not support him in a climb to anywhere. His mere presence in the house might be enough to end the madness, but he could not count on that. William made a call for help from another quarter, spending precious seconds to listen to a tape recording telling him that there was no one there to hear him, no one home. He left a message, and then limped toward his front door. Haste caused him pain. His pills were upstairs on the desk in his study. No time to get them. He left the house hobbling, aching. Addison held her very close.
"I followed you the night you dug up the boy's skull. Why did you have to do that? Guilt, Sarah? After all these years? Everything was going so well. But now you and Swan are becoming more unstable every day. He's putting it all together. If he doesn't know already, he'll figure out that you were the cause of his mutilation. Well, you can see what you've done."
Sarah was looking down at the headlights rushing along Paulson Lane.
"He's coming,"
said Addison.
"Almost here."
He wrapped both her hands around the deck rail.
"Don't go anywhere without me."
He gently turned her face to his and softly kissed her lips.
"I'd love to stay and dance all night, but I have to go downstairs and greet our guest."
Father and son walked up the driveway, and the yellow stray trotted ahead of them. Henry Hobbs was in good spirits and slightly tipsy when he tossed another stick, and the dog fetched it back.
"Remember doing this with old Horatio?"
"Yeah," said Oren. "Those sticks kept whizzing past him. He never figured out what they were for." The judge's happiness was complete. Fine wine and a warm summer night. These things were truly gifts, and best of all was a walk down a country road with his son. He held his watch up to the light of the porch and squinted at the dial.
"Hannah should have been home by now. I'd better go inside and check the answering machine."
"Give her a little more time." Oren leaned down to scratch the stray dog behind the ears. She must have been the designated driver for half the town tonight.
"Well, Hannah does love to drive."
Odd that she never got a driver's license. But she'd have to produce a birth certificate to get one. Oren stood with his back to the porch, taking advantage of deep shadow to conceal his face. The judge was exposed, lit by a yellow bug light glowing brightly. Oren sat down on the bottom step. "You still pay her wages in cash, right? I always wondered where Hannah kept her money. I know she can't put it in the bank. She'd need a social security number to open an account." This posed an unsettling problem. There were rules to be observed, and Oren was breaking them with impunity. Henry Hobbs had invented this game to teach his boys the art of conversation, instructing them not to trivialize it by injection of the obvious. Oren was taking the contest to a new level, using lost points for bait. The judge threw up his hands, feigning confusion and misunderstanding.
"Don't you worry about Hannah. She's well provided for in my will."
He clapped his son on the back as he moved past him to climb the porch stairs. Turnabout. Now it was Oren's face that was bathed in light, and there was grave suspicion there. Without any kind of identification, I wonder how she's going to prove that she's Hannah Rice, so she can collect from your estate. Henry Hobbs forced a smile.
"You're my executor, boy. You won't have any problem identifying her."
"Won't I? I don't even know if Hannah's her right name. and neither do you." In his haste, as much haste as a cripple could manage, the late-night visitor dispensed with the custom of knocking. The great oak door to the lodge swung open, and the man entered the foyer walking ungainly, almost comic with his awkward limp. Addison paused half the way down the staircase to lean against the banister.
"Good evening. Again."
Swan advanced on him, hobbling, listing to one side, and every step threatened to tip him over. He came to a halt at the bottom of the staircase.
"Where is Sarah?" "William, my wife is too tired for any more entertaining tonight. I'll give her your regards."
Swan shouted,
"Sarah, I'm here! Stop!"
Addison held up one hand in the manner of a traffic cop.
"Keep your voice down. My wife is quite drunk. I don't think she could handle these stairs any better than you. We don't want her to fall and break her neck, do we?"
Swan placed one foot on the bottom step. The weight on his bad leg caused a wince of pain. He was slow to gain the next step, and the next.
"Well, I can see this might take a while."
Addison danced past him down the stairs. There was time enough to enter the front room and fill 2 glasses at the caterer's bar. When he returned to the foyer, Swan had fallen. Reduced to crawling, he had abandoned his cane to drag himself up 4 more steps.
"Good job," said the lawyer. "Only 40 to go."
He bent down and offered Swan one of the glasses, but he was rebuffed.
"No? None for you? Oh, well."
He settled one champagne flute on the carpet beside the crawling man.
"Just in case you get thirsty."
6 steps above his guest, Addison sat down to watch the man's slow, painful progress.
"I can see that you're still totally preoccupied with my wife. Have you figured out Sarah's part in the death of Joshua Hobbs?"
Swan's brow was beaded with the sweat of exertion. He gave up his struggle and laid his head on one arm.
"That's insane."
Addison tipped back his glass, then wiped his lips.
"I know you met with Sarah in the woods every Saturday at precisely 12 noon. That never happened. Don't interrupt."
Addison lightly stepped down the staircase to retrieve the cane that had been left behind as dead weight. He raised it over his head and brought it down on the man's back. Swan moaned. The lawyer resumed his smile, always a gracious host.
"I even know where the 2 of you met. With a telescope, I could always find Sarah's car on that bald section of the mountain. Of course, she knew I'd be watching, but you were cagey, William. You must have parked your own car under the trees, that turnout close to the clearing. Easier to hobble into the woods from there." "You're deluded."
This time Addison had only to raise the cane, and his well-trained guest fell silent.
"One day I decided to catch Sarah in the act. Hours before my wife left the house, I set out on foot. I took the old hiker's trail, not far past Evelyn's cabin. That's where the bodies were. I had no use for the woman's corpse, but that dead boy was a gift. Sad, really. Poor Sarah had so few friends. Just you and her little protege, the fledgling photographer." "You killed Josh?" "That has nothing to do with my story."
Addison brought the cane down on Swan's hand. The blow was hard enough to break the skin and hopefully a few bones as well. But the man did not cry out. A small disappointment. "Pay attention, William. I dragged the boy's corpse up the trail to the clearing, and then I went to work on his face with a pocket knife. Sarah and I had a lack of communication in those days, so this was how I talked to my wife, through mutilation." "Like mine?" Swan raised himself up to lean upon one arm, and his fingers lightly grazed his old scar. "The woman they found in Josh's grave, was that the missing dispatcher from L.A.? Is that why you—" "Oh, no, no, no." Addison shook his head in an exaggerated loss of patience. "You're muddling my crimes. Why would I kill the dispatcher? She had no idea where her bribe money came from. Her only job that night was diverting you to a surprise party during a tour of duty. An insignificant crime. When you called in for backup and the dispatcher heard the shots and screams,
That's when she realized what kind of a party it was, and she ran away. I'm told she didn't even finish out her shift.
The dispatcher never called for help?
She was the one who left me to die? Yes. I couldn't have planned for that to happen. However, I am a creature of opportunity. Shame to waste the makings of a good lawsuit. But that woman I found with Josh, well, I have no idea who she was. And who cares?
He raised the cane and punctuated the beats of an admonition with strikes to Swan's shoulders and his head.
She has nothing to do with my story.
Addison tossed his hair and tilted his head to one side.
Where was I? Oh, yes, I was carving up the face of a dead child. And then I found myself a good hiding place in the trees. I wish you could have seen Sarah's expression when she walked into the clearing and found Josh lying there. It was marvelous. Insane, yet sympathetic, too. She screamed. She wept. I wondered if she would recognize my handwriting in that bloody scar I carved into the boy's skin. It was an A, just like yours.
A cut above Swan's eye half blinded him, drops falling to the carpet as if he cried blood tears. The unobscured eye had the glaze of shock. But the man was paying attention. Addison continued.
She started digging his grave. That surprised me. I thought she'd run. But no. Sarah knelt down beside the boy and tried to scratch out a grave with her bare hands. Well, eventually she came to her senses and gave up on that idea. She went home and came back with a shovel. Much more practical for grave digging. I assume she met you on the road and warned you off. I was never there.
This time, Addison rained blows on the man's damaged leg, saying all the while, so calmly,
"It's rude to interrupt."
Swan cried out. So satisfying. Sarah Winston stared at the flagstones of the terrace below. Her grip on the rail was tenuous. She looked up to the sky, asking heavenly bodies if she should stay or go. She interpreted the blinks and winks of planets and the ponderous movements of stars. Yes, they were all in agreement. It was time to leave the earth.
"The grave Sarah dug was much too shallow," said Addison. "I came back later and dug a deeper hole, a wider one, so I could bury the woman's body too. When I was done, you couldn't tell there'd been any digging at all. I scattered the excess dirt so as not to leave an obvious mound, and I spread leaves to complete my camouflage. One last touch, and this is delicious. I left Josh's camera to mark the grave for Sarah. I knew she'd come back. How I wish I could have seen her face when she found that camera. It must have driven her wild. You can't kill Sarah. She's an innocent. It doesn't look that way. I'm speaking as a lawyer now. She tried to hide the evidence of a murder, and I think we both know why. Given that big bloody A carved into the boy's face, the sheriff would have knocked on your door first. Cable Babbitt's a plodding dolt, but he could hardly miss that connection."
Addison leaned in close.
"She must have loved you very much. And now I need to hear your confession."
He looked toward the ceiling, as if he could see through it to the tower room above.
"I don't think poor Sarah's up to it. I want every detail of your affair with my wife." "She was my friend," said William. "I never touched her." "Liar!"
A small voice called down to them.
"It's true."
Sarah stood at the top of the stairs. Her words were faint, and both men strained to hear her. She looked down at her husband's upturned, grinning face.
"Mavis Hardy was the one I met in the woods every Saturday, when she closed the library for lunch. We went birding together. You didn't want me to have any friends, so I never mentioned her. But after I saw what you'd done to Josh—"
Her voice trailed off to whispers, and she spoke to the air above their heads.
"Bad things happened to my friends, so I stopped seeing Mavis. And how could I ever face William again?"
She could not face him now. Her eyes were vacant, seeing nothing. Sarah was gone even before she turned around and left him lying there. William stretched out one hand, as if he could reach her that way. He struggled to climb the next step.
"She's going back to the tower. Addison, stop her! She's in a dangerous state of mind."
"Stop her?" The lawyer pressed one hand to his breast in mock surprise. "Don't you believe that the Bird Queen can fly?" He fished his wallet from a back pocket. "Ah, well, maybe you're right. She might need a little help, a gentle nudge in the right direction. But can she fly? That's the question." He opened the wallet and pulled out a bill. "I've got $20 here that says she drops like a stone." "She never cheated on you, Addison." "Lies!" He laid down the cane to pull a folded sheet of paper from his inside pocket. "I've got the proof. One of your old love letters." The paper was falling apart in the creases, having been read too many times by a madman. He opened it and held it up and pointed to the bottom line. "That's your signature." Hannah rolled up the driveway and parked in front of the house. Stepping out of the car, she said to the judge, "The engine's sputtering some. Maybe we should have it looked at." "Here's an idea," said Oren, with the mildest sarcasm. "Why don't you guys buy a new car?" "I suppose it's time," said the judge. "But you know this old Mercedes runs fine. It's probably just low on gas." He turned to Hannah. "That's what happens when you spend the night playing taxi driver for every drunken man, woman, and child in Coventry." She marched up the stairs and into the house. The screen door slammed behind her, a message to tell him that she was in no mood for criticism tonight. The judge called after her. "We'll get a new car, all right? We'll get 2 new cars." "I called the sheriff's office," said William Swan. "And they laughed at you, right? You told them you saw a man dance with his wife? Something like that?" Addison Winston tapped his temple with one finger to illustrate a mind at work. "I anticipated you." Theatrically, he cupped his ears with both hands. "Do I hear sirens in the distance?" He lowered his hands. "No, I'm afraid not." I made another call. Isabel's limousine was headed homeward, but only moving at the legal limit. She renewed her quarrel with the chauffeur. "Yes, you can go faster. It's late and all the state troopers are asleep by the side of the road. I promise you won't get a ticket." She reached through the opening in the glass partition and emptied her wallet on the front seat beside the driver. The limousine sped up, but not fast enough, and she had no more money to buy another 20 miles per hour. The screen door was pushed open so hard it banged against the porch wall, and Hannah came flying out. "Mr. Swan left a message on the answering machine. There's trouble at the Winston Lodge. No idea when he called, but he said to come quick." Oren snatched the keys from her outstretched hand. When he slid behind the wheel of the Mercedes, the engine would not turn over. "I misspoke." The judge turned to Hannah. "The car's not low on gas. It's out of gas." Oren never heard this remark. He was running down the driveway. "Ah, William, intrepid fellow." Addison slowly climbed the stairs beside the crawling man, grinning with encouragement, pausing to beat him with the cane every now and then when he thought his guest's attention might be flagging. "Great joke on me, isn't it?" The cane rose again and came down. "It just keeps getting funnier and funnier." Swan rolled onto his side, shot through and through with pain. "You can't get away with this." "Of course I can. My wife has a history of slashed wrists and sleeping pills." "And you're going to shoot yourself." Addison sat down on the steps, a brief respite from his labors, the heavy work of inflicting agony.
There's only one conclusion that our idiot sheriff will draw. That old cliché of unrequited love. If you can't have my wife, then no man can. So you pushed her off the deck and then... Oh, allow me one more cliché. You're going to eat your gun. That's the time-honored method for an ex-cop's suicide. I thought you'd like that part. A cop to the end. Literally.
Addison wagged one finger at Swan.
Don't tell me. I know what you're thinking. Those bruises on your body, they'll be blamed on the mob, all those flying bottles and rocks. And the cuts? The blood from your open wounds? Well, of course, I tried valiantly to defend my wife, but then you pulled a gun.
He reached behind his back and under his coat-tails to retrieve a revolver from his waistband.
Unregistered. Untraceable. Finest kind. And they say nothing good can come of consorting with criminals.
He took a handkerchief from his pocket and cleaned the surface.
Your prints will be the only ones found, and I have all the proof I need to back up my version of events.
He waved the yellowed sheet of paper.
Your love letter to Sarah.
The lawyer laid the weapon on a step beyond Swan's reach.
The revolver has to be in your hands when it goes off, just in case the sheriff remembers to test for residue from gunfire. This works best if you're unconscious when I put the barrel in your mouth, so you'll understand why I have to put you to sleep.
He picked up the cane and raised it high for another strike.
Good night, William. That letter's going to destroy you. Any document expert can use it against you.
The cane stopped mid-swing.
I hardly think so. It's your handwriting. And the wording, so obsessive. Psychotic, I'd say. Love is insane, isn't it? But I only wrote one letter to Sarah. It was the year she left school to marry you. She was 24, a grown woman. I was barely 14 years old.
With his bloodied right hand, he pointed to the letter.
That's only the lovesick ramblings of a child.
Conviction was lacking in Addison's voice when he said,
You'd say anything to... I was only her friend.
Swan rested his head on the stairs and left blood there from his wounds.
It would never occur to her that I killed the boy. You heard what she said. Bad things happened to her friends. Sarah's own words.
He touched the scar on his face.
When she saw this A carved into Josh, that's when she knew you were the one who did this to me.
The cane dropped from Addison's hand. He felt a constriction within, a vice that gripped his heart. From without, an invisible force was bearing down on his chest. Pressing.
I think she knew you were crazy long before that, said Swan. She was sending Belle away to boarding school years before Josh died. She did her best to keep her child away from you. But Sarah could never leave you.
Addison sank down on the stairs and gasped for air.
I was at your wedding.
Swan dragged himself up one more step.
You might remember me as the pimple-faced little boy in the first pew. I'll tell you what I remember. The vows. Old ones. So traditional. She vowed to stand by you in sickness and in health, for better or for worse. So she sent her child away because she was afraid for Belle. But Sarah stayed. Crazy as you are, she stayed to keep you company. And she even went insane with you.
Swan gripped the staircase carpet and dragged one useless leg behind him as he climbed the steps.
She buried Josh's body to protect you. She did it for love.
Addison leaned back against the banister. So hard to breathe. Pain radiated outward from his heart, traveling upward to his neck and his jaw. Soon the nausea would be upon him. He knew all the symptoms. Bile was rising in his throat, his face wet with cold sweat.
Swan was impervious to all these signs as he dragged his ruined body upward. The man's face was turned toward the next flight of steps, the next round of agony that would lead him to the tower room. Only Addison saw Sarah's body falling past the window. His wife did not cry out. It was Addison who screamed, or thought he did. His mouth opened wide, but he could only manage a hoarse whisper of her name. For one insane moment, he believed that he could call Sarah back before she fell to earth. Would that she could fly. Oren pushed open the front door and entered the foyer. Addison Winston sat alone on the staircase, tie undone and clutching the breast of his dress shirt. His face was ashen. The lawyer was orating to no one. His mouth only moved in dumb show. Using the telephone in the foyer, Oren called for an ambulance. "It's a heart attack," he said, last words, as he hung up on the 911 operator. Joining Addison on the stairs, he picked up the gun on the step behind the man. And then he saw William Swan's cane. There was blood on the silver handle, but none on the lawyer. The lawyer's gun in one hand and the cane in the other, he traveled up the stairs to the second-floor landing, following a trail of small bloody dots and long smears. Swan had collapsed on a second staircase, a narrow one. Oren laid down the cane, freeing one hand to roll the man over and check for a pulse. It was there, weak and thready. Swan's eyes opened. "Ad Winston did this to you?" "I have to get to Sarah." Swan pointed to the top of the narrow staircase, and then his hand dropped. His eyes closed. Oren climbed the stairs to enter a circular room, where he found a shattered cocktail glass and melting ice cubes on the floor, but no sign of Mrs. Winston. A smashed answering machine lay on a rug beside the bed. He passed through an open glass door and crossed the outside deck to look over the rail. Her body lay sprawled on the terrace below, and a blood pool spread around her head. "Sarah," said Swan, weak and whispery, as Oren walked past him on the stairs. "I promised to—" "Lie still," said Oren, though he doubted that this man would ever move again. "An ambulance is coming." He ran down the stairs, skipping every second step, passing by the lawyer, who was laughing at some private joke that he had told himself. Oren sprinted across the front room and rounded the line of potted trees that hid the terrace doors. He opened them wide, and there she lay, animated by the wind lifting long strands of pale hair and playing with them. But the former soldier could not be fooled. He would know death anywhere. This time, the journey was longer as he made his way back up to the top of the lodge. The fallen man was no longer lying on the tower staircase. He had underestimated Swan's mission to get to Mrs. Winston. There was no one inside the circular room. Once again, Oren stepped out onto the deck, and there lay the cane. The man was gone. The corpses were in body bags when the coroner's team carried them from the back terrace to the front of the lodge. They were laid on the ground side by side. This strange reunion of Swan and Mrs. Winston was the first thing Addison saw when his gurney was carried out the door. The circular driveway was choked with police vehicles, and a path was being cleared for the imminent flight of the ambulance. Its lights were spinning and the engine running. The rear doors hung open, awaiting the coronary patient. A civilian vehicle was parked a short distance away. Hannah sat in the back seat of the limousine, breaking the sorry news to Mrs. Winston's daughter. As if by explosion, the car door flew open, and Isabel touched ground at a dead run, aiming her body like a bullet and streaking up the driveway toward the gurney that held Addison Winston. The lawyer wore a maddening grin as he lifted one hand to wave to her. Though the redhead was slender, one burly deputy was not up to the job of thwarting her forward momentum. She was only slowed down a bit when she stopped to send her knee into the man's crotch. On the other side of the yard, Oren winced in sympathy and wisely elected to stay out of her way. Isabel's assault on the deputy bought Hannah time to close the distance, and now she stopped the younger woman with only one leaf-light hand and a few low-spoken words that did not carry. By some trick of flashing ambulance lights and body language,
Tiny Hannah seemed to grow larger in Oren's eyes, and Isabel became smaller and smaller, shrinking to the ground in tears. The housekeeper's arms enfolded her, and Oren moved closer to hear Hannah say, "Patience, child. It won't take long." One of the paramedics left the ambulance and ran to the sheriff. The coronary patient, earlier pronounced stable for transport, was now dead. Spooky Hannah. And there was no question of bringing Ad Winston back to life. The medic held one hand pressed to his own heart, illustrating his story of a body part broken beyond repair. The second attack hit him like a bolt of lightning. The guy had to be in agony, but I swear he was laughing when he died. Weird, huh? Like he thought the pain was just so damn funny. Cable Babbitt was beyond the reach of his Jeep radio, though he could hear the faint static of chatter behind him. By flashlight, he made his way to the grave at the center of the clearing. The crime scene tape had been removed, and the hole had been filled in. He dropped the large plastic bag at his feet, needing both hands for the digging. When he steeped his shovel into the earth, he was blinded by a brilliant flash of light. Sally Polk's voice came out of the darkness. "Can we take that picture again? I think you moved." The next photograph caught him with one hand protecting his eyes. Flashlights clicked on to illuminate two of the largest state troopers Cable had ever seen. Or maybe it was his fear that made them into giants. One of them relieved him of the shovel, and he heard the metallic click of locks as the other one cuffed his hands behind his back. Sally Polk was still wearing her party dress, but she had traded her high heels for hiking boots. She bent down to pick up the plastic bag and opened it to pull out a bundle of canvas. "What a coincidence! It's the same color as my dress. Bright green. Cable, isn't that how you described it in that old missing person report?" She placed one arm around his shoulders to pose for a photograph with her trophy suspect. "Well, Josh's knapsack gets around, doesn't it? First your tool shed, then the wood pile. Oh, and thank you so much for moving it off your property. I don't think there's a judge in this county who would have given me a search warrant for your place." "I know this looks bad," said Cable. "Bad or stupid, one of those things." Sally Polk said this without much conviction for either case. She held up the green knapsack. "You couldn't just throw it away, could you? No, you had to keep a souvenir." Chapter 31. Ferris Monty polished his final column for the tabloids that paid his wages. Soon the lost boy would disappear from the headlines, and so would the author's byline. His last contribution to the scandal sheets was a story of love and death one night in a castle made of logs. "2 bodies were found on the terrace, a man and a woman lying close together. It is said by a highly placed source that William Swan and Sarah Winston were lovers who died in a suicide pact, a common enough event. Even the Beauty and the Beast aspect does nothing to electrify this tragedy. Only one thing places the story beyond the pale, almost beyond credulity. A third victim, a lawyer, died of a broken heart." He reread the words, and none rang true, though his source had been none other than Isabel Winston, who had stopped just short of alluding to Rapunzel in her tower. However, fairy tales often passed for journalism, and he owed Isabel this favor, this lie. In deference to her, he had scratched out the best line, stolen from the Rolling Stones, his expression of sympathy for the devil. Done with this drivel, he turned to his unfinished book, an exercise in humility and an act of devotion to a young artist who had felt nothing but revulsion for his biographer. The thick manuscript on his desk only needed a proper ending, the truth. At the sound of a rap, 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 he parted the drapes to look out the window. How prescient of Sally Polk to pick this moment to come knocking on his door. Oren pulled the evidence carton from the trunk of the black Taurus. He carried it up the porch steps and set it down at the feet of his visitor, Sally Polk. The cardboard box was clearly stamped with the initials of the agency that owned it, the California Bureau of Investigation.
You owe me, said Agent Polk. I got all the bodies released for burial.
She sat down in the rocking chair and settled a purse on her lap.
And I loaned Miss Winston a state trooper to get her through this day. That boy has orders to shoot reporters on sight.
Thank you, said Oren. I didn't think she'd want any help from me. He ignored the mystery box that sat between them. Sally Polk rocked slowly, and her words were unhurried.
The judge came in to claim the remains of Mary Kent. Him and me, we had a nice chat.
You've been feeding my father brownies?
Lots of them. It was a nice long chat. He's worried about you. He says you have a penchant for taking on blame that doesn't belong to you.
She opened her purse and pulled out a small notebook.
I got a pathologist's preliminary finding on William Swan.
She flipped to a page of neatly printed lines, ripped it from the spiral, and handed it to him.
Massive internal injuries that didn't come from the fall. That man was as good as dead before you got to the house.
I would have been there sooner if I'd checked the answering machine when we...
Hindsight should be against the law.
Sally Polk said this in a tone that would brook no contradiction.
You're not at fault. One of Cable's deputies called him at home last night. He was only a few minutes away from the lodge. Plenty of time to save those people. But he thought I was behind it. A trick to get him out of his house so I could search it. And, of course, Isabel Winston blames herself.
Oren nodded his understanding. Lessons from Hannah. Guilt always followed a death in the family. I heard you arrested Cable.
But I'm not sure what to charge him with yet.
Tired of waiting for Oren to take an interest in her carton, she bent down to open it and retrieved a large plastic evidence bag. Inside it was a wad of bright green canvas. She pulled it out and spread it on the lap of her flowered dress.
Can you identify this knapsack?
It can't be Josh's. It doesn't look 20 years old.
It's been in Cable's tool shed all these years. He kept it to back up your alibi. Or so he says. He told me Mrs. Straub made a statement to account for your time that day. And her story places Josh on a trail by himself.
Oren kept his silence and waited for Evelyn's old lie to come unraveled. Sally Polk folded the green canvas into her evidence bag.
The sheriff says he found this knapsack not too far from her cabin. But I've only got his word on that. He's been up half the night running his mouth. Oh.
She paused for a quick smile.
And he gave you up.
He told you I took the red folder.
With Mrs. Straub's statement.
In lieu of a lie, Oren shrugged this off. If that's all...
Well, no. He said there were other statements in that folder. Isabel Winston gave you a second alibi. So one woman's story saves your ass, but two of them can hang you. It's lucky the sheriff kept the knapsack to back up Mrs. Straub. Too bad he never vouched it as evidence.
She lowered the evidence bag into the carton at her feet.
He also spilled his guts about leaving Josh's bones for your father to find.
She picked up another evidence bag, a smaller one. But then she put it back in the cardboard box and closed the flaps, as if having second thoughts about showing it to him.
Yeah, right. Let's say the bones were left for bait, said Sally Polk. That's one way to get you back here, so Cable could draw a target on your chest. Well, then Mrs. Straub's statement and that knapsack could be worth something. You think the sheriff was planning to sell them to your father? Maybe to pad out the old retirement fund?
Oren admired the lady's logic, but he shook his head. Ever hear of Hanlon's razor? It goes like this. Never attribute to malice that which can be put down to stupidity.
Amen, she said. Cable Babbitt's got a long history of stupidity.
With a slap to the arm of the rocker, she said,
Okay, we'll go with that. But I'm still investigating the sheriff's department. It'll take quite a while to clean up all his messes.
She opened her purse and dipped in one hand, then looked up to give him a slow spreading grin.
I need an outsider as interim county sheriff. Just till the next election.
She pulled out an envelope and handed it to him.
That's from the Justice Department. You've been drafted.
I don't want the job.
But you'll take it.
The clasp on her purse clicked shut.
My ace card is Hannah Rice.
Her eyebrows arched to say, "Gotcha." And now she waited for his reaction. She would wait forever. He had known this day would come. He had that much faith in Sally Polk. Hannah was his only weakness, and he worried over this tiny hostage, but he would never let it show.
It's a colorful town you've got here.
The CBI agent looked out over the meadow. The chair rocked. The clouds rolled by.
A girl couldn't ask for more suspects. Like your housekeeper, for instance. She's been flying below the radar all her life. No driver's license, no social security number. Housework is probably the only kind of job she could get. Sounds like a fugitive to me. I could look into that. Or not.
Nobody in this town would believe anything bad of Hannah, even if it was true. And you're running a bluff.
Okay, I lied.
She said this with a shrug of one shoulder, giving in way too easily.
I already did a background check. There's no record of any woman born under that name. It's an alias. I bet you didn't know that. Your father didn't.
And he didn't care, did he?
Don't you want to know what she's done?
Seconds ticked by in silence, and then Oren was declared the master of the waiting game, the staring contest, and he also won for the widest smile.
Okay, there's no warrants out in your housekeeper.
The CBI agent put up both hands in a show of good-natured surrender. Once more, she bent down to open her carton.
Lucky for me, I always palm 2 aces.
She pulled out the second evidence bag, the small one. The metallic object inside was partially obscured by paperwork.
Cable thinks Ad Winston killed that lady tourist and your brother, so we know that's got to be wrong.
She handed the bag to Oren.
My people found signs of recent digging behind the Winston stable. That was in the ground.
The small bag was heavy. When Oren turned it over to see what the documents had hidden, he was looking down at a ruined camera, corroded and crusted with dirt.
There's damn few legible markings, said Sally Polk, but I know it's an old Canon FTB. When I send it to the lab, they'll raise the rest of the serial number. The stamp that imprints the metal goes deeper than the corrosion. But you knew that. You're a cop.
The agent opened her purse and pulled out a county sheriff's badge.
My cop.
She polished the gold star with the hem of her flowered dress. And the digging was recent, said Oren. So you think this was planted behind the stable?
Could have been moved there from some other hole.
She held up the sheriff's star to admire its shine.
You can see that camera's been in the ground for a long, long time. I took it to a photographer, famous guy. He's got a summer house right here in Coventry. He couldn't read much off those little numbers on the lens, but he had enough to work out the... what do you call it?
The f-stop?
Right. The f-stop was low. The lens was wide open, and the number for the shutter speed was as high as a pro could go without a tripod. Thanks to corrosion, every moving part on that camera is frozen in place. Assuming nobody screwed with the settings, Josh was in a shadowy area when he took his last shot.
Deep woods, said Oren. Not the clearing. And the knapsack puts him on the trail near the cabin. She nodded.
The focus of that lens places the boy within a few yards of what he was aiming at.
And his brother only took pictures of people. Sally Polk took the evidence bag away from him.
I've got more.
She opened the carton flaps wide to show him a stack of photographs clipped to sheets of paper. Swan's collection. Atop a pile of file holders was a thick manuscript bound by a rubber band. It bore the name of Ferris Monty, and there were many post-its for page markers. She closed the flaps.
I could have a real good time with this stuff. All I need now is a suspect. And that red folder.
Oren had finished ransacking his brother's darkroom. Next, he planned to tackle the other side of the attic, where trunks and boxes were stacked up to the rafters. He hunkered down to open the seal on an old storage carton, and then he heard the bumps on the steps. Rising, he walked to the stairwell to see Hannah climbing upward and dragging his trunk behind her. "You're a lot stronger than you look." He descended the stairs to relieve her of this burden. He found the trunk surprisingly light now that she had unpacked his civilian clothes. It only contained 20 years of his life, a dress uniform, his decorations, and the only personal items, Hannah's letters from home. "What are you doing up here?" She reached the top of the stairs and stared at the mess on the other side of the open door to Josh's dark room. "You still looking for those missing pictures? Any luck?" He settled the trunk on the floor. "I'll never find them, will I, Hannah?" She deigned not to hear this. "I hope you're not planning to upset the judge with—" "No. This is between you and me." "Good." Bending low, she grabbed a leather handle and dragged the trunk toward the shadows on the far side of the attic. "To hide it?" "What's the hurry?" he asked. "That could have waited another day." She stood upright, arms folded. "Tell me something, Oren. How much do you miss the army?" He hesitated for a moment, and then he fashioned the softest lie that came to mind. "No one misses the army, Hannah." "Then we'll put all these old memories away." She stooped low to grab the handle once more. "Wait a minute." He crouched beside his trunk. "There's one little thing I keep forgetting to check." He opened the lid and sorted through the contents until he found a packet of envelopes addressed in the housekeeper's handwriting. "You kept my letters," she said. "How sweet." "Not all of them, just the most recent ones. But you already knew that." He smiled, and she smiled. And now they had a game. Oren leafed through the packet, reading every postmark. He pulled a letter from its envelope to scan the opening lines. "This is the one. This is why you couldn't wait to stash my trunk up here." The woman could hardly hide it, as she had surely hidden the pictures from Josh's last roll of film. Letters missing from this trunk could not be easily explained away. He waved this one like a flag. "It's the letter you wrote to call me home." She shook her head, as if confused. As if Hannah could ever be confused. "That was a while ago, Oren. I remember it took a bunch of letters to get you here. This one was mailed weeks before the first bone was left on the porch." Oren held up the envelope to show her the postmark, his proof. "It can't be coincidence that you asked me to come home when—" "Oh, that," she smiled. "I wrote that letter after Sarah Winston's daughter came back to town. It looked like Isabel planned to stay a while this time." "Well, she wasn't married, and you weren't married." "Hannah, don't even try to tell me this was all about matchmaking." "All right, I won't." Indignant, she marched to the attic stairwell, and her wooden clogs made more noise than necessary as she descended to the floor below. Then she put on some speed, and she was fast. Oren was lagging behind her as she made it down the next flight of steps to the ground floor. And there the interrogation of Hannah Rice ended. The judge sat in the front room, fitting the yellow stray with a collar. He looked up at his housekeeper, saying, "We'll have to come up with a name for this dog. Any ideas?" "I got an idea," she said, and the old man never raised an eyebrow as the little woman dragged the stuffed carcass of the late Horatio out of the room and down the hall, heading for the back door. Oren was pressed into offering his father a few suggestions for likely names, and then he caught up to Hannah down by the garden shed. She handed him a shovel. "Let me know when the hole's deep enough." The housekeeper raced back up the path, so fast. Oren had to run to catch her, and now he held her by the shoulders. He stood behind her, bending down to whisper in her ear. "Hannah, you know who killed Josh. I can even name the hour when you put it all together. It was the night of the seance, when you went back up there for a talk with Evelyn. She told me about the tourist in the yellow slicker, a woman with pale blonde hair, the one who stopped by her cabin on the day Josh— Evelyn shouldn't have done that. You told her not to tell. You were afraid I'd lose my alibi, and you worked so hard to get it for me.
Well, it's gone, Hannah. Last night at the ball, I tore up Evelyn's statement and gave it back to her. So now there's a lot riding on those old photographs. Josh's last days. He went to some trouble to hide them, so they were important. I need them. Where are they? She was helpless to answer him. Hands flailing, words failing her. Custom of the house forbade the obvious question. Hannah, what have you done? Chapter 32. Evelyn Straub escorted her visitor into the crawl space beneath the cabin, where 2 ancient television sets had been running for a day and a night, scanning years of seances. The back wall of shelves had once been filled with videocassettes. Now there were wide gaps where some of the tapes had been pulled out and stacked on the floor between 2 wicker chairs. Evelyn held one in her hand, hesitating to play it. The younger woman's grief was only days old, still raw. Are you sure you want to see this? Isabel nodded. Evelyn fed the old cassette into the slot below a TV screen and then depressed the play button. The 2 women sat down to watch the image of Sarah Winston taking a turn at the Ouija board. Sarah had been the first of the players to raise a question of murder. Any day now, said Evelyn. Sally Polk will get a search warrant for this cabin. I thought you might want the tapes of your mother. To keep them, or burn them. Late last night, Oren Hobbs had stressed the option to burn this evidence of guilty knowledge, and Evelyn had wondered why. Just being tidy, he had said to her then. And what else had he done to thwart the CBI agent's investigation? Isabel leaned closer to the television set, as if to climb inside the glowing box with her dead mother. Her fingertips touched the barrier glass. On screen, the late Sarah Winston was crying as she posed a question for the lost boy. Did you suffer? Isabel waited out the string of letters chanted by the players around the table, and she strung them all together to whisper Josh's reply. All day long. Over the rims of coffee cups, Hannah and the judge discussed the long-overdue burial of Horatio. They turned to the kitchen window as Oren rode by in the open cab of a small yellow tractor. Extending out from this noisy machine was a long metal arm with a mechanical elbow and a dangling bucket with jaws and teeth. Henry Hobbs frowned. I believe that backhoe belongs to the cemetery. I'm sure he'll give it right back, said Hannah. Remember the good old days, when we buried our pets with shovels? The judge kept his eye to the window. Where's the boy going with that thing? I thought we'd bury Horatio down by the garden shed. And Oren's not a boy. She smiled at the yellow stray waiting in the open doorway, still hesitant to enter any room except by invitation. Why don't you name the dog Boy? Come here, boy, he said, and the dog ran to him to be petted and scratched behind the ears and to lick the old man's face. Boy it is. The judge looked out the window, following the backhoe's progress toward the shed. That grave should be on higher ground, closer to the house. The water table rises after spring rains. I'll mention that to Oren. The housekeeper handed over the car keys. Can you drive to the bakery in Sahlberg and pick up a special order cake? It's got Horatio's name on it. That made him smile. Nice touch. I'll be back in an hour or so. Oh, no, you won't. There's a few more things I need. She tacked on a grocery list for the Sahlberg supermarket and other errands that guaranteed long waiting lines. When the judge's car was safely down the road and the noise of the backhoe had also died off, she made a telephone call. Then, after taping a note to the front door, she went down to the garden shed, where the dead Horatio had been waiting patiently these past 2 days. The backhoe was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Oren. The opening in the ground was roughly squared. She would judge it to be maybe 3 feet wide, a tad more in length, and insanely deep, if one only wanted to bury a dog. The mound of excavated dirt was almost as high as she was tall.
Hannah looked over the edge of the hole to see her muddy reflection at the bottom. But Oren had not struck underground water. A garden hose with a dripping nozzle lay coiled by the shed. The yellow mongrel padded down the path to join her. He stood by her side and licked her hand in the show of worship for the giver of food. Dog and woman raised their heads at the sound of the approaching vehicle. It rolled up the driveway and disappeared behind the house. The engine died. The driver would need time to climb the porch steps and read the note on the front door. Hannah watched the second hand crawl around the face of her wristwatch. The dog was also waiting, anticipating, every muscle tensed, sniffing the air, sampling a breeze and catching the scent of a man. The deputy rounded the side of the house. This was his day off. No uniform, no star, no gun.
You weren't real clear on the phone, Hannah.
Dave Hardy was unshaven and surly for being called out of bed on a morning when he had planned to sleep late. Eyes hidden behind dark glasses, he walked down the path and stopped at the edge of the freshly dug hole.
What are you up to?
Oh, I thought we'd bury Horatio today.
He turned toward the two animals, the red Irish setter, the dead one stuffed in a pose of sleep, and the live yellow dog drawing close to Hannah's side. Dave inclined his head to look down at the gaping hole.
You could toss 10 mutts down there.
It is deep. That surprised me, too.
She cocked her head to one side.
Now that I see it, I think maybe Oren dug this pit for you.
The deputy stiffened. Like a man made of wood, all of one piece. He turned around to face the house, no doubt checking the back windows. He slowly revolved to take in the meadow and the surrounding woods. When he looked her way again, the housekeeper could see herself, two tiny Hannahs reflected in his dark lenses.
Oren knows you killed his brother.
And now she repeated the words she had said to him on the telephone.
How fast can you run, Dave?
The man forced a smile.
The way I heard it, Josh died because he saw Ad Winston murder that lady tourist. Ad just killed the wrong woman is all. A woman with the same color hair as his wife.
In the spirit of a helpful correction, no anger, she said,
You murdered the wrong woman.
Her hands dipped into the deep pockets of her denim dress, and her fingers wrapped around old photographs.
Millard Straub paid you to kill his wife.
Dave stood up a bit straighter and rolled back his shoulders.
Nobody could have mistaken that tourist for Mrs. Straub. Her hair was the wrong color.
That tourist could have been bald for all it mattered. She wore a yellow rain slicker. The hood covered her hair when you came up behind her and caved in her skull with a rock.
The deputy's head snapped back, as if she had slapped him. Hannah pulled a photograph from her pocket. It was only an old shot of Horatio in his puppy days, but it would do for a prop. She stared at this image and focused on the memory of another photo destroyed long ago. And then she told her first lie.
This is a picture of you, Dave.
He removed his dark glasses, wanting her to see his eyes, and there was a warning note in his voice.
Don't tell me that came from the film in Josh's camera.
Oh no, said his smirk. He knew better.
You mean the roll Josh shot in the woods? The day you killed him? No. You ripped out that film. You had to jerk it free from the spool. And you tore it.
He lost his smirk. The sunglasses dropped from his hand. The yellow dog was deadly quiet, lips drawing back to show his fangs. Hannah held up the photograph, only showing Dave the back of it.
This one's from a roll Josh finished before you murdered him. I found it hidden in his sock drawer. Oh, that boy and his secrets.
Dave stood on the lip of the pit, legs bent, ready to jump it, but the dog crouched low to change his mind. Then Hannah startled him with magic, the minor trick of a second picture finding its way out of a pocket to materialize in her free hand.
This one's a shot of you following Evelyn Straub at a street fair.
She fanned out the backsides of 3 more photographs, and, more magic, the 3 became one.
Here's a picture of you turning around to see Josh with his camera pointed right at you. And don't you look mad? The boy was following you, so you couldn't kill Evelyn then. Not that day.
With no sudden movements to set off the dog, Dave edged along the side of the pit to get at her. His sunglasses were crushed underfoot. His right hand was on the rise. To rob her or beat her? The deputy froze. His eyes were on the crouching dog, its bared teeth. So quiet. There would be no bark of warning.
Hannah, I was just a kid that summer. Nobody's idea of a hitman. Why would...
You were perfect for the job. A bully all your life. And there's nobody in this town who hates women more than you do. Who would know that better than Millard Straub? You worked in his hotel every day after school. He was a lot like your father. The meanness, the cruelty, almost like a second daddy.
I hated that old man.
But you loved his money. He paid you to spy on his wife, didn't he? That's how he knew she was cheating on him. But Millard never tried to cut Evelyn out of his will. No need. He just hired himself a killer. A boy who'd work cheap.
Nobody paid me to...
I bet you would have done it for free. But you were paid. Millard kept a wad of cash in the hotel safe. That money disappeared when you left town. Evelyn thought you stole it, and that's what she told the sheriff. But Millard dropped the charges that same day.
More pictures appeared in her hands, and Hannah spread them like playing cards. She stared at them but did not see them. She was calling up memories of other photographs.
Here's one Josh took in the locker room the night you went after him. My, you look angry. You didn't want him following you around anymore. You had places to go. A woman to kill.
Dave folded his arms. His smile was twitchy.
Hannah, those pictures are worthless.
You think so?
She shook her head.
The first time I saw them, I wanted to burn them.
And she had burned them. All but Oren's homecoming present. She had not been able to part with the photograph of the two brothers.
It's all here,
she lied, thumbing through her pack of props like pages in a book.
Like a story. The boy only had one reason for following people. Josh wanted a shot of your secret. And that's all his brother ever needed to know. When Oren was a boy, I was so afraid he'd see these pictures and beat you to death. He almost killed you back in high school. That fight in the gym.
She stuffed the photographs in her pocket and sighed.
Well, the damage is done. He's seen them all. And now he's crazy dangerous. I tried to warn you.
Hannah, where is Oren?
Behind you.
There was no time for Dave Hardy to turn his head. A shove to his back sent him sprawling, arms waving, falling. He landed on his feet, crouched knee-deep in water, shoes sloshing and sliding. The close sides of the pit were slimed with mud. Dave reached up to grab a wet tree root, and it slipped through his fingers. Footing lost, he slumped down a muddy wall, legs folding until his kneecaps were higher than his chin and poking out of the brown water. His clothes were soaked, his face and hair splattered. Looking upward, all he could see was a crude square of blue sky, and he yelled,
I could have broken my damn legs.
Oh God, the water was cold. His teeth clicked, his body shook. Rising to his feet was slippery work in this dank, narrow space, and the wet blue jeans weighed him down. Twice, his shoes shot out from under him before he managed to stand. Flattened back against a wall, he craned his neck. All he could see was the high mound of earth piled near the hole. He stretched out both hands but could not reach the top. He jumped for the edge, and the mud sucked off his shoes and socks. But he had glimpsed the back of Oren Hobbs as the man steeped a shovel into a dirt pile. Hannah's head leaned into the bright blue square above, and her voice was fearful.
You should have run. I warned you.
She drew back as a spade of earth rained down on him.
Hey!
Dave brushed loose dirt from his clothes. The rest turned to mud in his wet hair. He raised his face to yell again, and another load from the shovel filled his mouth with soil. He spat it out and wiped his eyes.
Knock it off!
Hands raised to ward off the next spray, he had his first look at Oren's face. So cold. What lifeless eyes. Eyes of a machine that could lift a shovel and... plof. The deputy lost his barefoot traction. Sliding down the slick wall and landing hard on his backside, he clenched his teeth on grit. Shaking. So cold. He hugged his knees and lowered his head when the shovel appeared in the sky-blue opening. Dirt crumbled down from his hair to melt in the water when he lifted his face to the light and yelled,
"Hannah! Call him off!"
Or turn him off. Switch off that thing with the shovel. "I tried." She reappeared, head and shoulders, to lean over the hole. "No use." Her fingers curled over the edge. "Oren knows that Josh and the tourist died close to Evelyn's cabin."
"What?" "The grave was in the clearing. Nowhere near that cabin."
Dave saw the shovel too late to duck his head. He gagged on the dirt, and his breakfast beer came stealing up his throat for a second tasting. Above him, the mute shoveler worked with an easy rhythm. Steep and lift, and ploff went the dirt. "Josh and that woman died on the old hiker's trail." Before he could ask how Hannah knew this, she'd read his mind and said, "Oren told me. He's been watching videotapes of the witchboard people. All day, all night. No sleep." Dave looked up at her, his eyes wide in a mask of mud.
"The witchboard people? Are you crazy?"
More dirt hit his face to blind him and fill his mouth. He vomited up his last liquid meal, and the whole reeked of beer and bile. When his eyes were wiped clear, Hannah was gone.
"No!"
he called out to her.
"Don't leave me!"
"Don't leave me here with Oren. Crazy Oren." Scrambling to raise himself, Dave braced his ice-cold hands on the slippery walls. He could see her standing beside the man with the vacant eyes, lunatic Oren, who worked like a robot to fill his hole. Steep and lift and... Hannah squinted, as if trying to see the mechanical man more clearly and from a great distance. "I don't think Oren can hear me anymore." Plof. She hunkered down at the edge of the pit. "The witchboard people knew everything. Bits and pieces here and there. Oren put it all together."
"Help me!"
A downdraft swept his wet body with cool morning air. His teeth clicked. His hands trembled.
"Hannah, I know you don't believe in that seance crap."
"Oren does." She looked down at him with such pity. "He knows you went up to the cabin that day. You waited a while, just to make sure Evelyn was alone. It was raining when you saw a woman leave by the back door. A woman in a yellow slicker. You thought you were following Evelyn." She backed away and disappeared as more dirt came down.
"Hannah!"
he screamed. "Josh was following you." Her voice was behind him now. He whirled around, bare feet slipping in the muddy water. His fingers raked grooves in the wall of dirt as he was falling, splash, into freezing water. He looked up to see Hannah's face framed in the square of blue sky. "Josh saw you kill that poor woman. But Oren says the boy didn't take a picture of the murder. Is he right, Dave?" The sound of shoveling stopped. Hannah crouched low to peer at him, as if her answer might be written on his face. And then she nodded in a knowing way. "You didn't know Josh was behind you. Not yet. The boy could have backed off and saved himself and run. My Josh could run so fast. You never would have caught him." Dave twisted his head to look behind him. Above the edge of the pit, he could see the handle of the shovel as it was lodged in the mound of dirt, and there it stayed. Oren, the robot, was also listening to Hannah. "It took time for Josh to set up the perfect shot," she said. "The boy was so quiet while he looked down at his camera to line up the little numbers on the lens. And then he looked up to focus. And he waited. You rolled the body over.
and saw you'd killed the wrong woman. The look on your face, a rock in your hand, the dead woman's eyes staring back at you. Josh just couldn't help himself. It was his nature to catch that moment. No power on earth could have stopped him. You heard the camera click. Plof. Steep and lift. Plof. Dave's voice was pleading, breaking. "Hannah! Call for help!" Where was she? "Oh, Christ, don't leave me!" She came back to him and leaned over the edge. "I told you. Oren's seen the witchboard tapes. The year you came back to Coventry, that's when you went to your first seance in the woods. Everybody in town went to at least one. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. The sheriff sent me out there to check up on the psychic." That's what Evelyn thought. Just Cable's silly idea of an undercover cop. But Oren says you didn't act like one. You never joined the players. You stood at the back of the room, hiding in the dark, listening. Were you scared that a message from a dead child would give you away? Hannah smiled, but there was no mistaking her expression for happiness. Scared now? Plof. "Hannah!" "I tried to help you," said her disembodied voice. And then her face appeared again, but her eyes were raised to stare at the madman with the shovel. "You should have run. Oren knows that Josh died slow." Hannah lowered her gaze. "You dragged out that child's pain all day long." She drew back from the edge. "Hannah, don't leave me!" He struggled to gain his feet. Half bent, he held up his arms to ward off the next spadeful of dirt. If he could not stand, he would die in this stinking hole. Every shovelful of earth thickened the water, and he could not climb upon mud to save himself. He could only sink. How long would he be able to lift his feet before they were encased in mud? He screamed, "Hannah!" The walls seemed closer now, suffocating, and he looked up with the mad idea that the square of blue light was growing smaller, farther away, closing up. Mud from his hair dripped into his eyes. The light went out. The yellow dog looked over the edge, ears flattened down and snarling. Oren smelled piss and shit and vomit. The dog smelled fear. The man in the hole rallied, rising to a stand and reaching high to grab the tree root. His bare toes dug into the muddy wall, scrambling, frantic for purchase. Dirt caved in all around the root, and the deputy fell, legs folded under him and covered over by the small avalanche. Dave Hardy raised his head and rubbed his eyes. He looked down at the place where his limbs should be. Oren watched the deputy twist and strain, but Dave Hardy could only free his arms. He could not move his buried legs. Panicked, manic, as fast as he could scoop the dirt away, Oren piled on more. Plof, plof, plof. He lowered the shovel and stood back as Hannah leaned over the hole. "My memory is long," she said to the deputy. "The proof was in your hands. Your knuckles were red and raw. From doing murder in woods." "That happened in a fight with Oren." Dave's voice was weaker, and his words came out like a whine. "You saw it, Anna. You were in the gym that night." "Oh, I'll never forget it. Every punch belonged to Oren. All those people in the bleachers. They all remember Oren's bloody fists, your bloody face. Not one bruise on your knuckles. But Cable Babbitt got the story secondhand. He didn't see that fight. If he had, he would have arrested you 20 years ago." Plof. The dirt from the caved-in wall had thickened into mud all around the deputy's body, and he ceased to struggle. He only shivered, and his words were half-hearted. "Make him stop. Please, Hannah." "I'll try." She stole a glance at Oren, and then turned her face down to the deputy. "But he's got this idea in his head that you raped his brother before you murdered him."
Oren lost his rhythm with the shovel. He turned to stare at her. "No, no, no!" Dave's voice was breaking, his head shaking. "I wasn't queer for Josh. I never... You broke that child's bones. His jaw, his arms, half his ribs." There was no recrimination in her voice, only sadness. "And then, his fingers. You broke them one by one. Oren says only sex perverts do sick things like that." "I'm no pervert." "You hurt that child all day long." Hannah's voice faltered and cracked. "And then when Josh was broken and helpless, you took off his... I'm not a pervert!" Dave's voice was growing stronger, louder. His hands were raised fists when he yelled, "I killed the woman for money! The wrong woman, all right? But what I did to Josh, that was payback!" His fist slowly lowered. He was deflating, losing air and will. In a smaller voice, he said, "Payback for that beating I took from Oren. That night in the gym. The whole town watching." The shovel dropped from Oren's hands. His head moved slowly from side to side, lips shaping the word payback, and his eyes rolled up to the sky. Payback. The door of the garden shed creaked open. Oren turned around to watch the CBI agent retrieve a microphone from the ferns near the hole. He had not agreed to that. Sally Polk nodded to him and mimed the words, "Good job." Their deal was done, the bargain kept, on his end. He had broken a suspect without using his fists. That had always been his way, and once it had been a source of pride. But not this time. Not for a long time. The voice from the pit was faint. "Make it stop," Dave begged, as if dirt still rained down on him. Agent Polk led Oren out of earshot and then opened her purse to pull out a small recording device. "My tape starts with the splash. Him falling into the hole." Smiling, she shook her head. "That clumsy boy. So all I've got is his voice and Hannah's. Nothing to prove you were ever here." "You can't use that tape." He had agreed to break Dave Hardy, to take him naked to a place where posturing was ludicrous. Half the battle. Only that, and nothing more. "I need this." Her hand closed on the recorder. "You laid out a good case, but it's all circumstantial evidence and hearsay. Though I did like that part about the money missing from the hotel safe. Now, just in case his lawyer gets picky, when I get the deputy cleaned up, will I find any defensive wounds? Anything to back up a fight?" "You can't use a coerced confession in court." One hand on her hip, she nodded toward the pit. "You call that coercion?" No. He would call it torture. He always called it by its name. Over the past few years, he had, once or twice, thought to look down at that line he would never cross, as if he could still see it. He could at least remember it. But now the only salvage of any value was this one rule of evidence, a law that he could keep. "Erase the tape," said Oren. "It'll come back on you if you don't. That's a promise." The set of her jaw and the pugilist stance told him she was taking this as a threat. Good. Oren turned around to face the pit. "After you pull Dave out of there, when he's wearing dry clothes and drinking tea, when he's chewing one of your damn brownies, that's when you tell him you'll drop the charge of assault on a child. And word it just that way. Then offer him a deal. 1 count of murder for hire. He'll grab it, even if you get him a dozen lawyers. But I don't think he'll lawyer up. Not today. Dave's ready to talk, and he'll write it all down if you like. Today, a 10-year-old girl could get his confession. Any female would do. Dubious, the CBI agent walked with him to the edge of the pit and called down to the man below.
Dave Hardy? It's me, Sally Polk.
Now she remembered to speak her only line, one final lie.
Hannah called me to come get you out of there.
Down in the hole, a mumbling of nonsense words turned to convulsive sobbing. Dirt was piled up to the deputy's chest. Mud caked his face and covered his eyes. Despite his old hatred of all her kind, blindly, Dave reached up to her, like any crying child seeking comfort from a woman, like every man who believed, at core, that a woman could save him. The CBI agent hefted the recording device in her hand. Weighing its value? You'll get a legal confession. Oren said this as an order, wanting no misunderstanding. He was not her cop. This past hour had cost him dearly. Hannah, too. The tiny woman sat on the ground, rocking her body, her head bowed low. She had played her part so well, and now she was spent and crying and sick at heart. Sally Polk held up her tape recorder and pressed the erase button.
I'll look after Hannah. You should be gone before the troopers get here.
Oren obliged her and walked away. On the far side of the meadow he was swallowed up by dense woods. For the love of Josh, he was a staggering man, feeling every wound to a child's broken body. He traveled farther into the forest, only stopping when he was certain that no one would find him this time. Birds flew up from the trees in a whirlwind of spread wings and songs of panic, as though they had heard the bang of a bullet. On the ground, other creatures gave a wide berth to the man with a lost look about him, who sat with a gun in his lap all that day. Night fell. Chapter 33. A new Mercedes was parked in the driveway, but Henry Hobbs was on foot today. Striding across the meadow, he was heading for a promising trout stream with his rod and reel and a yellow dog. The old man never walked in his sleep anymore. Oren was on his knees, cutting flowers from the judge's enduring garden. He was nearly done with his term as interim county sheriff. Would he run for election? Or lay down his gun like his father before him? Did it matter? He had once had a darker idea for that weapon, but he was now trapped in the inertia of life ongoing, one empty hour chaining into the next. Some days, he envied Dave Hardy, who had hung himself on the eve of sentencing. Shading his eyes from the noon sun, Oren looked up at the tower of the Winston Lodge. Birds on the wings circled their old sanctuary with gliding rises, dips and rolls, hungry for seed. After a year of abandonment, someone had begun to feed them again. No birds sang in the cemetery. There was only the sound of footsteps crunching gravel on a path that wound around headstones and marble angels. Oren stopped before a fenced-in plot of ground where kith and kin were buried, and he laid a profusion of yellow blooms on Josh's grave. In answer to an old question once posed by a Ouija board, he said, "I still love you." Half his flowers were saved out for Hannah Rice. He placed them at the foot of a marble stone that dated her death to the previous summer, when every last question was answered. Early on an August morning, he had found her on the porch, sitting in her rocking chair, eyes closed, but not in sleep. Pills had spilled across the floorboards, and the label on a fallen bottle had been his first clue to her cancer. More had been read into the smaller print, a date of origin for her prescription. It matched up with a postmark on an old letter, the first of many that Hannah had written to call him back to Coventry. She had seen death coming, onrushing, with only enough time left to bring him home. That morning on the porch, Oren had sat down beside her for the last time, and they had passed a quiet hour, the living and the dead. Nothing could have stemmed the flow of his tears. Easier to stop the rain. Armed with an old photograph of her and a notion that she hailed from Tennessee, Oren had used all his skill to find a date of birth for her gravestone. He had located her only official document in the records office of a small town,
where he came to understand why she had never cared 2 cents for proof of her identity. Originally, her name had been a plain one, given to her by the state, after being abandoned in a trash can on the day she was born. She had renamed herself with no one's permission and vanished from the public record. A pilgrim without papers, all that Hannah had ever asked was to be taken on faith alone. Respectful of that, Oren had stolen the birth certificate and burned it. Now her only proof of life on earth was this stone, these flowers, this man who kept her secret. "Hannah, I'm lost," he said, as if expecting one more parlor trick to fix him and make him whole. Retrieving a yellow dahlia from her grave, Oren carried this flower to Miss Rice's good friend, Mr. Swan. In the absence of far-sighted generations and a family plot, the Winstons and William Swan had been buried in the last available section of land, a far corner of the cemetery, and a triangle was played out in the position of these 3 monuments. He laid Hannah's flower down. A bouquet of common weeds sailed past his feet to smash into Ad Winston's headstone. Without turning around, Oren knew that Isabel had returned to Coventry. The pretty redhead showed more decorum when she placed red roses on her mother's grave, and she also gave flowers to Swan, laying them down next to Hannah's yellow token. Oren and Isabel stood in silence, side by side. He had yet to hear the sound of her voice. And then she said, "Last summer, Hannah told me that we were always meant to get married and have 4 children." He might have known that this first conversation could not begin with a simple hello. At least Isabel had not tried to kill him. "In all my life," said Oren, "I only loved one woman, and it wasn't you. But we could have dinner sometime." She kicked him in the shin. Hard. That had been predictable. Isabel walked away, pausing once on the gravel path to look back at him. Just a brief taunt thrown over one shoulder, a smile for the damage she had done. Echo of a tango. Oren's wounded shin bone hurt like mad, and he chased that redhead down with the ghost of a limp, running for his life. He grabbed her by the hand and held on tight, despite that gleam in her honey-brown eyes that promised him more pain. He held on. Thank you for listening to Bone by Bone by Carol O'Connell, read by Benjamin Harris, directed by Lisa Brown, recorded and engineered by Cedar House Audio Productions, and produced by Elisa Weberman and Alfred Martino. Production copyright 2009 by Listen and Live Audio Incorporated. All rights reserved. This has been a Listen and Live audio production. To receive a complete catalog of other fine audiobooks, please call 1-800-653-9400 or visit our website at www.listenandlive.com. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to listen to Find Me, also by Carol O'Connell.